Markets back to highs here this morning as we get going on a Friday morning ahead of a key employment report coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll bring you the April NFP number. We are expecting a significant downtick on the month-over-month basis, but still a positive reading overall. We'll talk about that coming up, obviously. 4.3% as well expected on the unemployment rate. Absolutely no change on a month-over-month basis. Ton of things moving around, including the market itself. Tech specifically back to highs here to start things off this morning, despite some not so positive earnings reports after the close last night. We have CoreWeave to the downside. We have Coinbase to the downside. Net, a bit of a standout. We'll touch on that as well. Coinbase, interesting this morning. There was a AWS outage overnight that affected both the CME futures trading and also Coinbase specifically for some execution. Looks like everything has been restored, but Coin itself, obviously, everyone just focusing on the earnings report. We're back higher off the lows, at least. The initial move last night, if you were with us after 4 o'clock, to the upside, quickly reversed, as many have over the past week or so, and we ended the day back to the downside. Semiconductors, ones to watch here this morning. Broadcom, nice look, big gap to the upside, big uptick in their expectations for the remainder of this year and going into next year. So, I mean, this thing's had a tough week, but good to see a bit of a bounce here.
A bit of a red day for the semis yesterday after a very strong day the day prior. You feel like maybe that was a little bit of profit taking there. No real macro weakness for the semi trade quite yet, but CoreWeave coming out yesterday and being quite critical of NVIDIA, saying basically NVIDIA better play catch up and get their act together, so to speak. Otherwise, customers are going to funnel into AMD, which I found to be quite interesting, seeing as how much money they have taken from this company, yet they could speak so freely.
Yeah.
It was an interesting report there, but CoreWeave down, as you mentioned, Brendo, here to the tune of 8%. There's some positivity, though. A fan favorite, a viewer favorite, especially IREN. We know how much they love that. Almost up 10% over here. MP Materials as well. Monster energy drinks looking good, as well as Rocket Lab and XYZ. Don't look now, but hey, man, 7.5% in Greensville this morning.
Yeah, it was interesting when that came out last night. It did absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Just nothing. There was zero reaction. Then out of nowhere, we get this huge pop. So, yeah, great look here for XYZ. The semiconductors in general, as you mentioned, have been a little bit of a challenge so far this week. I mean, what's that saying? Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Exactly.
I mean, I think in NVIDIA, though, it's like, who don't they feed at this point? So
they've doled out a lot of
CoreWeave at least feels the freedom to go out and, be a little bit harsh. Broadcom, though, as I said, $100 billion going through to 2027, which is a great look for them. But I think just another nugget suggesting how strong that sector and demand is.
What I like specifically about custom ASICs that you don't necessarily see in the other parts of the chip sector is the custom ASICs is made specifically for people or companies who have a lot of money. It's the hyperscalers that are getting custom ASICs because they have a very niche set of workloads that they want to run. I like going after the people with deep pockets because number one, they can pay good margins, and it's typically a little sticky.
I mean, 50+%, I think it was, right across the board, basically, for margins, again, this quarter for most of these guys. So, yeah, doesn't stop. Yeah, NVIDIA right back to basically the highs from yesterday. Got above 214 very briefly, a couple of times during the midday there yesterday, but failed here this morning so far at 214, but lots to watch. Yeah, non-farm payrolls coming up at 8:30. We are expecting, as I mentioned, a significant downtick on the month-over-month number. 62,000 is the consensus. Forecast was around 90, 95, depending on where you look. It was triple digits last month, so we'll bring that to you when it comes at 8:30. But I guess the first official NFP print here for Kevin Warsh.
It's going to be really interesting, Brendo. I mean, we've been hearing a lot. Okay, so I was watching this show that they have at 5 a.m. now on CNBC's called, I forget the name of it, Market Call or Morning Call or whatever. They had
Must be great.
Yeah, exactly, right, if I can remember the name. No, but they had an individual on whose opinion was the market is woefully underpricing the number of rate cuts we're going to get this year just based on the new leadership. The prediction markets completely disagree with this individual. Basically, we're looking at more than 50% of nothing happening the rest of the year. And if you look at it from a practical perspective, think about it. He is only but one vote.
Yeah.
He's going to have to basically elicit all the members around him. Now, on the other side of the coin, we know that it is a chair-centric committee. How does that jive? How do you square that circle? We'll wait and see.
The narrative has been for, I mean, let's be honest, 3 years on the cut side, on the let's bring rates down side. Is there going to be pressure when he walks in the door for them to maintain that narrative and maintain that language in the short term, or are they just going to flip the switch and start talking about, neutral or maybe even, dare I say, going back up? So more to come at 8:30 this morning. We'll bring that to you. As I mentioned, guys, happy Friday. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good for the markets, man.
Friday.
You got Apple was cruising toward all-time highs again.
I don't know if the market's going to be at all-time highs here.
Exactly.
Too.
Nasdaq there. Tesla's breaking out.
Apple is.
We even talked about. Well, it was up at
291. Yeah.
Nvidia is still a continuation play. I think the surprises were probably Cloudflare last night, and I mean, I guess even this morning, because it was looking like it was making some kind of a bounce, and still down 16% for them. I don't suppose anybody's surprised by the trade desk being down, but no, this was one that possibly caught a little off guard, I think, in addition to obviously CoreWeave's move as well. But this is we're going to round out the week. Like we're coming off that record insanity, Captain Insano month, and it's like, what are we just doing this again?
Yes.
Is May, sell in May and go away is going to be as historically wrong as it could be? No, we're just starting things off so incredibly strong.
Well, the thing is, we know that Joe loaded up the account the other day.
Well, there we go.
So we're getting ready to go.
That last 50 cents in, and the markets just cannot.
No, he tripled the holding. He tripled his cash position.
Oh, it's $1.50.
Yeah, he went to $1.50 there. So he has to cover the fees.
True.
We talked about that was funny because when he mentioned
Canadian, that's only like
that's what I was going to say. You better be trading on Wealth Simple or something. I'm still paying whatever it is, $7.99 or $6.99 to trade, but I don't really trade that often.
Where did this 50-cent thing come from? Or
one day he just said that he was like I think all of us. He was just talking about he was pretty much all in, and he said that he had like a smooth 50 left in the account. And then Sharif and I were kind of like, what are you going to do with 50 cents? Like if you try to make a trade, you're going to have to pay a commission on it. And that's when we started talking about all that kind of stuff. But then he re-upped a little bit. No, I think cash in the market is, they say timing versus time in, and I mean, if you were in the market in the last couple months, timing hasn't been that important because every day seems like,
baby.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was finally a little bit of a down day. I mean, you could have took an opportunity to buy some of that. And then right now, today, we get a little bit of opportunity to buy some dips in some stocks as well, as you just mentioned. Cloudflare to the downside, if you like that stock. A great stock that I'm, again, like trying to do something is different than actually doing it. Like, trying to get into an IREN rate here, like, they're just popping right now, up 11%. Like, and this is what I'm talking about, buying companies that you kind of believe in this power game here. Now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 or 8 days straight upside, bouncing smooth off the 50-period moving average. Like this, like I'm thinking about trying to get in now. It was $40 2 weeks ago, now it's $65 and going higher right now. So, and then we had Corning with the deal with Nvidia the other day as well. And, that name can't really slow down. I mean, although it, didn't bump up the way IREN seems to be doing it, but there's Corning trying to go through. So, this Nvidia, this sort of revolution that we're seeing with AI just seems to have a lot of legs to it. And there's so many different pieces. We talked about the constellation, all the power places, GE Vernova, IREN's the story here today, and Corning was a story the other couple days there as Nvidia looks to build partnerships with them as well. So it's all going upside right now. And you've seen, I think wasn't Intel up today too, I believe. So, there's lots going on. There's Nvidia up 1%. And then the best part about today is in just a matter of 20 minutes, we're going to see it all fall down. No, we're going to see this jobs report come out, and that will give us a good idea of what maybe we can.
Hopefully.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, nothing major happens, but we can get an idea if the Fed's going to be behind us or in front of us here. Like, is there going to be a rate cut environment, or do we have a pause until 28, as Adair mentioned yesterday?
That's a rather long pause.
Yeah. So
if we do have that, but. Ooh, JK on the hell.
Yeah, I like the Happy Mother's Day there. He's
you know what? Yeah. I love this report.
We're doing brunch. We're doing brunch tomorrow.
Okay, the thing happened, but we don't see it. So we'll just Try it again. All right. Oh, there it is. Okay. JK, happy Mother's Day, Mom's Day weekend report.
Yeah.
Still short MSTR in the queues. I can't see many people wanting to hold into this weekend.
Why not?
Why not? The market's strong, baby. But you know what? Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Obviously, it's a very important weekend where everyone gets the good feels. You said you're doing.
We're doing it tomorrow because we're just so busy. We have we have zero time on Sunday. It's like we wake up and we're busy. And even tomorrow, Gia umpires T-ball tomorrow at 1. So we're trying to do our brunch around 10 o'clock. And Baxter's coming from Waterloo, so it should be exciting. Nice. And we're really excited to have all that.
We're hooking up. We're doing it Sunday, but
yeah, that's what
tomorrow going to a game with one of our buddies, and. With the schedule. Remember, I told you I was actually sad yesterday because
about the Jays.
The baseball schedule. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Our baseball schedule for my daughter's team. They released it, and I'm like, why are we not playing next week? Because the season was supposed to start on Monday, and I guess it was like they just screwed up, and then they've added a bunch of games back in. So we do start the season next Monday. Looking forward to that.
Like Monday, like in 4 days, like this.
Yeah,
Monday.
this.
Oh, nice. Okay, good.
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be, but. Hopefully the weather gets a little bit warmer.
I just don't like that it's raining. Like I could actually take the coldness. I mean, we don't like that, but it's the wet, it's the damp. I don't know. It's like
I just want to see the sun.
Can't get over it.
Maybe 20 degrees.
Throat is still,
all
oh, wow,
weather.
20 degrees.
That's what it's all about.
Now you're asking for a lot, man.
I don't think I'm asking for much. Well, I think we have a better chance of seeing 20 degrees than. Oh, I can't say the trade desk holding. Yeah, well, actually, the trade desk did hold the $20 level. Look at that. So I was going to say you have a better chance of that than the trade desk holding. But it is holding. Why not? I think that's what it's all about. Sometimes you can get these things and they're just so bad. If it does, what's the rule? If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. That's a 52-week low. Maybe this can even catch a bid today. Everything's feeling good. Open Door reported and did absolutely nothing.
That was a pretty good rhyme you had there.
What did I say?
I don't know. It just flowed pretty good there. I wish I could rewind.
I'm so old that I can't remember what I said 5 seconds ago. Oh, no, but Open Door was incredibly, let's see. Yeah, that's...
Open Door?
Boring, useless.
0.18? We're talking about a stock?
No, I'm just saying, like, it's like, okay, well, you have this potential squeeze and all that stuff, and then we were talking about how the other stock from Eric is doing so incredibly well. Not a very good day yesterday for HUT. That's not the best example here. Daily chart. There you go. So much better. There's your squeeze play. And don't freak out if you're a shareholder of Carvana. You didn't lose any money. It's just an $80 stock now. That's all.
Yeah, people are going to look over like, I have so many more shares. What happened?
They did 1 for 5.
Oh, you know, a sad story here. Not sad, but a game story. Nintendo, I heard today, increasing their price of the Switch to 2. It has not been selling that well, and component prices are going much like, look, this is Nintendo. I mean, you know, component prices getting higher on that Switch, and even it's funny because I got my PS5 on Facebook Marketplace. I think it was maybe 2 years ago. Prices of PS5s have gone up, and PS5 was released like 10 years ago, and it's almost just as expensive today as it was when they first released it because of the prices of the components there, right? And so it's like all of a sudden the memory that it has in there, the storage is now, you know, 5-6 times the price it was. All right, what's up, Nick Dub? Had a big winner on INOD. I don't know what that is. Continuing to hold large short float. Okay, large short float. Large short float, but yet terrific earnings. Well, that's a recipe for a blast. So we can check that stock out. Yeah, exactly. Nvidia and Corning. I mean, I think that was a big deal. That was a partnership that was announced a couple days ago. You did see the reaction in that. Okay,
I know.
Randy is here.
Oh, we got a plate of something. Oh,
it's quesadillas I saw today.
Chicken
yes, it is chicken
quesadillas.
What? Is there any sour cream over there?
Salsa? Oh, well, that's.
What? There isn't?
They don't have anything.
There's no salsa?
You can't eat it. Okay.
I don't know. I think there probably.
No, it's fine.
I think there probably is. The way he was looking at me there, I think he was like, "Oh man, I think he's going to come back."
Don't you always have salsa with a quesadilla?
I believe there is. These guys are legit. But there it is, man. I actually cheated and looked there, so I sort of knew it was quesadillas today. So yeah, they were actually pretty good, really good last time. So We'll see. Yeah, Randy's here on a Friday. Yeah, you guys are right. Christmas 10/00/23.
Because the market's
What's Randy doing
highs,
here? Is he?
Everyone's in a good mood.
No, I really think he just messed up the day. He's probably not. Oh man. All right, 8:15. Yeah, look, jobs coming. So the only name I have written down on here is Tesla right now because I do like the breakout that we've seen through 400. We talked about that yesterday. We traded it pretty much all day yesterday, and we're going to trade it today for sure. So Tesla continues to go higher, but it's almost irresponsible a little bit to write down some levels for me now, anyways, because of the names I want to trade. I want to trade the market today. I want to trade. Maybe a little bit of NVIDIA. The Apple's an interesting one. iBit here off of 80,000. But just with the jobs report coming, that's all. I have some trade ideas written down and stuff that we like. I just really wish IREN was coming down because I want to get that one. Oh, and then ARM yesterday was another name, that some of these names just keep on working. And you look at it and you don't ever want to pay the top. But imagine if you paid the top of SanDisk when it was like $300 and you were thinking to yourself, oh man, now it's $350 today. I don't want to buy $350. And then the very next day it was $375. And you said to yourself, I don't want to buy $375. And then the very next day it was $600 and you didn't want to buy that. And then there's $800 there and then it dips down. Anyways, so long story short, there's never a bad time to get a little bit of money into stocks that you like. So we're going to wait. 14 minutes, non-farm payrolls. Should be a good one. Expecting plus 65,000. We should be able to get a good read on that. And then we'll see what Kevin Warsh, what kind of power he has with the Fed and with this number coming through. So I'm excited for it. We didn't even, oh, there it is. You have that chart.
Yeah, that 17% short float, probably the biggest mover on the day. I mean, it's not going to be the highest volume name. So it definitely falls into the the smaller gapper kind of realm. 600,000 shares involved. Big break into resistance here at that $70 level. But you know what? It's already flying. Absolutely flying. And that's the thing. Like you get a decent sized short float. We always talk about if it has a 10 to 15 or better % short float, you always want to look at the days to cover too. You get an idea of liquidity. You get a beat, and then all of a sudden it's just more explosion because the shorts, which probably been winning since October, you got to look for that exit, and they've been doing that here. The first candle, that's just the aftermarket. It's not like I had a big day yesterday. That was a huge move in the aftermarket last night. And continuation for INOD. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of fun to be had today with this market. There's so many movers. You don't want to forget. There's a lot of earnings names today. There's a lot of gappers and things that are going to be in play, but you probably don't want to forget the things that have been, generally. If you're a memory chip trader and you've been on like Micron and SanDisk, they're very much in play as well. Like big time recovery, all down, all day, and then today it's like nothing happened. You're right back to where we were. Like look at the pre-market yesterday on SNDK. Look at the pre-market now. It's almost identical. It's eerily identical. Like bounce from the same spot. Effectively the same high. It's almost eerie. It's like the sell-off didn't even happen yesterday in that stock, and we're just primed to do what it has been doing for quite some time. I gotta tell you, these are absolutely tasty.
Yeah, it's good.
You guys are gonna enjoy these quesadillas. It doesn't, and because they actually have
so
a flavor, you don't even need any salsa.
I think there is some salsa inside of it. Yeah, so that's probably that's how they solve that one. But simple stuff. That's the best part about it. So. All right, let's go back over the desk. That was quite a bit of rambling there, so we're happy with that. Yeah, we're happy with that. Let's go back over to the desk and talk more about these earnings and what to expect here with 8:30 just around the corner.
I see you, Darwin.
Ooh, Darwin, what's up?
Didn't move on this, but BlackBerry with an announcement, at least, renewed buyback up to 26.8 million shares, or about 4.5% of their public float. That's going to run from May 12th through to May 11th of next year. So an entire year, they're going to be buying up 4.5% of their public float. So BlackBerry back at the highs from where it was yesterday, essentially here. If anyone's tracking that one, it's been a bit of a mover over the past little while here. If you zoom out on that one, not as nice to look at. Once you get back into below 6, I mean, you might find 580, 575 again. But yeah, huge move for BB along with some of those other squeeze type names. You were mentioning Carvana earlier. I mean, another one in that same boat.
It's really interesting. They split, obviously, so it's going to make it nicer to trade. We'll probably be mentioning it a lot more on the show. But what I did find super interesting last time from their report, which wasn't that long ago, is essentially that they're basically selling off a lot of their higher interest loans that they issued during the higher rate cycle. And they're making a lot of money on those. So it's almost like as if they're just sort of a secondary, maybe a little bit off Main Street lender that just happens to sell cars. And it's a high margin business for them at that. And I was looking a little bit into this because I follow a lot of the delinquencies, whether it comes to car payments or credit cards, just to kind of gauge the consumer. And they actually have very low delinquencies, relatively speaking, when you look at these sort of, when you make comparisons to subprime, other subprime lenders. So interesting take from them. That should be good for cash flow as well. But, you know, as an intraday trade, who can complain with a bit of a cheaper price? Take more shares.
Flying, yeah. NVIDIA back to the upside here as well this morning, as we said. We were talking a little bit yesterday about this trip to China incoming and all these CEOs that are going to jump on the plane with President Trump. And
very strategic.
I mean, it was kind of, it reminded me of, I mentioned this to Adair last night, it reminded me of the tour they did through the Middle East for the tech side of things, and all the tech CEOs came along with and did some deals on the side, you know, for themselves as well. But showing force, I guess, from a technology standpoint.
It'd be interesting to see if she brings along some major CEOs from his companies, like the Alibaba, the Tencents, the Baidus, see if they can collaborate somehow. I'm assuming that, you know, that this is more of a sales pitch that Donald Trump is kind of trying to work over there. I'm a little bit less interested in that angle of things and more interested in, you know, some sort of permanent deal. Now, these CEOs could possibly make up some of that as, you know, that they could be striking deals on their own. Specifically to me, right away, what stands out is Boeing and Apple. Yeah. I know that Jane Fraser and other, you know, CEOs, financial CEOs are going to be heading over there as well. But those are the two that I feel like have the most exposure to China. China needs a lot of airplanes. We know that. There's a lot of backlog there with Boeing. And then Apple, I mean, kind of footprint that they have in China. So.
And how important it is for the company itself. I mean, Boeing wasn't it last week we were talking about, they just did another deal or another order for one of the airlines in China as well. Crypto back downside here this morning. It's worth talking about coin maybe a little bit. Not great. I mean, 2 quarters in a row were red for the earnings side of things for coin. The trading volume number, a lot of people focusing on here this morning.
Listen to this, Brendo. 90% of all the global on-chain agentic transaction volumes is now happening on Coinbase's network. So I know that they're down, but I do like them taking this approach to try to differentiate themselves, create a bit of a niche. We've been talking a lot about these agent-only marketplaces where agents go on, conduct commerce together, devoid of any human intervention. And Coinbase is kind
allegedly.
I know, right? Allegedly, we'll see. But if you believe that angle, if you believe that report, then I like how they're kind of creating a bit of a niche for themselves here, at least from what I've seen, the first to do it in the crypto space.
Well, yeah, after the run-up 2 weeks ago, we've come back in, giving back basically 50% of that, but still. Key levels in this area to consider once again this morning. Again, if you missed it, there was I mean, it's a minor story at best. There was an AWS outage overnight that affected both CME and Coinbase. Their execution network was down for a period of time overnight, but I mean, it seems like everything has been restored. So Amazon up a little bit.
I want to bring back, sorry, the Boeing angle again. Did you see Prime Minister Carney announce that? I guess maybe 200 some odd 50 to 30 some odd airplanes by Airbus. Be made in Canada, right? Montreal, Mirabel, the airport there. Right. But no ownership stake by Canada at all in Airbus. Just nice from the kind of the jobs angle. I found that to be a little peculiar.
So we'll probably still see them 30 years from now, and then they'll have all kinds of issues and have to go back for 3 rounds of repairs before they actually get going. I mean,
I just had to bring that angle up because we were talking about Boeing.
Yeah, I mean, those two always go back and forth. But I mean, Boeing itself has been a little bit better over the past couple of days here. If you zoom out on Boeing, we've been still stuck in a bit of a range, but I mean, doing better overall since the original sell-off.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what kind of deals he's able to strike, Kelly Ortberg, because we know the Chinese really want to expand their national flight systems, and a lot of their planes, number one, need parts. They're aging, and there's been sort of, kind of this not giving them the parts they need as part of the trade negotiations, obviously, and then they need new airplanes. Let's just be honest about it. So it should be interesting to see how quickly Boeing can get them to China and how quickly or how much, pardon me, China wants to order.
It seems at this point, I mean, it's almost safe to say Jensen spends more time in China than anyone else in that group that's going to go. So maybe he knows a little bit more than anyone at this point. But yeah, it's going to be interesting what comes from this back and forth for Xi and China, guys. Lots of individual names going to be affected with that.
Yeah, well, maybe it's good to be talking about these trade deals as opposed to the alternative where we're all just solely focused on the conflict in the Middle East, the war in the Middle East every single day. Look, Boeing, in bull markets, typically speaking, especially when the U.S. market's in a bull market, but in a general sense, when you're in a bull market, historically, it's like Boeing ends up being better than Airbus, and it feels like that turn is starting to happen again. I don't worry too much about the backlog. They both have really, really long backlogs. Okay, Boeing's slightly longer there, but they're making some headways with that regard, but they're both it's like 10 and 12 years or something along those lines. It is what it is. But the orders are coming through, and you start to think about how long this has been holding down and the amount of work that it has to do. I'm going higher time frame here. And the work that it still has to do for Boeing, I just look at this ridiculously long consolidation. It's about time for it to break and test this 260. But this is going from 2020, right? From the 2020 lows, you've been holding a very long consolidation, and the higher lows are coming in. This is primed to go. On Boeing, and it does require some patience with it because I think it's got that next 10% break from 240 to 260. But this has got a big move in it, probably sometime in either looking back half of next year or maybe looking into early 2027, and then from there, I don't want to use some kind of ridiculous smooth sailing or like blue skies because it's Boeing, but pretty much you give up 260 and you're gonna have that blue sky set up. We do have our.
I don't think we should go to Joe right now.
What's up?
Only because we have 2 minutes until the number. So it's not gonna take long. Okay, let's go to Joe quickly. Then options.
All right, guys, what's going on? Let's take a look at some of the options activity here on yesterday's session. We're going to kick things off with Apple at that $295 marker, hitting all-time highs yesterday. One thing that I want us to point out is the volume, 135,000 contracts, open and closed at that level. Typically, Delta relatively cool here, guys, within Apple's contracting. And then also, you can see on the specific contract itself, had a high of $1 throughout the session and then tanked down to $11. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at IBIT. I wanted to bring us this number. $47 strike price. You can see that we had a high on Wednesday at $46.97, so only pennies away. The open interest is substantial here, guys. In regards to Bitcoin, 31,500 contracts at that specific level. The value of them, relatively cool, and then the delta metric, cool as well. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
All right, we'll get you teed up here. We still have about 90 seconds to go, but we'll get you teed up here on what's to come. With April non-farm payrolls, here's what's came last time, 178,000 on the prior print for March. We are expecting just 62,000. That's a consensus number. 95 was the forecast. This line could be interesting, 4.3% right across the board here. 4.3 was the prior, 4.3 the consensus estimate, and 4.3 the forecast as well. It's also worth jumping down here. Non-farm payrolls on the private side of things expected, or the prior was 186,000, 75,000 was the consensus, and 83K the actual number that people are forecasting here. Just real quick, the overall forecast up 2 months in a row, but we get a downtick today, potentially get a downtick today. As long as it's still green, I'm sure this is fine.
Yeah, I think if it just comes better than expectations, it beats, I think we'll probably, the market's already priced in a lower number, Brendo, so yeah, as long as we meet expectations, I think we should be pretty good.
Yeah, about 30 seconds here. Participation rate, notably, Prior was 61.9%, 61.7%. That's just overall how many people are in the labor market. They judge that, I believe, by actual registrations for employment insurance. The manufacturing payrolls number to come as well. The prior 15K, 8K, the forecast there. We'll bring all those to you here in about 10 seconds. The most important one, again, watch this, 4.3%. That could be, my page is refreshing already. That could be the most important one that we get here this morning for this number. 115,000, so higher than expected. Again, 65 was the expectations, comes out 115,000, just hearing in my ear. That hasn't populated yet, but again, 115,000. 4.3%, the unemployment rate for April, exactly where it was expected to come through. Manufacturing payrolls also in line with expectations there. 8K, non-farm 83K, so everything, guys, exactly as expected. It's worth noting, again, Michigan consumer sentiment as well coming up at 10 o'clock. We actually got Canadian unemployment rate number there as well. That's kind of ugly. 6.9% for Canadian unemployment rate. A forecast was 6.7%, the prior 6.7% as well. Again, U.S. non-farm payrolls, 115,000, the forecast 65, prior 178. So significant downtick, but still, as we said, where it should be.
And Canada continues to bleed jobs as well, losing 17,700 jobs. That's from the month of April. So a bit of a downtick there for the Canadian economy, Brendo. So a bit of a tough one there, but good luck for the American side.
Meanwhile, the market is yawning and continuing to all-time highs.
I took the trade through just because of what Brendan just said there to see if we can get higher there, but nothing really happened. So I'm still holding out. Took out half for 10 cents, trying to give it back to 73. So if we break, we're going to get out. I just was, seeing if we could get running there. But yeah, it looks like it's going to break down to lower. So yeah, nothing really going on there. I was hoping for a much bigger number there, but 65 was expected. They got 115. So I don't think there's any reason to be cutting anytime soon. So I think this market could possibly fall back in on that. But yeah, I would say it's, as Brendan said, probably nothing to worry about unless we got a red number there. We don't get that. Canada, a completely different beast, obviously. As you look forward to, it was 6.2. Where are we? 4.3 right here. So we'll see.
No, the 6.9.
Oh, 6.9 here, 4.3 down there. Yeah.
Basically, it's 7% unemployment in Canada. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Well, we added a lot of people with not a lot of jobs.
Fine.
So
it's absolutely fine. There's nothing to see here. The Canadian economy is doing absolutely fantastic. We have tons of resources and have managed to bungle that away. We got water, we got land, we got oil, we got everything you want, except for a strongly functioning economy.
Well, when we become
but at least we can invest in American stocks.
Well, we can become the 51st state, and then we just use those numbers instead, and it's all fine, right? So it's all good. U.S. non-farm payrolls for April revision, too. So there's a revision. April's non-farm payrolls for April revised prior 178 to 185, so they went higher on the April number as well. So yeah, it looks like jobs are kicking there. President will be happy with that. Probably gonna there. I'm at 16s as well to get a little piece out. There it is. He's probably gonna speak on that today, so that should be good. And then the reason why I brought up SNDK, we did have a super chat about Marvell there, but like this was $1,300 yesterday. It's $1,400 today. This is just like what's going on in this space as we keep on hearing. I mean, a lot of these names, IREN pushing it out, right? CoreWeave pushing it out. Like, a lot of these names continue to push out the demand, right? And it's just like, okay, if they have all these back orders and the demand for these data centers continues to be high, then yeah, parts are going to keep going higher. So Marvell, we talked about photonics and what's involved with Marvell and the custom ASICs. I mean, we talk about that a lot on the show. That continues to go higher. Micron continues to go higher. It's going to be a good day here in the market. It feels like the Nasdaq already up that 1%. Hey, man, it did slow down yesterday. It was down just a hair, and today we're up just a little bit more as well. So we'll hold long in these futures for now and see where it goes. But we have Michael Noss coming. So.
Yes, sir. We have Michael, our good friend, is locked and loaded. I know he'll be in a good mood because the market goes up. That makes everybody happy.
I feel like Michael's always in a pretty good mood.
Always, yeah. Well, he comes on Fridays. It's hard not to.
He comes on Fridays and Mondays. He bookends the week. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, why not?
All right, good to have you, Michael. And let's throw them over to the guys and see what the topics are today.
Looked at that email and said exactly the same thing I did. That's okay. Let's bring in Michael Knotts here to talk about May, markets in May, and what the hell should we do? The old adage, sell in May, go away. I don't think that applies anymore. It seems like, anyways, we just go higher and higher. Mr. Knotts, happy Friday.
Yeah, maybe no adages apply anymore, right? People losing jobs, good. People not losing jobs, also good. But yeah, as I watch us grind to new highs here. But everyone's heard the sell in May, go away. I think it's like every now and then your uncle or something like that talks about this. And I just thought I would go and try to figure out where it came from, run the data, see if there's anything we actually have to worry about here with, my friend Perplexity. That's why we're all fancy. We got a lot of data here to go through. And, we'll take a look and see, is there any adage to this, or is there any merit to this at all? Or is it, just something people say for the sake of saying? I was talking to a trader buddy, and he was just saying the same thing. It's like, hey, we're up so much. This summertime is historically weak, or so we hear. Maybe we should take some profits here. So let's see if that's the case. So the first chart is, if you go back all the way until the year 2000 to 2025, and you look at May to October as a group, and then you look at November to April as a group, you do make a little bit less if you're holding from that May to October. I think it's Jeff Hirsch who does a Stock Traders Almanac, says buy in October and get yourself sober. That's more of a funnier one. But the idea is that in both cases, you're making money because the market goes up most of the time, right? Put your finger on a daily candle on the chart on the S&P 500, 75% chance you're up 1 year from wherever you've picked. And, a little bit less could be a time to maybe pull in. But if we dive deeper into the data, I think this tells us a little bit more. So the next chart here is a little bit messy, but this is me just breaking it out by every year and saying, the green is the November to April, and then the May is that kind of sell in May and buy in October. And we kind of see that, yes, in the beginning, there was some problems, and potentially where actually this saying came from. Because if you look around the beginning of the chart, that's your year 2000, that's your dot-com collapse, and then that really bad one from May to October, that is 2008, 2009. So it could be one of these things that the headline data shows you one thing, but when you dive in, it's really just skewed by this two bear markets that just coincidentally seem to happen around the same time. So the next chart, I think, highlights this a little bit cleaner. And it just shows, if you look at that 2000 to 2010, which is our first cluster, we are actually negative for that period of time. So maybe that's where people started saying it. And then as you get closer to now, the middle cluster is 2011 to 2020. And then the next one is 2021 to date. And you can see it starts to even out as time goes on. So there was a potential edge there, weighted by that big kind of collapse. And then we push higher. Now, in this last or second to last chart, this is the one that's most interesting to me if you're a long-term holder. So if you try to time the market, yeah, if you go all the way back, you do a little bit better. Yep. Just break this down. The green line, again, it's just an equi curve of you just buy for that period of time, and then you sell in May, and you go away, and you come back in October. You can see you skipped some of the worst of it way, way back. The red line is the other side of it. And then the white line is just if you kind of held overall and you make, double the returns, even if it comes to sell and may go away. But there's one thing I wanted to dive into a little bit more with the last couple of charts here. And this is just talking about what I've been talking about since the beginning of the year, which has to do with the midterms. And the midterms are coming. And, the whole time I've been saying, be a little bit careful. Maybe this year is not the case, but generally speaking, midterm election years are a little bit choppy. And we are having, a huge rally now. But if you look at the year-to-date number, we're up like 7% year-to-date. It would be not the craziest thing in the world with what we're seeing in the market to potentially give some of that back and get back to flat before the end of the year. So this particular chart is just the seasonality of midterm years during these two periods. Again, with the red being this May to October, and then the green being November to April. And you can see even in the more recent years, right, 2022, 2018, 2014, there was a little bit more of a problem in these midterm years. So there is a whole seasonality thing that could potentially be going on where if you don't know who's going to win the election, you get this kind of back and forth chop and slop while they figure out who's going to be making the laws and running the country, and then off to the races after that. So the last chart is just kind of a summary of those as well. So if you look at midterm years in particular, sell in May, go away seems to work. And then a huge kind of rip at the end of the year. And then all other years, it's kind of, at this point, for the most recent ones, about 50-50. So if you pull those midterm years out. So very interesting to kind of look at that potentially. Again, these are averages and broad numbers, so they're not reflective of what's going on right now in the market. But it could be one of those choppier type summers if the seasonality holds true. And again, as I keep looking down, the market's hitting all-time highs. So maybe none of this matters, but it is something to look at, maybe specifically for this year, but not really for all years anymore.
Conclusion, buy stocks, hold stocks, never sell stocks, and everything will be fine, correct?
Well, as we're talking, it's ripping to new all-time highs. So,
I mean, three of the four charts we just looked at said just essentially buy stocks.
Well, it's, if you're going to bet that the smartest people in the world are going to continue to figure out how to make a whole bunch of money, then eventually you buy stocks and you kind of weather it out, right? It's, if you think guys like Elon are going to keep popping up and doing crazy stuff and they're going to want to make a whole bunch of money and be richer than the next guy, eventually this all goes up. It's what we're trying to do here is just maybe time things a little bit when to. I'm looking for an excuse at this point. This year's been amazing. I kind of want to just go to cash and take a nap, but
Same.
I'd be crazy too.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of this move in the market is perfect right now as well, as we're just absolutely ripping to all-time highs here on the NASDAQ specifically. So, Mr. Noss, have a great weekend. Get some sleep. We'll catch you on Monday.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Fantastic stuff, as always, by Michael Noss. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with Nike getting a downgrade, guys, going from an overweight to an equal weight, but also reducing the price target from $55 to $45 by Wells Fargo. Coinbase down 3 1/3 here, guys. Price target reduction by Needham going from $230 to $220. You're down slightly here this morning. Qualcomm positive, but getting the downgrade, going from a buy to a hold rating by DZ Bank, but with a price target of $195. You're up just a little bit less than 6%. Now the trade desk continuing its slide here, guys, down 13%, going from an overperform to sector perform by KeyBank. You're down 13% once again. Now moving forward, taking a look at some more of the positive things. Upgrades, we're getting McDonald's is getting the nod here. CFRA giving them the okay, going from a buy to a hold. You're up a little bit less than 0.25%. Fastly also on the radar as well too, guys. You're up 1% here, going from market perform to outperform with a $23 price target. Rocket Lab more than 8% here this morning. Hold to buy, $68 initial target being raised to $98 by Craig Hallam. And then Airbnb down 1/3% here, guys. Price target increase from $130 to $140 with a neutral weight rating by JP Morgan. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
I mean, when we last left you, Brendan was mentioning the NASDAQ.
Or all-time high.
There it is, man. So we're already cooking right now. I mean, there's that break right there. As we go to the upside, we still have half of this position, exactly half of this position on. Right there as we continue to go higher. I'm just gonna, we've seen so many times here in the pre-market where we've had news, we've had numbers, and it has pulled back into sort of pre-number levels by the time we open up. So we're gonna get out a half and then see if we can let the rest ride. As the NASDAQ again, up 1% here, can we continue to climb higher? Yes, we can, I feel like. And there's nothing really, there it is, there's nothing stopping us. We're all the way up. So we keep on going here, and Tesla, some of these other names, man. I mean, we've sort of, thanks Michael for all that review there. But it's what Brendan said there, and I think Michael nailed it as well. There's a lot of smart people running the show here. One of which I guess would be Elon, and there goes Tesla right there, back up to the upside again, now up 1.5%, looking to take out that magical 420 marker now after just being at 348 a month ago, not even a month ago. So, another name that just keeps on pumping to the north side right now. Alex Karp is trying to get his stock going too, up through 137 right now. And then, the names like CoreWeave trying to battle back from their downside yesterday. It was 118 pre-market, now 120. IREN, the last time I looked at it was 64 or something like that. Yeah, there it is. Now 65 and going higher.
I'm surprised by one here.
The whole market.
I'm surprised that Alphabet's not through 400 right now.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
You know, we've broken through yesterday morning's tops, right? So when you think about the NASDAQ, you know, we were basically the morning highs, and we've now broken it out. And you got Alphabet here. Languishing is not the right word, but it's lagging is the better way to think about it. Like, we fell apart at the $400 level. That hasn't really gone. But on the upgrade downgrade list, Rocket Lab with a strong report. Let's go with 15 here, because Rocket Lab has got to be on some radars today. It's got a pretty big clear out level here at 86.7 on Rocket Lab. Only 9% up. The stock has done much more than that in the past on earnings. But this is one of those very clear, hey, it's got a big breakout level. The market is rallying going into the open. It turned around there in the aftermarket. We've already got a double top. You know, you need to break this out in the open market. If it can, it actually ends up like some kind of a reversal play, because resistance is resistance. But that's got to be on the radar for sure. I can't get over Nike and I love the logo, Joe. Pretty sure that's not the official logo, but it's a fun-looking one. Nike on the downgrade side. You want to think that maybe this is the bottom. But as we learned with Trade Desk and all this, and all these other really, really bad stocks, bad trending stocks. Wendy's would be a good example as well. They reported. It's like, prove it. Prove that you can break out. It's one thing to hold the low. It's another thing to break out some levels, get that 50 period back. But another chance here, because Nike's made double bottoms before and it's meant absolutely nothing. But hey, it's got a double bottom on the daily chart. So it has another chance to get going here and possibly get a positive start for them. But anyone that's been trying to pick that on the bottom has been badly burned, probably time and time again. Or at least Rocket Labs looks like Rocket Labs is going to be a play for sure. I'm a little disappointed by Google. And NVIDIA, I still like NVIDIA today. It's on the list along with Tesla and Silver, which is going. But I thought maybe with that futures move, you would have also busted through yesterday's high. So still going to have to look for the consolidation, dip buy areas and VWAP into a potential break for NVIDIA, as that does not take out the top just yet. But there's so much in play today. We have a lot to cover. I actually haven't seen a lot of small cappers popping off, or maybe there are and you guys just aren't talking about them. Or I'm not looking.
INOD, I think.
Never mind, actually, because, INOD, we got a super chat about INOD. There's this one here, AIIO, Mask is in there. So I just threw it the visualizer. Qualcomm, big time. Qualcomm had monster volatility yesterday. Probably the biggest move back and forth on any in the chip space. You got Tesla, of course, right here. Hey, Planet Fitness is going to be in there. Marvell, I see Micron, Qs, all things we expect. D-Pro and UFO. In there. So you remember, it's $ and those tickers. So if we were just talking about Rocket Lab, which I would have expected Rocket Lab to make that list, $ Rocket Lab, and then you'll have these names start to come in. You can see RKLB in the red. And there it is. We got a super chat about Marvell, which I also see on the visualizer here. I don't know why it says 0 on the price. Obviously, Marvell's moving. I don't know. I'm looking at longs today. I haven't specifically considered Marvell. Marvell was not strong yesterday. Marvell and ARM have had very eerily similar charts on a lot of days. And I think that was a bit of the case yesterday as well. But what do we got here? Yeah, held a good 160 support. It's a bit of a head and shoulders look for Marvell. And so when you look at this theoretical shoulder here at 180 or 168, there's some room to get there, at least for now. You can break that, maybe get into this level. Then there's like a top-heavy 175 double top. But if you're worrying about that one, then who cares? It's a good consolidative level, so there's probably lots of outs. You can look at this 162.5 where you had resistance to support, and that can give a bit of a base. At least you know where you'd be wrong on Marvell. Seems as good a chart as any. I'm still probably more focused on NVIDIA and Intel, just out of familiarity and liking the levels last couple of days. But yeah, Marvell obviously has been a good one. I think it would have done better. When ARM pulled back and the market had that ridiculous uptrend in oil, yesterday was the kind of day when you're at the highs, it kind of just all came together for a lot of stocks to start seeing a bunch of profit taking. So I don't want to read into it too much, because it was just one day and then we're right back at all-time highs. Sometimes you just get that. It's like a blow-off top for a half a day, and then we just kind of go back to normal.
And as we had said, here comes the NASDAQ right back down. I said that, often you'll get, and that's exactly what I'm writing down on the note right here. You'll get pullbacks, into exactly where we were pre-number. So we're getting into that level right now. Watch out for your 50-period moving average. We're going to stop out of this TQ trade if it does break back down below the 73. Just don't want to be part of it if it's going to break back through VWAP. So what was a good move up there on 115 versus 65? That's the 1,000 marker there for jobs report. You do see the NASDAQ pulling back in right now, just at probably a buy zone, right? $73 right here on the TQs into your 25 period moving average. Watching out for VWAP. Let's see if it winds up holding. But yeah, man, just keep on going, in your accounts. I think you can't go wrong picking a lot of these stocks that we're talking about. And we do have the watch list. You can go get that in link in description. Make sure you find that. We're going to go through the rundown very, very soon. But yeah, Coinbase maybe. I mean, other than that, Meta, I'm seeing Meta flashing.
DraftKings just went all the way back to the highs.
I was going to say DraftKings with a good report yesterday. I was thinking about adding that on here. Meta's not doing anything except for heading lower right now. Meta flat on the day with the NASDAQ being up 1%. So that's not a great sign for King Meta over here either. But we'll wait to see if this one has its juice back into it. Wow, they actually got 680 down to 600. Yeah, that's right. That was not a great report last week and came right into some levels, but it looks like it's trying to hold. Oh, yeah. And did PayPal wind up hold? Yeah, so PayPal's still on that downgrade yesterday. It's a very interesting name. I was looking. I'm still in this name on my account as well. Actually looking to think about getting some more in PayPal. We did have a good report. There's the futures right back in. So now this position for me is flat. So it's a good thing we took some out.
Firm's flat.
On the high side there as well. And then, yeah, Block, I was going to say. I actually have an order to get out of all my Block shares today. I think it's right around here. So hopefully once the market opens up, we'll be able to get out of our Block shares. And the reason why is I've been in this name for a very long time. And I like the bump up there. And I just trying to sort of, not undiversify, but I own too many names. So I'm just trying to clean up the portfolio a little bit. And I figured if we can get up, let's see, I think I have my offers in and around 78. So if we can get out in and around these highs and not worry about these kind of lows again, then we'll do that with Block. So yeah, it's going to be hopefully a good day. Lots of names to look at. IBIT, 80,000 right now for Bitcoin, something to look at for sure on the radar there today. So yeah, look, we're excited. It's going to be a good one. Let's move forward and let's move backwards right here and go back to Brendan and Sharif, figure what they're talking about, and it's going to be our rundown pretty soon.
We're just talking about cars.
Yeah.
It's a good point, and I think it can apply here in the sense that, we just had an employment number. We just had inflation data going back, or we're going to have more inflation data coming up at 10 o'clock this morning as well. Sure. But as gas prices continue to inch up and inch up and inch up and inch up, the value of actual ICE engine cars is going in the opposite direction in a pretty big way.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point I was trying to stress with you yesterday. Yeah. I'm like, these oil companies, they don't like very elevated gas prices because it creates demand destruction. And that demand destruction, could be transient and it could be permanent, really depending on the actions of the individual. For example, if a person who's never bought an EV before or, anything other than gas cars, all of a sudden decides to change and make that permanent move, there's a good chance they're not coming back.
Yeah.
Even if they take on these extended range vehicles that we've been talking about, which is where there's a smaller gas engine that just charges the batteries but doesn't drive the powertrain. Again, that's going to be a person who consumes far less gas because there's about a 250 kilometer battery on there. And so if you're living in the city, there's a good chance you may not even see the gas station for 3-4 months. So these higher oil prices, they're very detrimental to the economy currently, but they could be even more detrimental to certain sectors going forward and into the future permanently.
It may be beneficial even to the Teslas of the world. Is Rivian, launching this R2 at the exact right time? To their credit, they didn't have anything to do with oil prices climbing, but
right.
You could see the same effect of what we had back in 22 or 21, 22, where we had that bump in oil prices and Teslas were $35,000 more then than they are now to walk in and buy a new one in this country anyway. So
it was so delusional, the Tesla demand at the time. It was like that people could not see the end of the high oil prices, and they were willing to pay $20,000, $30,000 higher. how long is that going to take you to make it up in gas? Like 5, 6, 7 years? I don't know. I guess it depends on the person, but permanent demand destruction is something that sticks into my mind when we have higher oil prices.
Yeah, far more competition, obviously, far more options now, which is great, for the consumer side of things. But yeah, I mean, a stock like Rivian doesn't look great if you just look at the past couple of weeks here. But going back to their earnings report, but maybe it's if they can actually get them out the door, guys. Like this is the perfect time.
I think if you're looking at Rivian, you really have to focus on like the daily chart, like this higher time frame, long consolidation, where you've seen other cohorts, you've seen like Lucid go lower after a split, they reverse split and they just continue to go down. You have the other factor which was supposed to be weighing, and it has been weighing on some of these, which is the fact that we're not getting these the rate cuts, which can generally be bad, but there's been buy support for the last 2 years in Rivian. And it's been creeping up higher and higher. And you're getting another test, right? They reported they got dumped. And it's always beneath the 200 period moving average. But I think it's just a matter of, there's accumulation going on here on this trend line. And I might add it to the list because we're getting pretty close. We're like 13, it'd be underneath 14, like just underneath 14 to get into the 13.5 is where you'd look at that trend line or support. And when you're drawing a line of best fit like this, it's not some exact place where it's going to obviously bounce, but it's the fact that you have the support in there on Rivian. And most of the moves have managed to get at least to $18, maybe the low 20s one time in here. And then I guess in here it was like $18. Yeah, it looks like it's primed for that next bounce. It could take a couple of days or weeks. We've seen that before. But when it does the consolidation and then breakout, that's been a good trade. Like here, there was only halfway, and then another retest ended up being really good when it broke out there. Hold, fail break, but then hold, then good. So like you just got to be patient with this one, and you get your spots in there, you take your 40, 50% or whatever it goes on the run, and then maybe you hold on to some for the dream, because there's definite accumulation here in Rivian. It's undeniable in the chart.
Yeah, I'm the minute they release those R2s, I think it's time to actually sell the stock. I don't really love. I'm going to be a buyer of a Rivian R2, but I don't really like the stock. I don't like the business, and Toyota today actually came out with a bad number as well. I don't know. I actually didn't even look at the stock yet, but it wasn't a great number. Okay, flat. No one's doing anything there. And I actually have an offer in my account right now to sell Ford. I've been holding Ford forever, like an idiot. And now we'll just wait to see what happens if it comes up into this area. In and around the 50 period, the 200 period moving average will be a great out for me. So around 1250. I just put the orders out this morning, so I think it's probably somewhere around there. So let's see if we can get out of Ford. Yeah, no, look, I mean, Sharif's right. Like, I think now that I own a Tesla, I don't think I'll probably buy another. Yeah, I mean, my wife still has the Atlas, so we still put some gas in the cars these days. But no, I mean, I've been super impressed with, and I just have a Model 3. I've been super impressed with it, and I think we'll stick electric. Like, I haven't paid for gas in a year. It's been amazing, and don't have to pay those crazy prices anymore for those cars. But here in Canada, we have the Chinese EVs coming through. So obviously, you heard about the way our economy is going. I'm not too worried about these Chinese cars doing anything with other than taking jobs, of course, from our automotive industry here. But I like the stock of Tesla for A, their cars. I mean, I think their cars are pretty awesome. And then B, because of everything else that they've been doing as well. I mean, we're here, about the stack. We hear about, robo-taxis, Optimus, things moving forward. So I really do like Tesla here. So I'm going to try to sell some Ford, and I'm still in GM. I'm equally in both of these names. I just thought that GM has had a little bit of a better operating with Mary Barra there, just been a better operator than Ford. So I think if I'm going to stay in sort of this area, we'll stick with GM instead of Ford, and then put that Ford money to work in, something that's been working out, rather than just sitting there not collecting a huge dividend or anything like that. So yeah, for me, Rivian, I mean, it's a good trade. I'm still long there at $10 or $11, something like that when we first talked about it. there. Randy's price, he doesn't want to get long until 10.20 for some reason. So I'm going to not buy anything here. If it does come all the way back in, like another 40% into 11, then I could possibly look at something. Rivian came out to market at $105, so it's been a really big wealth destroyer. So I don't know, man. You can trade in and out of it as much as you want, but if you look back here, this is December of 24. So it's been doing absolutely nothing other than bleeding. So, that's a great pop there, but you can see what the market's been doing. To sit in Rivian seems a little silly right now. So we'll do it with a very small amount and we'll wait for a dip. So I'll buy some Rivian if it does come back in there, but it has to be a lot lower than where we are right now. So many other names and spaces to be in, but hey man, maybe you do catch this one on a discount. It was just $18 and people liked it up there. Now it's $14, so when it gets another $4 lower, then maybe $10 coming in. Please see notes like Polestar, Fisker, Lucid, all these other places, and maybe you might have an idea of potentially where Rivian's going. So made a lot of mistakes buying weed names and things like that. These car companies, although not like weed names, it feels a little bit iffy putting some money in them at these levels. So even Tesla seems a bit shaky to be trying to buy it for their cars. So Upstart was just moving around a little bit there as well. So yeah, lots of names going through today. Upstart Block had their report there as well. So there's Upstart. I don't know, just made a move a buck higher right there. So we can definitely watch out for this name. So yeah, here we go, man. It's 9 o'clock. So we have a half hour till this Friday opens up, and I don't think it's going to be a doomsday Friday or anything like that. It was a decent number. I could see some profit taking heading into the weekend. I think we had JKL mentioned something about that as well. So
it's not like yesterday. Yesterday was profit taking. Like today, I think it might be more standard dip buying as opposed to like the dramatic what we saw yesterday. DraftKings. Before we go back up to that, so we need to get that rundown started. DraftKings. I can't believe. This was right back to where we were. When we sat down today, it's like, oh, DraftKings gave back that move and isn't even going. This is looking pretty strong. I might add this one to the list. I'm just trying to figure out where I like it. It could just end up being like a VWAP or watch the open play. Let's go back up. It's 9 o'clock. See what the futures are doing. See what our rundown. It's a really busy watch list today. Probably one of the busiest watch lists because of all the earnings we had. So get locked and loaded. We'll go right through it and take you into the open.
All right, guys, 731 3/4 is where we closed out on the SPY yesterday. We're above that right now. Big boom up there on the back of the and a better than expected NFPs. We're trading at 735.20 and we're up 0.5%. I was going to say 735 is resistance, but we've already cleared that. So look, we're going to look to 740. If this thing catches a bid, we're looking at that $10 area as our first level of resistance. It's blue sky setup. Who knows where we'll end up dropping off. But if we start selling off, as the boys were saying, maybe some profit taking coming in on a Friday, we're looking at 730, Brendo, as support.
As always, the free watch list for everyone down below in the description. Second link will get you to the sign-up page for that. All you need is your email address. And then you get everything you need to know delivered right here in box every single day. Come join us at 8 o'clock sharp every morning then. Just reading a note on Apple from Wedbush, going to 400 on their price target.
Like that, Brendo.
Okay. Back to 291 here right now. Checking the scoreboard. That's $111. Damn. For Wedbush and Apple. Let's talk about these semis, though. AVGO coming out this morning saying they have a lot of orders ready to go right through 2027.
This was interesting to me, though, because we've been seeing some tensions in the OpenAI world, right? Maybe they can't finance this whole Stargate project or the trillion and change that they promised that they were committed to spending. And now it's starting to reverberate with some of their suppliers. Broadcom refused to finance this project unless Microsoft backstopped it. That's very interesting because we have not seen that yet with OpenAI. So here's the deal. The partnership is currently facing a massive financing challenge tied to the initial phase of the custom AI chip production by Broadcom for OpenAI. But Microsoft here is going to be the kingmaker. Broadcom is requiring Softie to commit to purchasing roughly 40% of the chips to secure the project's financing. Under the proposed deal, Microsoft would install the chips in its own data centers and then lease them back to OpenAI to use them there. So they would own them. The massive cost savings, of course, OpenAI views custom silicon, as we've been saying a lot, as essential to lowering the long-term server costs. Is expected to save about $200 million by going the custom ASICs route rather than the GPU route by 2029. So interesting look here, Brendo, but it's again, part of the story is OpenAI still the kingpin and doesn't have the finances and the financial backing to be able to spend all that they've committed to.
And more people, as you said, coming out hinting or just plain out saying, there's no chance. There's no chance they get to $1 trillion. AVGO, guys, I mean, $100 billion by 2027 is nothing to sneeze at either. But 420, 422 here for AVGO looks good.
Looks a little head and shoulders-ish on Broadcom there. Like I don't know, this one doesn't look quite as enticing as some of the other chip names. Like just to pose this with what you'll see when we look at NVIDIA in just a quick little second, right? Like lower high here, you can say 420, great, like the number, but 425, 426 would give you that shoulder that you need to bust out through today. Look, you could, absolutely. But if thinking dip buys, just want something which is kind of giving you that upward trend. And for the last couple of sessions, this has been NVIDIA. You got 211-ish support. You got a breakout up top here, which is more like, you call it 215, but like 214.7. Much prefer looking for that dip and go in that chip space. And then we noted yesterday there was a pretty good, like a pretty solid hold on Intel all afternoon at 109. Like that's a pretty interesting over-under level. Like you've got a very defined range up at the top, unable to make a fresh high in the last couple of sessions, but I mean, can't really hold that too much against Intel. Look at the chart. What do you want? Like the stock has gone from 40 to 111 in about 1 month or a couple of months. So I think that's a lot of heavy lifting. But 109 goes, you've got a nice gap fill down to 7. 109 bounces, you've got an even better range into 114. So you've got a pretty good level on both Intel and NVIDIA to trade off of, as opposed to Broadcom, which in some ways diddling in the middle, but just doesn't look quite as uptrendy lately.
All right, just messaging Joe over here, so hopefully he's doing well. Yeah, so I was looking here at, oh, that's right. We're supposed to punch out of this pretty soon if this keeps on going down. The future is just coming back in. We'll give it a second here to see. Yeah, no, Broadcom, I mean, a good story there. I actually want to take the other side of that and look at some Microsoft. I think Microsoft, a lot of people here been obviously getting hit down there as we've seen sort of their really big part is Azure. It's Azure, right? And AWS and Google Cloud both had bigger growth on that side of things than did Microsoft. So we do have to wait to see what winds up happening here with Microsoft and Azure growth, and hopefully that can keep up going to that upside. I'd rather actually buy, I mean, I still do like Broadcom. I'm not actually in Broadcom. You guys know I'm in Marvell, similar company, although Broadcom bigger and more powerful, much more percentage of the market there Broadcom owns. But I just kind of think Microsoft in and around this $400 mark, like if we do have a little bit of a pullback, Neil was mentioning some sort of head and shoulders there on Broadcom. If we do wind up coming back in, I still think Microsoft is that company, and you want to definitely have some of this in your portfolio there. So I'll go with Microsoft here rather than Broadcom at these current levels, but I still think there's a nice little upside momentum here for Broadcom today, especially with this market pulling back in. Might give us a good opportunity to pick something up, as we had just mentioned there. If you're not in too many chip names, but this again, another name that's near those all-time highs, and just looks like it's going to continue to perform real well. Both Microsoft and Broadcom might have a $400 price target associated with it, so that might be a good pull. What do you like better at 400, Broadcom or Microsoft? So both would need a little bit of a pullback in there. I like both names. I prefer Microsoft, though, just because of the valuation. Broadcom, great stock, should continue to work out, up 1.7%. Let's go over to Neil.
When we're looking to figure out where things are going, ask yourself, where does Bitcoin close the end of the week? Or maybe who wins in 2028? What's GDP going to do, and where's that going to land? Don't argue about it. Start trading it. Gemini Predictions is yes or no markets on crypto, commodities, politics, sports, and more. Now featuring 15-minute and 5-minute crypto markets so you can trade the action in real time. You set your amounts, you see the odds, and get paid when you're right. Head to Gemini.com/TraderTV or scan the QR code to browse their contracts and start trading now. Shout out to them. And speaking of crypto and predicting it, we We got Coinbase earnings, which, yeah, not that good. Markets may be at highs, but disappointing numbers out of Coinbase.
Back to the downside we go here on some more U.S.-Iran headlines coming through here. Explosions heard through the Syriac region. Looks like close to the Strait of Hormuz currently. The love taps, as they were alluded to overnight, continuing, it would appear. But yeah, market back downside here right now on that. Let's go. Coinbase, yeah, I mean, it did follow suit a little bit, but trying to bounce here a little bit. I mean, we'll see. It's one of those days where, I mean, this whole week has been one of those days where any headline is going to send things in opposite directions. So, I mean, should we talk about CoreWeave here? Sell down to the lows once again of this tight side of the range. Coinbase is kind of hanging out here. I mean, take your pick, either or.
Yeah, we can look at CoreWeave. Brendo, just allow me a second over here. Okay, so let's talk a little CoreWeave. Let's move it up so you guys can just have a look. Tough report for them, sad. Sheer scale of the revenue backlog, that hit about $100 billion, guys. So that's about $100 billion in demand, RPOs, you'll call it what you want, backlog, that they can't meet. And that's up 50% in just 3 months. There are the remaining performance obligations. That means effectively they've locked in, if you believe the report here, about $100 billion in future revenue. Also, there was a bit of a margin lag trap. What do I mean by that? Revenue did surge 112% year over year, bringing about $2.1 billion. But the operating margins absolutely collapsed from 17% down to 1%. That is worrisome. The temporary accounting phenomenon, according to the company, CoreWeave is incurring massive upfront electricity and data center bring up costs for that 3.5 gigawatt of capacity. So that won't be able to generate any money until late this year. Also, component pricing, not a surprise here, tucked into the guidance was a raise in 2026 capex to $35 billion. Management admitted this $4 billion increase is largely due to rising prices for liquid cooling components, power gear, not just GPUs, but of course we know these server racks are coming with RAM, and the RAM is, well, we know that as well, shooting through the roof.
A little bit expensive. Yeah, a little bit expensive. I mean, we can touch on Coinbase here as well. I mean, as I said, we're just trying to break the bottom end of the range here from the pre-market. Not a heck of a lot to look at as far as price action this morning. Brian Armstrong calling this thing the quote-unquote everything exchange at this point, heavily leaning into the prediction markets, as we were saying.
So it didn't look good on the face of it, right? You have negative $1.49 EPS. The street was looking for a positive print, so that in and of itself is a problem. Also missing on the top line as well, $1.41 billion in revenue. That missed estimates. But I do have some positivity here that I want to mention. So despite the crypto market cap dropping about 20%, Coin hit new all-time highs in USDC held on its platform. And with interest rates remaining a little bit higher, they're making cash-free interest, basically cost-free interest, on that. So that's a good offset, basically a hedge against lower crypto volumes. As well, 13 straight quarters, Brendo, they've beaten on EBITDA. The market likes to focus on the the GAAP net loss, but they've actually done 13 positive quarters there. There's some good in here. Maybe get spot up.
Yeah, I mean, if you zoom out, the chart tells the story. Tried to bounce a little bit, but I mean, we're struggling, guys, both Coin and CoreWeave.
Well, at least CoreWeave is pulling back in an uptrend. And Coinbase is, I guess, it hasn't been going lower is probably the best way to explain it. What I don't like here is, look, we had the Robinhood earnings, and we said this last night. Like, it was, you knew where this was going to come in. You knew it would be a disappointment because obviously been bad for crypto, and year-over-year numbers weren't going to look good. It was a 20% decline. So you would have thought some of that would have been baked in, and then some kernels of positivity could have caught a bounce. That's not what happened here. Instead, it had already felt resistance at 216 half, I think was the level up here, close to it. You lose the 50-period moving average on Coin. Like, it just looks like a bit of a rollover trade. Now, I think in general, crypto's been lagging a bit. And by the way, like, I bit that 80,000 which back the afternoon, it was like the same thing. It was just like we can't really do much holding above the 80,000. When it was trying to go, it just wouldn't. Now you got it heading back in. Just relative weakness a little bit in crypto. I came in yesterday thinking that was going to be BM&R to the south side, and it was a gigantic fail because there were longs working in the morning, and when the longs were working, got excited that it was an all bullish market and abandoned the BM&R short. It's like the name that I'm looking for the fade today. And you've got where it broke down at 22.4. So I'm looking short side on crypto in general, but I'll probably stay away from Coinbase unless there's a pop. But I don't like that chart. I don't like the report. If I was I wouldn't be buying it here based on that, because none of it was baked in, really. Like, we were expecting bad numbers. They could have been worse, and it still can't seem to catch any kind of a bid. So maybe find where that one settles down at some point, but I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm not in love with any of these fintech names. If anything, I think Robinhood might be the better one, because Robinhood does have, again, a few different levers that they can pull here. I was actually willing to look at Webull. And the reason why Robinhood, I think, they've got sort of those different cards and the equity trading as well. Like, Coinbase doesn't have the equity side of it. So, although crypto, we don't know where that's going to go in the next, 30 years, we're pretty certain that the markets are still going to be here and continue to be pretty hot. Webull flat on the day, literally. But this is the kind of movement that Webull's been having. And, I don't know if this is the right one to buy. It's just, we've seen Robinhood sort of languish forever under $10, $15, $20, and eventually got popped. Same thing for Coinbase, eventually popped. So I was like, if you wanted to take a shot at something, I think instead of trying to catch the 10 or 15% up or down on Coinbase, maybe you can catch like 200 or 300% here on Webull. Like, I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. But again, Chinese, that's a little bit of the problem. We do have the president going over, to China to go figure that out. So we'll see if Webull can get going a little bit here on, positivity out of China. But I like that space as well. But Coinbase, just for me, I don't know, what it was 8.9%. It said global market share or something like that in the transaction space. Fine. There definitely is some nice tailwinds for them. They are sort of your one-stop shop as far as crypto is concerned. And I think that the fact that they have that sort of US base to it, that's positive. And so people, they don't have to worry about getting into Binance or anything like that. But this is going to be pretty stable. I'm still waiting for like that buy now button with Bitcoin and Coinbase and things like that. They were, as soon as that can become more prevalent, I think people will start using Coinbase more as like a bank. I have crypto in there. I want to pay my Visa bill or something with crypto. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but things like that I think would help Coinbase out. So
you gotta think eventually, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So as long as people can trust holding it on exchange, and they can figure out different ways with USD stable coins or anything like that, I think Coinbase eventually has a good story to tell. It's just it's an up and down thing for now, and you go with the ebbs and flows. Like, it really up to 200, back down into 170. Like, that's pretty. It's tough to swallow if you're looking for something that's a little more stable. So I would just wait on Coinbase and nibble all the way down. But the chart is very, very interesting, because this 140 looks like it wants to hold. So I think if you want to get back into that area, that's the part where I think you actually put some real money down on Coinbase. And we always hear Kathy Wood, and everybody's always in there buying it. So. All right, let's continue to go. 917 right now. Need a little bit more of a push down, right? I think, to get these buyers in. You're at VWAP right now on the NASDAQ. Let's see if it winds up holding.
Giving back a lot here this morning. 216, 215 coming into play right now. Better part of 16% to the downside. Looks worse if you zoom out a little bit. A daily chart tells more of the story. We're all the way down here this morning on this thing. After guidance specifically was a little bit on the weak side.
Yeah, they beat on the top and bottom line for the current quarter. This is what I wanted to point out. They're going to have $140 to $150 million in cash charges, and that's going to go through Q3. That's going to wipe out their profitability for this quarter and next quarter, and hurts their free cash flow, to the end of the year. I suspect that's why we're selling off quite aggressively. The layoffs usually are a bit of a bump. Usually you get when you announce layoffs. 1,100 roles, sadly, will be cut basically from the company. The management framed it that's a shift basically to agentic AI. So yet another set of layoffs tied to AI. Also, large deal lumpiness, the article reads here, Brendo. While the deals over $1 million grew 73% year over year, it hinted at the longer sales cycle. So they're trying to get in bigger clients, spending bigger money, but those bigger clients are waiting a lot longer to actually fork over that money. That hurts revenue.
60%, better part of 60% off the Claude lows going back to April. And now we're giving back, 15, 16% of that today. It looks, I think, maybe a little bit worse than it could have been potentially, but just a huge move for this thing over the past couple of weeks, guys, anyway.
Uncertainty over how to read the layoffs is exactly what's going on here, because this was a great story up until 12 hours ago. Well, I guess not 12, more than 12 hours ago when they had the earnings come out. So I don't think you throw this one away, because on some levels it's probably the downward move is going to be exacerbated by the fact that it's a double top here. So market breaking out and it's failing the highs. I think this would be enough that you can call it failing that high break at 250. But you've got both the 50 and the 200 period just sitting right here for a post-earnings support level. And it's down to the 205 area with some support at 200. So this really has the feel of you give it till mid next week. If we're holding that 200 to 205 area, okay, then there might be a nice little bounce in here. Let it digest. This is probably shocking price action. If we had done a poll and we didn't do one on this, like if you'd done a poll last night and you were trying to figure out which name was going to be down 15%, I'm sure Trade Desk would have got a lot of votes. I'm fairly certain. I bet you Coinbase would have got more votes than Cloudflare. So it's probably a little bit surprising. I don't want to touch this one today. I just feel like there's going to be way too much. This feels like a choppy mess. Just out of before we go back, it just hit 920, and this might come in. But SLV, silver, I like silver today, and it's already pulling back, but it's the resistance in the afternoon that I want to play off of. Like, it just bounced. I actually had this long, and it just couldn't get past 72.5. So SLV, if we do another leg down, I want to be buying some dips into there. That could happen right quick. Only 8 or 9 minutes to go till the open. But yeah, just disappointing for Cloudflare, but give it a couple of days. I think by next week we'll have some clarity on this, and it was a good story before. I don't think it's really this bad. That 200 level looks good.
Yeah, I mean, just one over Cloudflare. I mean, we definitely like that one. I was just going to go over and quickly look at DraftKings, another name that did report their nice little upside play for DraftKings. And we said yesterday that they had now a annualized run rate of $100 million on their prediction markets for sports. So I think that that's going to be a good thing there. I still think that there's going to be some sort of a legal fight between, Kalshi, Polymarket, and these names, where it's not fair that, DraftKings people that are over there have to pay taxes and everything on their winning, and all their bets are registered and so on and so forth. And I think that's the way gambling. I mean, look, I still like to make my bets with Tony in the back alley, but, at the end of the day, this is, for some people it's a business. So, we'll wait to see what's happening here with DraftKings and moving forward. I mean, just be able to sit at home, open up an app, and start to make some bets. That's why Kalshi and Polymarket and all that are starting to pop off. I just wonder about the legal sort of headwinds for the prediction markets, which would potentially be tailwinds for names that are already registered like DraftKings, right? I mean, they're still waiting for California and Texas and all that to come on board. Those are two huge markets. Florida, I believe, as well. Looking to get Flutter. That was another name. We did have their CEO step down the other day, too. So we could just see. Looks like DraftKings is trying to break out, which is why we're sort of showing that. So let's wait to see what winds up happening now. Iran's proposal to end the war is now under review, and Marco Rubio said there could possibly even be a deal today. I know it has nothing to do with DraftKings, but just watching out for the NASDAQ down here at VWAP. So we did get back we got stopped out of our queues there. We did buy it back, just thinking like, hey man, we're close enough to VWAP. Let's just wait this thing open up. If we break through 72.50, we can get out of this right off the open. But I still think the market does fly a little bit. We had a better than expected jobs report there, which started this move, and then I think it's just so easy to fade the moves. And like, even when that was happening, we said this is potentially going to come right back in. But it looks like we're trying to find some support now in the market. So we'll stick this long in and see what winds up happening at this open. All right, talk about getting something going here. It's Rocket Lab. Let's go find out how that report is sitting with investors.
Market trying to bounce here, trying to hold at least after that little bit of a pullback again on some Middle East headlines. But worth recapping. A lot of people just joining. Happy Friday if you are. Non-farm payrolls for April out this morning at 8:30, 123,000 on the private side of things, higher than expected than 75 up here. The headline number for April, 115 Again, the consensus just 62,000, so a good look. This entire line I mentioned right out of the gate this morning at 8 o'clock when we came on, the unemployment rate not even budging, and it hasn't for a couple of months now. 4.3%, still holding very nicely. So overall, the market liking that, back to the highs here, but we are giving a little bit back on some Middle East jitters, as you might want to call them, going into the weekend here with love taps continuing, as President Trump referred to them as overnight.
Yeah, that truth yesterday that came out late was lengthy and made me chuckle a little bit. But let's talk a little Rocket Labs, guys, because this was a good report. 3 points I want to point out here. This is no longer just a rocket company putting things into space. They are now a space system. What does that mean? They manufacture satellites and components, and that now accounts for 68% of their total revenue, with that segment growing 57% year over year. And it has significantly higher margins than the launch side of their business. Good look. And remember that Neutron rocket that they were talking about? Well, the media focused on, the little sound bites that they had, but the company actually booked a block sale of 5 dedicated Neutron launches to what they're calling a confidential commercial customer. We'll have to see whether that jives or what, but this is a massive validation of the rocket before it's even flown. So good look there. Last but not least, Brendo, we know that Rocket Labs was selected by the Department of War for the Golden Dome space-based interceptor program. The dollar amount coming from the Department of War is small, but that puts them on a short list of possible contractors and opens them up for maybe future contracts as well.
Government contracts, anyone? This thing's been an absolute monster since the middle of last year. If you zoom way, way out, continues. I mean, we're still holding in the middle of the range here this morning, even with this move. Keep in mind, 10 a.m. this morning, Michigan consumer sentiment, inflation data in that, guys. Good luck.
Absolute monster. I mean, or it's just been an absolute rocket ship to the upside. We could also say that about Rocket Labs. Like, why not, man? That one just, it's out there. You just tap it in, just tap, go to your home. That's what it's all about. Like, the breakout is seeming a little bit less likely with the pullback in the market. It was about 86.7 here, 86.70. For Rocket Labs, and there's an 83 level, which does sit out as support, which I do like. We just had imbalances hit. There's nothing crazy. IBIT to sell, though, 650,000 on IBIT. Just relative weakness in crypto the last couple days. I think it's just the 80,000 level that's been a problem here for IBIT. NVIDIA, very small buy of 180,000, and then SMR. That was an unexpected nothing burger, SMR.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
It's a weird one, man, because it's down 100, sorry. It's
down to 11.
It's got a sell balance of 180. But remember last night, and we were like, okay, this is SMR. If we open down here, you could get that test at $10, maybe we bounce at $10. Well, it's right back to where it was last night, and kind of a nothing burger, only down 3%. Mentioned silver. We talked NVIDIA, we've talked Tesla, pretty much gone over just about everything. One of the only names I'm even looking short is hopefully, I shouldn't say hopefully, I want the market to go up, but if we do pop, I'll look to where the opening range was yesterday on BMNR, which is coinciding with the pre-market highs here. Just looking for that as a fade. Crypto just relatively weak, IBIT with a bit of a sell imbalance in there as well. So Rocket Labs, I don't know if we're gonna get that breakout today off the open. I think you're looking more at dip buys as we work our way into 9:30. I just realized we might have missed a couple of super chats in there.
Oh, wow.
I see one of them, and it's Syrian. I'm just going to throw this one up because I see it. I think there might have been another one. Did that not work? Oh, there we go. I feel like that's been slow this morning. Like I hit the button. But it's what do you think about? Oh, I need to refresh mine apparently. What do you think about AMD at the open? Rocket up or crash down? Well, I'm thinking dip and go on NVIDIA. But it doesn't matter what I think. AMD just spiked up at 20. I was about to tell you, I'm on NVIDIA, I'm looking dip, but that's going down a little bit, and AMD is going higher. So this one answers the question for you. My guess, it probably just had a small buy imbalance that paired off. Not that I see it. But AMD has been an absolute rocket to the upside. But I would have been looking for dips into these levels here. But the imbalance probably taking this one up. But I'm looking at AMD or NVIDIA today, not AMD.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Sean, what do you think about Toast? Yeah, I don't think the stock is Toast. I know Josh Brown there likes this stock, which makes me a little nervous. But TOST here, yeah, I mean, it's a good name. I think there's a lot of restaurants and everything using it as we start talking more. I mean, I don't know. I guess they reported down 14%. Yeah, so we'll get those numbers. Maybe Dara's in the back there telling me that they did have a report coming through. We still have a minute to go. We can talk about this, Dara, once the market opens. But it's we've seen weakness in Wendy's. We talked about that. We talked about McDonald's yesterday. So I just don't know how many people are right now out and about at some of the restaurants here. But we can watch out for Toast. I do think the order system, making it more efficient for businesses. And I'd just like to hear about what their growth rate was like, because again, it's a software play. So you need to keep adding those customers year over year. So we'll find out about that report on Toast. But it's kind of like daily active users when you're talking about Snapchat or Roblox or things like that. As long as it's a software and it's a service, it's going to get hit. And right now, that's kind of like what's been happening right now. Okay, man, CoreWeave just went for a dump as well. So we're going to be excited to see that down to 118. So this was a level that I had written down as a watch out level there on the sticky note, which is now out. Only 10 seconds to go. Here comes CoreWeave, just dumping into 118 right now. So, all right, brought to you by Origenics. I want to thank them for the opening bell. But here we go, ready to rock and roll on a Friday. Hope everyone's having a great day today, as I'm sure many of you are. So we're going to get ready to see what we can do with this. But right now, just long the market. It's going for a little bit of a dip down here. I'm going to get out of this at 72.50 if it does wind up breaking that. Just a little back and forth action here early. Tesla 412 is something that we're looking out for. But that's, wow. Tesla was just at 415. Now it's at 420 already. So bye-bye Tesla.
Wow,
upside right here.
Not even close to a dip buy on Tesla.
Not yet.
That's how they do sometimes.
Oh, CoreWeave just ripped. Oh my God.
No way.
Right off that 118. Well, 123 CoreWeave right there. Wow. We had written down 118, man, on the note, but it came too early, and there it goes upside for
Same move in
CoreWeave.
trade desk too.
Oh man, yeah. So they are coming in to buy everything right now. Watch out for the Nasdaq starting to go. Nasdaq up 138 points, up 0.7. There goes CoreWeave right off that 118. We like that level a lot. It's gone already with Tesla. We could check if we're running after IREN or not, because that name making a little different of a move there. Not doing CoreWeave style is IREN. We'll see if it pulls back a bit.
Yeah, Apple just broke. That actually ticked close to its all-time high. Almost everything just immediately jumping off of the open. So forget about the dip buy down at 72.5. If we're just going to hold higher lows, then I'm going to buy the first available dip that we can get in SLV. That looks like it's going to be around the volume-weighted average price. So just going to pop into that. We talked about USO. There was a tit for tat back and forth, blah, 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 those headlines coming through. But you actually have oil breaking the low to start the day, which is also adding fuel to the fire. So Tesla gone, NVIDIA gone. Whoops, that's not Amex. NVIDIA, well, maybe not gone. NVIDIA broke the high, but is starting to tick in a little bit back here. Still haven't got picked up in silver yet, but that could potentially give us a chance at that volume-weighted average price. And one more for if we'll go back over to Sean. Coinbase through the low of the day and not breaking higher because crypto is actually broke the low.
Oh, no, did it? Oh, yeah, 79, yeah.
So it looks like we're still in a bit of a weak market for crypto.
All right, we went bang, 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 bang. We went shopping there on the NASDAQ and found a little bit there. We get some out at VWAP at 73. Once it breaks 73, we waited for it to break 73.05 right there, and we punched a little bit more long. Unfortunately, when we punched 05s, we got 10s. There. So I did put an aggressive market limit order upside right there, but it is your chicken dinner winner to start the day here on the market. So yeah, so far so good to get some offers here at 30s. Oh, we just get, nope, we're offering 29s right there. We'll see if we can get that one more tick higher. We get a little bit of a take right there. Almost. Anyways, we're going to stay long on the futures. It's bye-bye. Just heard you say Rocket Labs, but there goes Tesla through 420, but pulling back just a little bit off of that. And then it's like you can't keep CoreWeave down, I don't think. But there it is. Right back in again, 118. So watch out now for that level. I thought it was still ripping when I brought that up, but bouncing downside now is CoreWeave. Why can't I get that 79, that 29 fill there? I'm going to just offer some at 25s here. Oh, there we go. We get that at least. All right. So that's a TQs only in that position right now. The other ones I was looking at was IREN there if it dipped down, and then CoreWeave at its current price. So let's give CoreWeave a minute, see if it does want to deal with this 118. It looks like it was hot early, but now with this drop, it might not be. So we're going to take it easy right now. People saying Micron gone right now.
Everything's gone. No, I was just saying.
Is NVIDIA gone as well?
The only place I'm actually bidding actively is SLV to try to get that early, just like the last couple of days. But look at Rocket Lab go. Forget about it. And it broke, and there was, it was at 88. in a heartbeat. Kind of was gonna make a DeLorean joke, but you get the idea. It's almost at $90 now. Rocket Lab absolutely flying. Nvidia is at least chopping up a little bit at the 215. Don't like it for a 15 break on a Friday because that's an optionable level, but let's look for a false break of the high and a pullback into the prior day high. At least that's what I'm going to look for. They're Apple gone, Tesla. Are you kidding me?
What's up with Uber? Uber's getting absolutely spanked. There has to be some sort of news on Uber right now. Yeah, Uber is straight down. It's so funny because like when this was $80, I was like, nah, man, we don't like this stock. We got to get out of it. Now it's 75, and we're still holding it. So there goes Uber all the way down to $75, and $2 straight downside on Uber, down 2%, Adara?
Not seeing anything yet. Could be Lyft sympathy because Lyft had earnings, but Lyft's not either. I'm not seeing anything on Uber if that changes.
Okay. Yeah, so look, man, as Apple,
not that much.
As Apple keeps on going higher, man, we're in the futures, and the futures is a bang, 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 bang trade right now with the TQs as that keeps on going higher there. It's too bad we got stopped out a little bit there early on. Oh, wow, here we go, man. All right. Sounds like a broken record, but we just did it again there. Let's see if we can hold our nets today. But there it goes right up into 73.50. We got stopped out there. We bought it back, realizing that was VWAP, and then right back upside now as we, celebrate that jobs number and a good Friday here. Now up 1%. Let's see if we can climb even further on this one. Stopping out probably around that $73 mark now that we see this, but it's only 5 minutes in. So, I'm actually out of half of it. Let's see if we can continue to roll higher right now. And I noticed like yesterday, I don't get out enough like at the very, very top. So that's what we've been doing right here, like just trying to get some out 30s, 40s, and then now wait to see if we can have that one dream position come through for us. And Apple and Nvidia, I think, if we're going to think about long in the markets, these are names that we have to keep going back to. So let's see.
Nvidia did the false break.
Yeah, let's see if it can hold now.
Well, I put my offer out on BMNR. The market's at the highs, and that's actually at the lows, trying to get back to the upside. So it's probably the only thing that looks relatively weak is going to be crypto. But when I say false break, there's your 215 on Nvidia. It tagged 215.5, so looking for the pullback into prior high, which is going to coincide with VWAP. But don't want to get in on the down candle. Did that yesterday, like trying to buy the dip on the red. If we put in that pullback, allow it to do it, and then get into the long. Same thing with silver. Don't want to rush. If we're going to get a ridiculous day and we end up with like a 2% or like a 1 to 2% kind of day, then there's going to be opportunities to get back into it. So we're just going to wait for that. BMNR, which is still, crypto's still looking weak. That's not pulling up at all. If we're not pulling into VWAP, I might actually go for this one underneath the volume weighted average price because you're pressing the highs. And if you're pressing the highs, then I can get a consolidation level. If it doesn't break out, then I'm shorting what is weak, and we turn and we head to the low. So we're going to give it a relatively tight stop because I have to give it to this little 21.85 level here. But yeah, clearly relative weakness in crypto.
All right, we got out of our XYZ on a day like today. I told you we were at 76.75 there, so we just got that triggered out now of XYZ. We'll see if it keeps. Oh wow! Now we're starting to go, baby. Let's see what kind of we can have on here. We do have consumer sentiment coming out. There is a little bit of a number situation today, so we can go over and have a quick look at our watch list and see exactly what numbers are coming
Michigan
out.
At 10.
Yeah, Michigan at 10. And if you guys aren't part of the watch list, please get part of it immediately. Right now, there's a lot of work that's put into this, and and there's all the numbers right here, the economic events. We even have a little bit of pre-market talk on here as well. There's 8:30. There's all the expected, the priors, and then here we go. U of Michigan coming through, expected, the priors, and then also, anybody speaking today is always mentioned on here as well. And then these are the stocks, the stocks that reported today or that will be reporting today, and then it just goes with all of the stories here that you need to know. The Trade Desk, Tesla, Monster Beverage, we didn't even cover. There's Cloudflare, there's Block. But anyways, just something that I feel, very, very proud of, obviously, as our team works very hard on getting that watch. Just want to give a big shout out to Adara in the back there for that one again. So yeah, there it is, man. We did have a nice little move higher there. I'm going to take another opportunity to get some out here at 46s. We got a 58 there. So that was like, it's clear, it's basically blue skies right ahead. Like, there's nothing up here. The Nasdaq's at all-time highs, so is the TQQs. So we just have to hope that if it does have a pullback, we have our outs properly scheduled and we get some out on these moves higher. So far, so good. Adair's got something for us.
Yeah, what I have here is you asked about toast, and so I delivered some toast here. So here's some toast. Toast not too toasted in terms of the numbers, though it is down on the day, obviously, as you can see here. TOST, 20 cents per share versus 15 cents expected. Sales, very, very slight beat, like literally squint beat here. 1.63 billion versus 1.629 billion. That's toast, and we're going to go back to the guys who are not toast.
I love toast. Not the company. But sometimes, you just got to rock it out, get some good jam. Fresh, homemade jam is where it's at. So the market's at the highs. Bitcoin's at 79. ETH probably down. I don't know. So I'm in BM&R. We took it with a relatively tighter stop. But if we press the low of the day, I want this to gap fill. Because if the NASDAQ were to turn here, what is weak gets weaker. But we do get this dip. There's some things we want to look for some dip buys. And one of them is starting to come in here. And that would be SLV. So first time we're getting a bit of a dip in silver. I can forget about pre-market low.
Oh my God.
Got to look at VWAP in here on SLV. Wow, you're out and about. What's the all-time high in NVIDIA?
I don't know, but I'll check in a minute. But we have all-time highs right now. I mean, I was just, like I got out of XYZ and I wanted to buy Corning was the next sort of one to buy for me. And yeah, okay, Corning, 186. Hello, right there, Corning absolutely crushing right now, up 7%. IREN coming back into $61.
Whoa.
This is something here, yeah.
Why is that so?
IREN really coming back in right now. I don't know if CoreWeave is also having this happen to it right now, but here comes IREN. Difficult one to watch out for because you were up double digits there, now pulling back into 61. We did say that we may try a little bit of a dance here, so let's try it right now at 61 flat. We'll get a little bit of this, but hey man, if we break below $60, it's an easy way to stop out of this one. So we'll go 59.99. We'll put a stop order out on this one, and hopefully we're lucky enough to not have to get hit out on this trade. But so far, we're into IREN and we're into the futures. So 2 trades right now, and if you guys are following me, thank you. If not, that's cool too. We did have a good video yesterday. We could put that out about Neil and I. Thanks, Shermeen, for this very flattering picture. That's absolutely amazing. And then we will also talk about IREN. There it is, $61. So we're in it right now. It's a decent trade. It's now almost $1 in the money as it's back up to $62. We'll take a piece out there and see if it can fly. I like that CoreWeave at 118, but again, I don't even want to stand in front of a falling knife on IREN. It's just the fact that it was 10 minutes in that we take it. There's the cues. We talked about that. We're long 73. Tesla didn't come into 412. So those are the ideas that we had there today. We didn't get anything out on IREN. It just ripped up into 62 as we were discussing that, but it's not a huge position here on earnings. I think the best way to play earnings sometimes is just wait even longer than where we are right now. And we say, oh, there it is. So there's the fill lower. So you guys know where we're stopping out on this one, man. A break of 60 looks like that's pretty imminent at this point. So watch out here as we have IREN on a dip buy, just watching out for a key level of 60. I could see it break and fake,
Oil's
Yeah, oil's at VWAP. Okay, so I could see this name hitting 60 and then ripping right back up after it doesn't continue to tank, but I'm not willing to take that risk. So if this name does fall through $60, we're out of this name, IREN. We only have half a unit. So we had 4 units on the TQQ trade.
And just quickly, we are right back into it is VWAP, but it's also where we broke down on USO, right? So support was here at 133. You're working into it, and it looks like it's rejected.
Oh, buy futures.
I'm buying into this on the way down on SLV. I do need to think about where we're getting out here on BM&R, because it's not like we're not breaking any lower. And as much as I like the fact that it is relatively weak, we ended up selling this way off of, we chased the move down. And if we end up holding here, eventually, if the market just keeps on going, you gotta think that there will be some buys and I can get back in at a better price there on BM&R. And you gotta watch out. Bitcoin can't seem to break the 80,000 level, so we're in SLV. I thought maybe we'd be able to pick up a Tesla. Shoot, that was fast. All right, well, while I was over getting SLV and making a decision on BM&R, Tesla already off the volume weighted average price and gone. NVIDIA does not pull back into VWAP. There was pretty much nothing really doing there for a VWAP entry. And then the other name in the chip space we're looking for, as you can clearly tell, Intel has not had a red candle yet on the session. So if you're buying the dip in Intel, there is no dip to be bought, 5% and another ridiculous run here for INTC.
Okay.
That stock is redundant.
CoreWeave did, IREN did fall out through now through 59, down through 60 into 59.50 right now. But like I said, that's why I feel like, and we talked about it yesterday about position sizing, and it's just like, this is why it means everything. It's we literally had 3 or 4 units on this. I think it was 3.5 units by the time we punched in versus half a unit there on IREN, right? And so there we go, really nice upside play here for the NASDAQ as it just keeps on going. Might as well take some more out here, up 1.09 near the highs of the day. So there it goes, man. IREN TQ's upside. I'm still going to try a 61 break, but it needs to break this time. So if it does go back up through, we'll play the momentum back through IREN one more time, and we'll try another half unit if it does break through $61, and we'll see if we can. And it's not a revenge trade. We'll just see if we can get it back because I do like that level. I thought, anyways, right into there. Maybe 59 winds up holding. But anyways, IREN on one right now. Your name Google, we looked at that earlier
that
there
was
as well. I
disappointing.
mean, yeah, now it's coming up. Looks like it wants to break $400 right now. Great dip buy opportunity. Here we go, man. Yeah, breaking 400 would be real nice because that should spike the futures just a little bit as well. So here we go, man. Nice move there for Google today on the back end of that trade. So that looked like that was a great one down there as well. We'll see IREN's trying to hold $60 now, so we'll continue to watch out for that one. Yeah, Google, great. Great call out on that. Okay, there. Wow. I mean, you want to talk about the trade of the day right here. This for me is just wow. There goes the NASDAQ, man. Nothing but love back there to the upside. We wrote it down, $73. So that's your Dollar Club member early right now on the NASDAQ. I have no problem getting these early goals. It's what I do after this that's the problem. So here we go, man. Nice upside. I'm trying to make more, so just letting you guys know that this is what we talk about when I say part-time trading, and there it goes. Here goes IREN. So we're back into it. Let's see what winds up happening now if we do get a nice little upside push on IREN. Here we go. Let's take some out here. 25 cents, 30 cents in the money now on IREN. Maybe that was the dip buy opportunity that everyone needed down there at 59. But wow, man, it is a monster right now as the NASDAQ up now 1.25 percentage points and starting to go. Google 400 coming pretty soon. There goes IREN back downside again.
Google's about to break 400 here.
All right, go for it, man. Silver and BMNR over there. Yo, what's up, Randy? He's doing well. You feeling okay? You know today's Friday, right? Yeah. Oh my God, this guy's got cookies over here. Okay. We just don't see Randy.
I thought that was a quesadilla.
We just don't see. There's no more quesadillas left, I don't think.
No.
We're not used to seeing you here on Fridays, Randy. It's good to have you, man. That is for sure. Okay, so just in and out of IREN. Let's go over to Neil because you guys see what I'm doing, man, and we're putting those numbers up again.
So I'm looking for this out here in BMNR. We're still headed downside. Low of the day as crypto falls and whatever. It's what's happening. It doesn't have to make any sense. I actually don't think this makes a ton of sense. I'll check in on what the U.S. dollar is doing. But last I checked, it wasn't doing anything too crazy. But with the market pressing through 29, we're now at the next level. So I'm going to throw in a trailing stop here to just make sure we get what we get. Do not want this to start following the overall market. Because if it does, like you do a V shape on these bad boys and it could get pretty nasty pretty quick. And following along with what ETH is doing here, load. You've already made a low on ETH, which BMNR is, of course, an ETH derivative. So if we're not making fresh lows there, I do want to make sure we try to grab the profit that we can. SLV is just holding. Silver. Like, we're just holding VWAP, and I'm waiting for the high of the day. Like, I'm looking high of the day, and then I'm looking yesterday's highs. Pretty simple with SLV. I think we can do. We did this the last 2 days in a row, where it just bounces off of VWAP. We get to the high, and then you hold it. There was an abrupt turn at about 11 o'clock, but that was more market related than anything else. So yeah, the trend is your friend until the end, and market going higher. I think eventually you got to get out of that short though on BMNR, even if it works. I can't see it following all the way through with all this strength.
So oh man, we've done really well on this NASDAQ trade, and I just don't, I'm starting to think about not holding this, if this breaks 60 again on IREN. We had two decent outs in the 30s, 135 and 130 flat up there, but it doesn't really want to work out, and I always feel bad when I taking shots on things, especially like I've never traded IRAM before. And then, we really do what we do best, and that is going right back into the futures, and we trade that one. So I don't want to give back too much here. Again, we did take another half unit, so it looks like we'll lose on this one. So lost on the first half, another half, still totals 1 unit there on the downside. So, all right, our entries are spectacular. Okay, well, thank you for that. I definitely appreciate all that kind of talk. I mean, I'm trying to prove it every day to you guys. Talk about it, levels, feel free. Your entries are spectacular, talk about it, levels, feel. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that what you want to do is why we put out this sticky note is to try to find some levels right there. And, it's tough on earnings. We've talked about that. And so there's another one on IREN. We'll go 0 for 2 on that and give back a little bit of what we've made here today. But I think if levels are fine, but it's also the macro story. We did have better than expected jobs numbers there today, so we do wind up holding out for this NASDAQ trade, and we just waited for it. It did break back down the low of the day there, of the pre-market, so I did stop out, but then once it was, I actually didn't even realize it was VWAP at the time. It wasn't VWAP, it was that low, so we wound up holding it. I did get back in a little bit, and then we punched right there when we took the 50 period back there to the upside, just simply believing in the NASDAQ and the move today, right? And so, yeah, I mean, thank you for that comment. And, as we say, man, you can always ask us, and we even put up polls like, are you red, are you green, how's your day going? So, yeah, just hopefully you guys are sized appropriately. We did that lesson there yesterday, and anyone can find winners. It's how much risk are you putting on to those winners is what matters. Because, if I was getting smoked on these IRA, if I was putting the same amount of units on IRA that I was on the Qs, then it would be, a wash or down. So you got to be careful with what you're doing and just try to find the best opportunities for you. Everybody does trade differently. AMD's at 433. I sold some at 418.
Oh, forget that.
The other day. There goes AMD.
That's good.
Yeah, good thing we didn't sell too much of that. But there it goes, man. Up again. This Corning and this AMD. Hopefully Marvell. Well, Corning at least pulling back a little bit. Hopefully Marvell's also enjoying a nice little ride upside as well right now. So yeah, good. Up 3%, battling back from what it was doing yesterday. I still want to buy some IREN, so I don't know. I'm getting ready, thinking about this one at the lows here.
Strengthen all of the chip names. NVIDIA's up 2.5 points, 217. ARM, though, if you're waiting for dip buys at 200, another day, another fail, because that's now back higher, up 2.5 points. Micron, everybody. Oh, no. Micron's stuck to this low. There we go. Yeah, so about that. 8% up on Micron. You think the memory space is doing okay?
Yeah.
I'd say so. 6% on SanDisk. Come on.
Come on, SanDisk.
8%, and you're only going to go 6? Yeah, that's ridiculous. You know what? I feel like it's once again happened again. I'm chasing the move down in BM&R. I basically waited for the first green candle to short it, and that was the only reason. I liked it for the short side. The market's going up and it's going down, so it's relatively weak. So it checked 2 boxes. Then I see the market breaking out the top, and I'm like, okay. We caught a bit of a bid in ETH. Market broke the high. Let's trail out of this one. And, of course, it continues to go lower. So it's defying a bit of logic to me, the weakness that we're getting. But it's there. So I'll look for another re-entry in that. SLV is continuing to go higher. Tesla, I don't know.
Is Tesla still going?
I think Tesla 425 just hit in here. So there might be a chance. We missed VWAP the first time while looking at other things. If it comes back into VWAP, maybe we can try that again. Oh, and DraftKings, that's a name. That's one name that we've been looking at this morning. So, yeah, fail. Doesn't hold VWAP. So much respect for VWAP in the pre-market. There has not been a green candle since it failed the volume weighted average price. So this ends up being a bit of a nothing burger on DraftKings for now. Maybe we look back at that one a little bit later and we're able to find an entry, find some levels. I like the quarter. We like the report. I like the report and I like the quarter on a firm, but I couldn't find a trade there either. Sometimes, it can look good, but there's no actual long entry right now in DraftKings. So I want to reload silver if we get more at the volume weighted average price. It's got an upward trend. Break out the high. See if you can't get SLV. See if you can't get into the 74.20 level. So still staying long. Want to buy dips if we can get them in Tesla and silver and short pops in crypto. Not really doing anything incredibly different. Let us know what other names you guys are looking at.
Yeah, always looking.
Because so far so good. Both we've been in have worked. Just wish we'd been able to pick up that Tesla.
Oh man, yeah, Tesla was the #1 idea, but no dip buy opportunity there, and I didn't want to chase it. So yeah, congratulations to everybody that's been on that name there today. And if you've been on the futures as well as NVIDIA, you know, I'm fine missing NVIDIA because we have the NASDAQ, but look at NVIDIA right now. I mean, Tesla's been great, but NVIDIA is also, I mean, 213 right there off your 200 period moving average, and kaboom, right there to the upside. We'll have to wait to see what winds up happening now with NVDA. Okay, now we've got a little bit back on here we didn't get out of everything. We bought some 59 dip buy opportunities there on IREN. So let's see how much this one wants to sort of appreciate back. Maybe it's sort of been washed a little bit to the downside now on IREN. It's, you know, good name, good power name. We saw what's been happening here in the space today. Maybe because of earnings, we're seeing obviously a downside push there in IREN. We're also seeing it in CoreWeave down there to 114 right now. So some of these names that had reported last night, not really seeing the light of day right now. So we're gonna have to just hold out that maybe that does wind up happening. Good out there as the market's pulling back just a bit. Here, maybe it's getting a little tired, up 1.3% into a Friday. Could be something to look at. You know, we talked about the data space. I mean, I really like this name here, man. I really like Amazon. And wow, that went down to 270. Okay, I got to figure out where my buys orders are. I thought we were around this 250 area, so we're nowhere near it. But there it goes, trying to go right back up to the top side again goes Amazon, looking to break out now through all of these levels, man. They just keep on going. All right, what's up, Frankie there in the chat? I'll put that out right now. Yeah, no, we're not. I mean,
Rizzo.
Look, man, I don't think we're good enough for anybody to actually worry about hedge funds or anybody doing anything to us right here. So if they do trade against us, that's completely fine. I mean, we have a lot of times people do that, right? I mean, you know, everybody here has different strategies and different share sizes and everything. We're not going to get wiped out if something dramatically went against us. We also have stop orders and everything. So I do know, like, I get people messaging me all the time that are in the business, that are watching and everything. So we just want to thank them for watching and continue to come on board. And they know how hard it is to trade. So, you know, a lot of them actually respecting some of the things that we've been doing, right? That's why we have such great guests on all the time. You know, they know that we're the real deal here anyways. And so we're trying to do the best and educate, inform, and just try to have some good fun with everybody here. And we're definitely feel like we're doing that every day. I mean, we have multiple dollars right now in the portfolio. We got $1.13 now on the Qs and $1 on IREN. So yeah, man, everything's kosher around here, that's for sure. Let's just let this market continue to hopefully mature upside there. And you know, the long-term portfolios, once again, another great day to check them, especially if you're in big caps, as the Nasdaq's up 1.3%, and so is the ES up 0.6. So obviously the day's being carried by some of these, you know, heavyweights that are coming through here again. And it's something like, I forget what percent of the S&P 500 is these top 6-7 names. But Microsoft, actually, they're not helping the market at all. Down today on worries, right? Was Broadcom and Microsoft talking about trying to get their deal together here to fund some of these data center build out, right?
But it's not just them. It's actually
14 Oracle.
Meta's down at the low of the day as well. So you're seeing a few other Mag 7 names looking weak. Greg with the super chat. Greg for the win. Okay.
Yeah, we like Greg. Thank you, Greg.
Rocket Lab 90, 41 and 94. Wasn't even watching Rocket Lab. Anyhow, Rocket Lab.
Yeah.
Anyhow, got to share the wealth and treat the staff good. We should be doing the burgers on Friday.
Ben, it's up to you.
On the West Coast. Well, no, it's because we're waiting for Sia.
Yeah, when she comes back.
When the whole thing with the burgers is for Sia. She's never had a burger before, she says.
Which she has, of course.
Which, of course, she has. But thank you so much. Appreciate you from the West Coast.
Yeah, man.
Vancouver.
Sick. Thank you so much, Greg.
It's got to be Gulf weather out there. I'm sure it's not nice and warm. You probably get a heck of a lot more rain. Appreciate you, Greg. There was another super chat that I wanted to throw up as well, and thank you for that one, Greg. We appreciate all of the super chats. Adam James abroad. SoFi, you suck. Dead money. Happy Friday, y'all. Really? SoFi again, huh? Well, you know what? Coin is down. Of bad earnings. Crypto's pretty weak today. Everyone's going into tech, so I don't know what to tell you. It just has not been good for this post-earning. Look, I still own SoFi. Like, I dip-bought Robinhood, not SoFi, but I don't think it necessarily matters which one. Doesn't look very good. Maybe you can hold this 15 level.
Wow, SoFi's getting crushed.
Maybe you can hold the 15 level. That's the best I can give you. It hasn't really caught a bid since the earnings. This is a wait, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what else you do with that stock at this point. It's not its time yet. I think it'll be fine in the long term, but maybe we have a little bit more of a downtrend to sit through. I think the low teens for sure. Like I'm looking at the 12, 13. If we get down there, then I'm DCAing. I'm not DCAing here. I'm waiting for another leg down at this point.
All right, what's up, Gwarev? Looking to buy some Apple. Okay, we can, let's have a look at that, Gwarev. I know you rode some pretty sweet trades with me yesterday there, so shout out to you, Gwarev. Thanks for bringing all this up again. Yeah, look, I mean, all these names flying, right? So we're going to try to hold on to our NASDAQ right now. And yeah, I think you and I are probably looking at the same levels, man. I mean, this 290, 250, something into there, into VWAP. I'm a little bit like, I don't know, like I'm starting to get out. I mean, we only have about a third left of this Q's position. I'm actually going to take a piece out here as we're basically at the highs again of the NASDAQ. I'm just getting nervous, you know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. You know, it's near the highs. We're bouncing around right now on the Q's. You know, I'm so glad that a lot of you guys are sort of giving me the screws yesterday and saying like, why the hell am I not trading the futures more? You guys have seen so many trades go through on this that have been successful. So thank you so much for reminding me to get back into, once again, my favorite graphic, back into the futures there. And it's now obviously leading the way once again here today. So, all right, Adara with numbers in 20 seconds. Let's go. University of Michigan. We're both double barrel long. I am IREN and the Qs. Neil's got silver long. Let's go find out what these numbers are all about.
In just 15 seconds here, now 10 seconds, we're going to get University of Michigan consumer sentiment. 49.5 is the forecast, 49.8 prior print. We're also going to get 1-year and 5-year inflation expectations. So we're expecting these numbers at any moment. University of Michigan consumer sentiment, 48.2. So that's going to be a little bit below what we were expecting here, 49.5. 5-year inflation expectations coming out here at 3.4, below estimates of 3.5. 1-year inflation expectation, 4.5% versus 4.8% expected. So basically here, consumers looking a little bit less enthusiastic, but they are expecting inflation to be lower than they were previously. So kind of a mixed number here. NASDAQ right now falling a little bit as the initial reaction to that print, but you can take a look at the SPY reacting pretty similarly here. Overall, though, great market move, and you cannot say that it's not being led here by tech, because it certainly is. Here is MU pushing to the upside. Micron strong, SanDisk strong. A lot of these other chip-related names and AI-related names are strong. We talked about Google earlier today, now wrestling with that $400 level. So there's a lot of tech in focus, and the other story on watch, of course, continues to be earnings plays. DraftKings on watch here. They did have EPS beat, sales basically in line. They reaffirmed their guidance for fiscal 26. We had the likes of Coinbase, Cloudflare, Wendy's, IREN also reporting. So tons of stories on watch here. So stick with us all day, every day, as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
There, market actually pulling back on that number a little bit. But without the market making fresh highs, I guess we're not going to get the bounce yet in BMNR. I think I just have to be patient with this one. Market's not strong enough to lift the crypto market. And if we bounce off the lows, that'll give a chance, I think, to get in at the volume weighted average price. So it's about 2175. Still tracking what's going on in Bitcoin. I think it's just the 80,000 level on BTC, and ETH having some trouble going any higher. So we've got to be patient, got to wait for that one to come back in. NVIDIA is pulling back off of the highs. I don't want to say pulling back into VWAP because that hasn't really manifested yet. And finally, DraftKings is starting to catch a bid. So it did a huge trend break just now. It's not going to be at VWAP, not ideal. I would like to see it holding that level, but obviously it's broken the trend. As long as we can hold this candle above 26, I want to look for a play into the volume weighted average price here for DraftKings. It's still up 4%. That's relative weakness so far this morning on DraftKings. Good report, but some profit taking coming in here on this particular name, and this is definitely a bottom pick. Like, look at the stock. It's only now breaking out on the daily. Almost an enticing swing, too, when you look at that DraftKings daily chart. If it can hold, if we close, I should say, if we open up on Monday and we're still above $26, I like that one. You go 50 period to the 200 period hold.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly why we keep talking about DraftKings. We even talked about that last night there as a breakout trade long. I still think there's more, hopefully more tailwinds than headwinds on that name. Okay, NASDAQ right now, all-time highs. We're long. It's an absolute monster trade right there. And then IREN is now $1.50 in the money, and we just missed that $62 mark. So we're going to sit up there and see if we can get 62 bucks right now on IREN. We've lost on this name, so we're trying to see if it wants to just bounce around a little bit here and hopefully just keep edging a little higher. Maybe we can get up into VWAP one more time as we try to hold on to this long. I still have more than half of this second long or third long, I guess, on board right now on IREN, and it just touched out into 62 bucks. Really waiting for 62.50 to come in. So far so good there. And yeah, man, everybody telling me to, as I like to say around here, I think it used to be Neil's saying, but now I hear Sharif in it all the time, this wet your beak nonsense. There it goes up 4% right now. Is Tesla. We had that thing you had that dip down. Wasn't that yours before you even?
No.
Was even here before?
No, I said it. I said it.
Didn't we have that graphic?
We had the graphic. The Homer Simpson
It was made for when Sharif and I were on the midday in 2024.
Yeah, okay, so it's Sharif's fault. All right, so here we go, man. $430 right there for Tesla, man. I mean, we wrote this thing down at 412. It only got into 415, and we should have. That's the problem when I write this note down, right? I mean, we're using the 200 period moving average, but it's I got to write it closer to the open, just trying to get it out for you guys again. But all right, so we only have a very small piece left now on the TQs. Let's call it 15% there. Let's call it half on IREN because, yeah, buddy, the money trade just comes in right there again. So there goes IREN, new highs of the morning here for IREN. Only saying that because we just dripped right in all morning there. Obviously, the highs are 66 bucks, but let's see. Thank you so much, Randy, for yet again another reload. Very, very impressive. Thank you, Randy, for that. I like you here on Fridays. Okay, yeah, it's really just been a happy, joy kind of a day. So let's just not change that right here. Make sure that we are able to get out of these moves when they're a little higher. So we'll take another piece out here at 50 and get a little less on what we're doing. Intel's highs, Google's starting to rip through and now as well. There's Intel all-time highs of 116 today. Wow, selling some at 90, not a good move. But there it goes all the way to the upside. Selling some AMD at 418 also.
Profit taking anywhere.
Not a good move. Yeah, I mean, I take profits all the time.
Curious.
So you just look over and you look back and say, wow, left a couple of dollars on the table always. Okay, so Oracle going. Corning, I mean, this is the name that I had sold some shares this morning. I told you we got out of block and everything, and I was really hoping to put that money into something like this. Now I just have to maybe put it into IREN. So IREN just hovering around right now. This should be a good trade for us as well. We wrote down long 61s. It does dip into 59 there, where you get stopped out, buy it back, and now it's nothing but love to the upside here. So yeah, man. So far so good over here. I was just saying to the guys, I can easily make certain numbers here, but the numbers that I'm making are just the goal easy. Like it's not enough to actually, even for myself, like consider being like a successful day trader as a job. I'm just trying to put up numbers that, just line the pockets a little bit here and trying to show you guys that if you can lever up and use more shares, this is kind of the stuff that you can do, right? So trying to make a living trading is definitely hard, and sometimes you take those baths, but for right now, everything's working out on a day like today, especially when it's risk on, right? All the ideas we had were longs. IREN now. I'm going to take a piece out at 62 just in case, and then we'll wait. We're getting closer and closer to VWAP. Maybe now we'll just wait out for 62.75 or so, and then see if that one wants to continue to go a little bit higher. But yeah, all is good over here. We talked about Rivian a little bit earlier. That could be a look. I mean, if Tesla's ripping up, maybe there's some love here for Rivian today. We just had Randy here, and I was even saying, like, even Randy doesn't want to buy Rivian at these prices. So I'm going to hold out that he knows what he's talking about and wants this name back down near 10 or 11 bucks. So if he has patience with it and, he knows smartest guy about cars around here. I'm going to wait for these levels. He said 1020, so I mean, he's looking.
Why 1020?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to find it out. I guess that's right here. That's this low right into there. So I think he's talking about 1020 back near the tariff lows would be one of my guesses there. So yeah, shout out to you, Randy. Looks like you might be right. Waiting for a lower price here on Rivian, down 2% today in a market that's up 1.5. So
yeah, and guess what? We just lost to, so back into BM&R for the short side, but you just lost VWAP here on SLV for the first time of the day. I don't want this to be like yesterday, but I don't think this is like yesterday. The market's a little bit stronger, so if it does regain the volume weighted average price or hold a double bottom, like down in here at 73, I don't mind jumping back into it. But I'm back into BM&R. DraftKings, I like taking the shot there. I do like it a bit better had we been to the volume weighted average price, but DKNG didn't quite get there. So we grabbed it on a trend break, but you know me with the trend break, I'm usually gonna have a pretty tight stop. I'm looking to make, for minute 15, and I'm looking to get to VWAP. It's about 35 cents, so I really only want to risk about 15 in that particular spot, so I can't give it to the low of the day there in DKNG. It's one I want to give a couple of shots. But BM&R did come back into the short. It's the only place I was looking for the south side of a trade is because crypto looks incredibly weak. But we are going to go to my left.
Yeah. And if you're taking $3 a trade like you are, like I am on IREN, then why not join Trade the Pool, man? That's the reality for most traders. Capital can sometimes be a constraint. Trade the Pool changes that. Step into the U.S. equity markets with up to $200,000 in buying power without committing your own capital. Full access to stocks and ETFs, both long and short. Execution with precision and freedom, and freedom that serious traders expect. Your performance is measured by one standard: discipline, risk management, and consistent execution. Meet that standard and operate at scale. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys every day. No subscriptions, no ongoing obligations, just a clear path forward. For those ready to trade beyond your limitations, this is the next level. Visit tradethepool.com, one word, and when you sign up, use Trader TV to get 10%. One word, Trader TV. And there it is right there, man. I mean, Q's mentioned at $73 on the note. IREN mentioned at $61 on the note. So here we go. Thank you, Ramin, for this, again, flattering picture. We like that. And then right into here, what we talk about every day. There's Tesla at 412. I should have wrote down 415. I'll have to maybe keep adjusting that as we go. There's TQs, man. We have that 73 break right there. So there's the trade right there to the upside on TQs. We have IREN. You can see right now, IREN's at $63. CoreWeave is the one trade that we could have gone there. We talked about support. It was not a lock and key at all. CoreWeave today just keeps on going down. So let's check it out, and we're going to go to Adair in 1 second. Okay, so it's still around that 118. Let's see what winds up happening with CoreWeave. Don't like it, though. We already dipped into 114. Maybe a buy for the long term. All right, Adair, how's your morning been going?
Morning's been good, thank you, Sean. If you're long USO, I suspect you've had a pretty good morning, too, because unfortunately we're hearing reports that there are, quote, sporadic crashes between Iranian armed forces and U.S. vessels in the Strait of Hormuz starting about an hour ago. This is being reported by Iranian state media, so do keep that in mind. But then we also have the U.S. military saying that they've disabled 2 ships. So both Iran and U.S. Government, I guess, sources saying here that there is a back and forth between the U.S. and Iran this morning. Back to you.
Sweet Christmas, Rocket Lab. Good to know. 25% up, but yeah, you just saw that spike in USO up at the top. We saw resistance on USO all day long at 136, or all afternoon long, I should say, 136 to 135.5. If we see the same thing start to form, I think there's a good opportunity to possibly fade anything that goes out of hand. I'm going to look at Boyle and, what's that other one? It's Battle. Yeah, that's the other one. It's Battle. Whoops. I hate that there's a Boyle.to. It's just really annoying that it actually exists, because then it comes down to my drop down. If we make the same high, and it's just the fact that usually nat gas weaker than oil, people ask why I trade this all the time, generally speaking, has been in a downward trend and weaker than oil futures. So when you get a top in one, it tends to hold much better in Boyle. So if I see us fail that high right now in USO, you're not even at the top here in Boyle, and I can short that instead. But if we are going to get weak because of that move up in oil, I'm back into BM&R, effectively where we had it off of the open. The same short as the open. like this range into the low of the day. But if we take out the 85, I want to jump away from that. And while we are dipping here, that brings to NVIDIA. Haven't been in NVIDIA today, but NVIDIA is bouncing off VWAP for the first time. It kind of took all morning, but it was a clean breakout trade. Wasn't looking breakout in NVIDIA. I actually like to dip into 210, which obviously, or 211 to 210 to 211. Obviously, you weren't going to get that. You had no chance to get that today on NVIDIA. There weren't a lot of dip buys to be had.
No, just only. I mean, the two names I'm in were good dip buys, but yeah, other than that, man. I mean, I also think
Tesla didn't dip either, so
no. Well, Tesla right off the open, it didn't dip, but it did come right into here, and it was at 9:15. That's the problem. So right there, boom. Just as Neil said, man, a lot of upside in today's market. I'm being very foolish and checking the long-term portfolio right now because we just saw what was going on there with Intel, and we see what's going on with AMD. We obviously, I think our largest holding is, we've talked about it, is either NVIDIA or Apple. It's one of the two for myself. It used to be Google, and then we sold some, so unfortunately for that. But yeah, Intel, just never thought we would have $100 per share on Intel, and it looks like that is
120
what's coming in. Well, yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, 117 right now coming into play for Intel. I'm so glad that we had Brian Shannon on, and when we were just making fun of that 20-year, I think it was 30-year VWAP, as yeah, we made a lot of fun of Intel shareholders, and it was hilarious for a time, and now it's hilarious if you're not in it, because I mean, it's just booming right now to the upside. Wow, just to even put like 20 or 30 grand in it down there, wow, you'd be pretty nice right there. Vacations for life now. And if you have IREN right now, you might have a vacation for life as well, as this is now $4 back up to the money. We've seen some great people talking in the chat. We want to, yeah, let's go, Joe. Joe, a trader very similar to me, man. We have a lot of similar traits on our trading. You can see, like, I'm just very specific, man. I'm only in two names here today, and it's, like I said to you guys before, it's really been working out for me. So you can always ask us about any of our trades and what we're in. You're long at 60-60? Okay, so close, Joe. So Joe's a dollar higher than me, but so far so good there, Joe. Joe's long $60.60 right now. So congratulations, Joe, man. You are one of us as well. There we go, man. David, thank you so much. Trader TV Appreciation Day. There we go, man. It's hard enough to make $100 around here. I told you that lots of times.
$100.
But there it is right there. Thank you so much for sending those through on Trader TV Appreciation Day on all sides of the screen. It's official holiday. Yeah, yeah, back and forth, man. Both sides of the screen, our side and your side. Glad that we're getting a lot of love today, you know, from you guys in the chat. And you know, what a great opportunity it's been. We had a great lesson yesterday. We continue to grow our team here, even though, you know, some of us aren't feeling that well. Still continue to come in every single day for you guys, put it out and put out these great opportunities. I'm away for a couple afternoons next week, and then I leave on Thursday to go to Minnesota. Yeah, we're in Minnesota, so
that's
really
right. Yeah,
and we're staying one night at the Mall of America, so that should be a lot of fun. We're ready to rock and roll.
That is the most like Manitoba sounding road trip ever, and
Yeah.
I love it. Like I remember going, like my sister went to Minnesota for Taekwondo. I went to Minnesota for dance. Like it's so Midwestern of you, Sean. I actually.
Yeah, I've never been there. I don't want to wear my Packers stuff.
Fun. No, don't do that. But have fun. Have fun at the Mall of America.
Yeah.
And
Or do wear your Packers stuff.
And it won't be, yeah, maybe, and it won't be a road trip. Of course, we're flying, so yeah, it's about 12 hours drive. Right there. There's Frank is in the building again. Oh my God, man, you guys are going crazy with us. Right now, another big dollar amount right there. Thank you so much to Big Frank there. Frank freaking Rizzo right now. Thank you so much, Frank. We really appreciate that. I mean, you're you know, on a day like today with the trades we're putting up, you know, it's going to be hard to wipe this smile off my face, but there it goes again. And there's another one. We got another one. It's Mr. Zinc, man. Coming through there. Thank you so much to Other Zinc there in the chat. It hasn't loaded on my page yet, but as soon as it does,
there's no message, so you have to
there's no message. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Neil will have that one.
Other Zinc right
Man,
here.
you guys are like throwing down some cash over here today.
And you know what I love about it too?
Starbucks for all.
Whether it's going good or bad. I mean, I'm having a positive month and positive week, but today is actually my worst morning. Easily. On Friday, it is what it is. But you know what? As long as the thing about trading is, as long as you try to keep your losers,
that's all that it is,
in the pocket, so that, you know, one trade can make up the day. If you have a good trade, that should make up for multiple bad ones. And you don't want it to be the other way around. Like, that's all that really matters. And that's what I love. We got all these super chats in here.
Yeah, it's amazing.
We're going to just, and it's all paid forward. Like, this all goes back into the show. Like, sometimes they will do, like, burgers and stuff like that. But it just, that's how you get, like, all the cameras and pretty much everything you see around here just goes right back into the show. We appreciate you. Others Inc.
Thank you so much.
Let's go. Adara, let's go, I assume. Well, that's the only A that we have around here. So Adara, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
I would assume so anyways.
Let's go. Okay, thank you so much there. Adara, are you trading anything today or just, I know it's been kind of a little bit of a lighter news day so far.
I am, yeah. I've been, CoreWeave did not work for me, but I'm currently in an AAPL short that's working. I'm also currently in a SanDisk short that's working. And SanDisk, as of right now, yeah, I mean, it's going okay. Got involved at 1451. I have been adding. It's like a very specific strat that I'm working on, so we'll see if it works. But yeah, I think honestly, guys, the main thing I've learned is just find a strategy that works for you. Don't be afraid to lose sometimes. Try and develop it. And yeah, be true to yourself. As you would to your girl or guy. Yeah, shout out to Beach Boys. But also, I do have some news here while I'm here. We have comments coming from the acting Labor Secretary Sonderling saying the Fed should cut rates, because I guess everybody's now saying that.
What song was that?
Be True to Your School by the Beach Boys. I saw Brian Wilson live when I was a kid, so like RIP. I'm just a huge Beach Boys fan.
I actually don't know that song.
No,
I know some Beach Boys tunes, but I don't know that one.
Kokomo.
Obviously, everyone.
Yeah, shout out to everybody there, and it's good to see the honesty over there from Neil, and I like that, man. It's all what it's about, man.
Every single day. Like you don't want traders that only talk about when
their wins. No,
right?
exactly.
Like you've got to be able, but you also have to be able to keep it into perspective.
It's about being honest, and which is why I try to tell people about what kind of P&Ls to aim for and things like that. When I see people going crazy up there, I get nervous.
To be honest with yourself as a trader. That's
exactly.
That's the most important thing. Like, it doesn't really matter. You can do whatever you want. Like, you can say whatever you want, blah, 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 blah. Like, who cares? But if you're not honest with yourself as a trader, it's just not going to work out for you. That's what you have to be able to do. It's the most important thing. Obviously, being honest.
Just in life. I mean, have some integrity every once in a while.
In everything.
Exactly.
Because so many traders will only...
Well, so many people. Forget about traders. So many people are unrealistic.
I keep it to trading.
You might as well. Yeah, I mean, I think integrity in everything obviously is. Yeah, I mean, if without integrity,
especially fantasy football.
Yeah, just in life.
No, you know why.
Fantasy football, you don't need integrity, man.
You know why I'm saying that.
Why? I don't know. I haven't been following that pool.
Oh, our league is.
Yeah, there's not much integrity in that league, which is why I disagree with that. Okay, here we go.
That's why I joke about it.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Thoughts on Poet right here. If you don't know it, we're going to cover it right here.
I like
Poet. 1095. Okay, they did get that canceled deal with Marvell, but you could see now today. I don't know if it's back in favor with one of the with something here, but Poet right now. I have to actually look up Poet. I don't even know what that deal with Marvell was all about there, but we did have a nice move up to 17, back down into $7. Right now goes Poet, right? So
lose the deal.
Yeah, they did lose a deal with Marvell. Yeah, that's what I'm showing you. And it's right here, $17 down to $7. They're on that, and then now right back up. So we'll see if Adara's got any news there on Poet.
Nothing new on Poet.
Okay, and then right here, another $2. We want to say thank you so much to Jaka right there, regardless of the amounts you guys are super chatting. I mean, it's been fantastic. I'm going to shout out everybody again for all that super chat. But yeah, there's Intel. Yeah, congratulations on those calls. Needless to say, I mean, 500% gain on calls. Absolutely unbelievable. We want to thank you for all of that. And because these are still hanging out, and by the way, man, the market's still ripping to highs. We're still long everything right now. We want to give oops, that's probably too much. We want to give a big shout out to everybody that's dropped these super chats there today. Thank you so much to Greg right there. He's been making some money there on Rocket Labs. Hopefully you making some money there. Thank you so much to Dave as well there. Trader TV Live Appreciation Day. We love this right here. Thank you so much to Frank freaking Rizzo right there again, man. We like that one for sure. What's up to my paisan over there? And then Other Zinc as well, dropping that hunch. So we really want to thank everybody for that. That's absolutely huge. Neil's going to be organizing Burger Day when Sia is back. So we're excited for that one. All right, good show today. Yeah, let's go with right there and see what's going on. 94%. Sorry to the 6% of you out there. Hopefully you'll turn that frown upside down at some point. And if you don't like our show, that's perfectly fine, because we have a much better one coming for you in just 35 minutes. with Joe and Sharif, as Sharif's there pumping iron. I'll be joining him right after this. You can join Neil for his lesson of the day, or you could just watch the lessons that are being given to you live here every single day. And here goes the cues. Nice little upside play again. I'm going to take this opportunity to offer it out at 76, and there we go. We get a fill, and now we'll wait to see how high this one wants to fly. It's 10:22 already, and man, we're having a good time today. Haven't really been watching, just printing and chatting. Great, Jesse. Similar. We're just sitting here doing the exact same thing as you. So, yeah, let's go back over to the desk with Adara.
Time flies, and so do small caps. Let's start here with Robo AI. This ticker is the very vowel-heavy AIIO, announcing they're going to be acquiring 100% of the equity interest in Neurovia. Next up, AAPL, Antelope Enterprise. And I love this press release here, guys. They announced that they have $190,000 in realized gains from, and these are their quotes, their genius plan for managing Bitcoin treasury reserves. They've also announced a $95,000 buyback. That is AEHL. Last but not least, TRAW, Traws Pharma. They're advancing potential clinical candidates for hantavirus treatments. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Stick with us. We're going to send you back over to the guys.
All right, almost a weekend.
Dara, it is almost a weekend.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? The weekend doesn't really mean anything anymore.
What?
Weekend.
What?
I'm just saying, when you get older, you don't have as much free time on the weekend as you think.
Oh man, I don't want free time, man. I'm loaded every weekend with family events.
That's
man.
sort of what I was getting at. Like it just turns into like I look at my calendar, and it's like the calendar's not much different. Because it's still full with stuff. Like it's just usually I'm pretty busy on the weekend.
Okay.
At the end of the day, it's just you're busy with different things, which is great, which is fun.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, there we go. Awesome.
Which is fun.
Right,
like it's very different. Like I used to enjoy, as a kid, sleeping in till 11 o'clock and all that stuff. I'm up at 6:30 on Saturdays.
Why so late? Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, but I don't even. That's just my daughter gets up.
That's what I'm saying. Why so late, man? I mean, yeah, I'm 6 o'clock probably. I can't stop.
It's crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
that should be a poll. There. Neil is an imposter. No, he's not. He's here every day.
I do sleep in. I'm up at 4:30 on weekdays. I do get extra sleep.
See, there you go. So yeah, weekends are awesome
again. I do sleep in a couple of hours
all right,
on the weekend. It's just that everything is always so busy. But you know what? I got a great assistant this year. The other coach has already told me that I don't have to pick up the equipment tomorrow. And actually, no, on Sunday, which is, I'm like, thank you. That's very nice of you. Because I'm like, yeah, I'm going to my parents, see my moms for Mother's Day, do brunch or whatnot. So I couldn't make the equipment pickup on Sunday. Yeah, the other coach is going to be able to do it. So I got to thank them.
Nice.
To take my second shot or third shot here in NVIDIA, we're just not holding VWAP. We're holding the trend. Come to my chart for a second. If we come to the chart for a quick second. Yeah, Fabian and Andre are just chatting over there. But trend line break, but I was in with anticipation instead of the actual close above the trend line. So now you're starting to get the buy. Gonna nibble in here, and we're gonna actually add as it's holding above the trend line instead of as it's trying to hold the trend line there for sure. Adam Deleuze is back. There we go, Adam back. I'm going to be in London, Adam. Just throwing that one out there. Always watching in the background. Great trading today again, and great seeing many doing so well.
Great, thank you. Yeah, appreciate that, Adam. Thank you for the shout out there again, man. All right, man. Adam was great, man. I spent time with him in London, and it was fantastic. So shout out to Adam Deleuze there. And good, man. You're going to London. That's going to be fun, man. I think that's be a lot of fun.
I haven't been in years.
No, we are lucky enough around here that we get sponsored trips from the company. So, Neil's going to be going to London. I've already been there. It's a great time. All right, let's keep on going, man. Appreciate the show. We appreciate you over there with another super chat just flying through right now. So thank you so much to DJ right here, DJ J808 right now. Absolutely monstrous right there. Thank you for that. $20. Another one right here from Nico saying that he's made some money today as well with Moderna. So good job on that one there. We also do have Here we go, to Wolf. Thank you so much. Chat membership donations are good or better. I 100% agree with that. And here's some whoopsies, right over here. Here's a donation right here from David there again. Sent 10 super chats, 10 memberships right there. Allows you to get Sharif's morning note. So you can definitely have a quick look over there if you're looking for some more information. Yeah, so another cash out here on the Qs. You could see, man, we're just stone cold chilling again here today. IREN, $2 in the money, but that was a good out. We have like very, very small. Actually, you know what? I might just get out of IREN. Let me get another piece out right here at 45 and just worry about it now moving forward. So IREN right now just doing what it's doing. We'll see if it wants to continue to go lower. Take out another piece. 5% left on IREN right now. So we'll see what winds up happening. And less than 10% left on the Qs, unfortunately. But it's been a great day. Like I said, it's very easy to make certain amounts of money, harder to make others. It's like every time you sort of up your shares, you got to make sure that you have a strategy that works out for you to be able to do that. So watch out now. As again, we're just trying to follow our notes, man. We have IREN here at 61 and we have Qs at 73. Everything else didn't hit. I wouldn't mind getting into some Tesla if that winds up coming through here, TSLA. So if that one winds up hitting, we could do that. But right now, I'm still waiting for that 200 period to come through. So Tesla's going to have to take a little bit of a dump. And if that happens, then obviously the NASDAQ will be down as well. So 420, a good little spot for me to wait for now on the NASDAQ. Yeah, as soon as we get options on this platform, it'll be big too. Oh, there, I'll clear that out.
By the way,
we'll get going pretty soon on that one. Ready for Joe coming up in.
They're coming very close.
11 o'clock.
Well, relatively, because
yeah. The last time I was told that, we were told like first quarter last year, and I announced it on the show, and it was completely wrong. So, yeah, hopefully options coming soon.
The first indication is already there because you can actually sort of see that they have them in the drop down. So at least we know.
Yeah, like I said, it's been there for over a year.
It's been there. We know that it's eventually. Well, but the thing is, we've been talking about options for like decades with the firm, and it just hasn't really. It's a matter of time. It's just more complex, right? Like you start thinking about like the nature of like risk and sort of managing it and the data that goes into it. It's a lot to add to the platform, but took 3 swings at NVIDIA, not taking any more, and we're back into BM&R because it broke the trend, and this is always going to be. Oh, I guess I only got partially filled. Yeah, okay. Anyways, but as long as it breaks the trend line, I'm going to jump into it. Broke the trend, confirmed under that bar, so jump back into the short. First short good, second short not, third short is working, but back to the low of the day is going to be the plan of action. Just go back to, so like no matter how it's going, you just take your normal setups, and if we get LOD, that's going to be 21.5. So we'll jump back in this. Hopefully I can get picked up at VWAP there, and then we'll get it low of the day. Just relative weakness overall in crypto, so as long as that stays, I guess these will remain a short all day long. As I said, Bitcoin, we've been saying it all morning long, Bitcoin can't hold 80,000 at all. Like IBIT, even now, like it was trending higher, we just lost the 80,000. This is the reason I short BM&R and not Bitcoin. Like see that? And then you look over at ETHA, that's only now breaking the volume weighted average price, whereas BM&R, for whatever reason, it just is what it is. It was making lower lows when you'd already made a bottom in ETH and just relatively weak. The treasury plays, hey, they're good for leverage on up days, and when they're relatively strong, they're going to do much better for you. Like MSTR is going to be great relative to Bitcoin on the way sometimes to the upside, but when it comes down, you know which one's going to be better short. Maybe this is boding well for our good friend JKL and that MSTR. It's got to be.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, 79.9. Yeah, under 80,000. I think he's probably a little short.
Well, actually,
above that.
MSTR is strong.
Okay. Yeah, so we end our IREN trade right there. We'll just hit a sirens up as it broke 361. We got a piece out there at 61.60, then again at 61. Now you're starting to go back to the high side of it, but that's fine. And then now because I'm waiting. So by the way, just for IREN, I am going to take more if it comes back into 59 again. I was thinking it was maybe going to do that, which is why we got out. But now it looks like it does want to go back up. And it's 10:30. I'll leave you guys at the highest spot. We're going to go just 2 for 2 today. Only 2 symbols traded there today. Everyone's always wondering what Obi's doing today. He was on TTD, so it looks like I think he was short there on TTD. So the trade desk there today. I don't know exactly. I'm just giving you. It's probably had something like that, or he was long. But anyways, that was a name that he was trading there today. 2 symbols for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. So for Neil, so not that many there. Joseph always wants us to mention his trades. He got a good one there today. IREN. Oh yeah, that's right. You got IREN and IBIT there. Joseph and Adara sort of talked about some of the names that she's in. AppLovin. Ooh, Adara, AppLovin, Microsoft, SanDisk, and CoreWeave. Dancing with the devil. I like those trades. That's for sure, man. Those are big ones. Let's have a quick look at SNDK real quick. We talked. Wow. Oh boy. Jesus. This is something that Joe and I just having fun. You know, when Joe and I are on the show, obviously Joe's a great guy. We had a lot of fun. And 2 weeks, was it last week? No, it's maybe 2 weeks ago. It was last week. So I just look over at these prices, okay? We wrote down here, we just had some fun on the Monday. We wrote down Google 350 was Joe's pick. Google's at 400. Okay, Amazon 262. This is last Monday, okay? And of course, now we're over earnings. So Amazon maybe not that impressive. It's only in the money $10, okay? SanDisk, and again, I was just like, oh, SanDisk is reporting, we're gonna take it. SanDisk, oops, Blue Ocean, nope. SanDisk, on last Monday, the price is right, you know? Right here, shout out to that. The price is wrong, you know, if you watched Happy Gilmore. 1039 for SanDisk. It's 50% in 2 weeks right there. Like that is insane right now. Not only that, but we were screaming to go ahead and buy that on earnings when it went down to $1,000 there as well. When we were doing our recap show, where the hell's $1,000? Oh, I can't even find where that is anymore. Right into there. So that is just like 50% in I guess 2 weeks. Absolutely unbelievable. Congratulations to everybody smarter than me, because that is an awesome play for anybody long in SanDisk and then SanDisk. And then also Intel, we got that great super chat as well this morning from Trader that was absolutely running Intel to the high side. And then, wow, Advanced Micro Devices, man, getting some out at 418. I should have done the Austin 316, and thank God we didn't follow that rule, because now you're up $100 from there. And just again, it's been such a big day. We want to thank everybody for that. And again, Derek, thank you so much. We just covered this RXT. Well, we just got this right now. They have an agreement with AMD, so let's definitely check that out again for all of y'all. And then Greg, thank you so much for the hunch right there. Thank you so much, David, for the same thing. Thank you so much to Frank freaking Rizzo over there, man. We'll buy some chicken parmesans with those. Thank you so much to Other Zinc, man. You're always here. David, I mean, it's these memberships that mean a lot, right, to us as well. $5 in membership. Thank you so much for that. $50 there. It just goes right back into Google anyways. And then right there, appreciate the show. And we just had that super chat about RXT. So we can quickly have a look over there. And
I don't think we pulled that one up.
No, Rackspace. No, I didn't even realize there was a deal here with AMD. So another $5 name. Wow, up 40% today. Rackspace. Maybe Adara, we can employ you here to figure out what's going on with RXT, because a name that we didn't cover. So there we go, man. RXT high side.
Yeah, so this is as of yesterday morning. So as of yesterday morning, they reported earnings and they signed a memorandum of understanding with AMD. Seems pretty vague. It's going to be establishing a new category of governed enterprise AI infrastructure. So very tech-speaky deal with AMD. Again, not brand new. This came out yesterday morning.
I mean, look at that level. Like, it's too bad, because like yesterday, there's the break. Yeah, we've always talked about, like, I mean, first of all, there's lots of levels on this, it looks like, but yeah, there it was. So we really like names that are breaking out from multi-week or month or whatever highs. You know, check out Corning, and pretty much anything in the data center space has been impressive today so far. So.
And continuing, like, it's just, you buy the dips on those when they even present themselves to you.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
He's been doing, and that's the reason why, like, you look for things that haven't gone yet, and that's why we're talking. That's what we've been.
Well, if you want to dip, CoreWeave is down huge.
Was it not Celsius? Constellations.
Oh, CEG, yeah.
That looks like a good one. Vistra,
that might be down.
Vistra, not so much, but certainly Constellation. So Vistra is just not as good of a chart if we're looking at those. Before we go to Adara, now we're going to go to Adara. I like trend breaks, and I've been waiting for silver to look like it's made a base. So with holding higher lows before, now it's just holding the low. The dip to pull back into here like there's a long time before you get into 72.5. If it does get there, that would be a level to look at, but trend break could be incoming as we're going to go to the desk with Adair.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, keep an eye on this SABS. Unfortunately, we know the hantavirus concerns are existing, and so the market is looking for a hantavirus play because that is how the market is. This SAB Biotherapeutics is being called by some people online the quote-unquote best hantavirus play because finding a treatment for this condition could apparently take a decade, and SABS already reportedly has some kind of existing basis for a treatment. Again, this is basically pure social media speculation. Under 1 million shares traded in SABS last time I checked a couple minutes ago, but a name to be aware of. Back to you.
I remember hearing something about Moderna possibly having.
Yeah, we got a super chat from Moderna.
Yeah, something that they could have potentially down the line for hantavirus. Because I feel like if that stock gets anything else other than COVID.
Are we worried about that virus? Has more people got that virus?
I don't think that everything that I've read on it is like, this is nothing to be terribly concerned about. Obviously, hearts go out to anyone that,
Wow.
there was a few people lost their lives on that cruise. And it is incredibly serious if you catch it, but it doesn't look like it's as crazy transmissible as easily, at least from what I've read. But that doesn't mean the market can't react to it if you can find some names out there that haven't gone. I only say Moderna because everyone's always looking for an excuse for that to squeeze, right? And Moderna is squeezing. There you go. Apparently, it is squeezing.
Let me see what's going on here with Moderna or AMC. This weekend's a big weekend for the Katina family. The wife is going to the Billie Eilish concert that's now out in theaters, and I'm going to. Same night, we're going to go see Mortal Kombat 2, a recent PlayStation 5 game that we bought, and my son wants to go watch that movie. So that's a Saturday night in the Katina house.
Hold on.
Yes, exactly. Although
I asked for
he plays with Omni-Man in the Mortal Kombat there. So
I'm a Sub-Zero.
Yeah, I use Sub-Zero.
It's weird that one is Scorpion because I'm pretty sure I even said I was a Sub-Zero guy.
CoreWeave. I love Sub-Zero, and I still do pretty well at that game, despite what I have these old man hands like Sharif mentions all the time for himself. Okay, here we go. IBIT. IBIT coming in a little bit here. Came in into VWAP and then broke higher. Just seeing it on some scanners here for IBIT as that continues to go a little higher right now. One thing that we hadn't looked at, my net's basically stayed the same now for the last hour, pretty much. Well, no, since we've been in these positions, let's call it the last half hour. USO, that was sort of what I meant to coming in right there. So USO back into 134. We'll see what this weekend brings. I mean, we did have that sort of note from Rubio today saying that he thought the deal could be near imminent, if not even today. So oil, I don't know, just doing its own thing. We only have 20 minutes left before we go over to the midday show, but it looks like the Nasdaq's trying to climb a little bit back upside. We did take some outs at the 50 period, at the 25 period moving average. Now let's just wait for the day's high, and if we get that, we get that, and then we'll come back around 12:30, 1 o'clock and see if there's any other opportunities to get into as well. Bloom Energy, someone just mentioned that was been dropping. And these are, yes, it has. Where's Sharif, my guy, right now? That was $300 into $250. We talked about sometimes buying some names at some decent valuation, or on some decent pullbacks in spaces that we like. Okay, maybe now I don't feel so bad about missing IREN. Maybe we should get into some BE here, as that's pulled back real nice off of that. And, please don't look at PEs or anything. You either believe in the name or you don't. This one does have a gap fill all the way back to 190, though, on Bloom Energy. Might be a little bit early, but there you go. 3 days off of earnings all the way to the downside. I think that was earnings day right there. Okay, we'll go over to Adair, and then we'll be right back here for the last 20.
Time to look at these sectors. I do want to let you guys know a couple housekeeping things. President Trump set to speak at the Rose Garden at 12 p.m. today. I'm seeing some sources say 12:15, but his schedule as of this morning said 12, so I'm going to go with 12. We also have, as well, just more, unfortunately, shots and gunfire sounds being heard in the Middle East. So it looks like this back and forth that we heard reported from both the U.S. and Iran is continuing. Let's talk about these sectors. Lots of red, honestly. Like, a lot of the things that are strong are very strong, but there are a lot of sectors or stocks that are struggling. So let's start with those. Health tech, Thermo Fisher down 2.5% today, but this whole sector getting hit pretty hard. Commercial services to the downside. Consumer services has some names that are red, including Booking Holdings and McDonald's. Then you've got tech services. I mean, Google, bright spot here. They did eclipse $400 earlier today, but other names in this sector are incredibly weak. We've got Adobe down 2.5%, CRM down 4%, Apple Oven down 10% on earnings day 2. Then you've got electronic tech, which is really strong as a group. Finance is strong. Producer manufacturing is strong. Consumer durables is strong. Health services is strong. So as I said, guys, lots of names that are weak, but maybe just as many that are having these outsized moves. And the names that are strong are up quite significantly. Back to you. Do make sure to like and subscribe.
I thought it was 1.5.
There's a small IPO today, Odyssey Therapeutics. It's very small, 280,000. And next week, Cerberus is $4 billion on Thursday, next Thursday. And then next Wednesday, Fervo Energy. Here, I don't know, I'm looking up. I can literally just show you.
Energy, okay.
You've got, these are the big ones. Fervo Energy, I don't know anything about them, but where's Cerberus? This is the big one on Thursday. That's massive. $4 billion, AI infrastructure, that's what you want. So that's easily the biggest or probably the best opportunity IPO that we've had in a while, and maybe one of the best ones we'll have until we get SpaceX, obviously. And we're gonna get SpaceX sometime in the next couple of months, but until then, just patiently wait for a couple of other small ones. I want to keep taking reps. I don't know if this one's the one today being a therapeutics one, I'll probably stay away from that. Not really that interested. If you're not like drone, AI, nuclear energy, like something along those lines gets me more excited. Crypto, I guess, sometimes would be pretty interesting as well. But you want either big size, so good liquidity, or you want it to be in like the right space with a bunch of hype around it. So trend break in SLV, waiting for VWAP to get the first out. And if we get up there, we'll try to reload it and down in the 73 range. I mean, really nothing's changed with BMNR. We're back in at the same price as before. Gonna look for reloads off VWAP and then play it into the low of the day. Still that weakness over there in crypto that we've been able to find. Someone just tagged me saying Intel hasn't really gone to VWAP. So I can maybe look at this, but that's 2 points, which I don't like. If it bounces, makes a high, hold that trend, it comes in a third time, then I guess you go for the trend line there. Otherwise, maybe wait for VWAP, right? Like if it's a 3-minute chart, kind of wait for it to make 3 points before joining a trend or looking for a trend break. So waiting for VWAP on Intel. Say this all the time about profit taking. You know, like you sell something off of the highs on any stock. And if your goal in the long term is to get back in, like, do you ever get back in? I'm in a now what moment for ARM, but I'm trying to be patient about this because we're still not dipping in anywhere near this support. It's all well and good that you sell some out in front of that. I think I got 237 something on ARM to trim 10%, but we're just not going lower. It's still weak. Like ARM's at the low of the day with the market at the high, so maybe it does fall apart. But for now, I'm still getting a little bit antsy because once you get a few days after those earnings, sometimes you don't get the dip very long. We saw a dip that lasted 10 minutes in SNDK. In Micron, it lasted like a month or two, and you never really know. AMD didn't last very long on the dip. ARM, so far you got a couple of days without breaking down. You might have to adjust come next week if we're still looking at 210 instead of 200.
Yeah, I haven't been at 200 for ARM. Hopefully we'll be able to get filled on that one. We'll take another opportunity to get out on the TQs on that little bit of a bump up there. I'm trying to find some more things to trade. So again, thank you everybody for all the super chats today. It means a lot right there. And okay, so Palantir right now, yeah, you guys want to look at this. I mean, down 1.24%. We said, I mean, Adair just went over all those software names and, you know, until this gets corrected, man, and there's a little bit more love back in for software names, then we got to wait. And I mean, Palantir continues to get contracts. They had a great, huge quarter. You know, let's check out Big Bear AI. Again, another, they're all kind of the same thing right now. It's just everybody's looking. I just told you SanDisk is up 50% in a week and a half, 2 weeks. So, you know, Micron continues to go higher. These names just, they're not the shiny spoon right now. So you got to be careful with what you're doing right there. So we're going to watch out for that one. And again, ARM is a great one to wind up buying there. CoreWeave was down 12% the last time I looked. Yeah, still down. So this goes now SSR. It looks like that 118, and again, look, this still remains to be a strong level there, the 200 period moving average. So it comes right back up there. We wrote down 118. It turns out that it was not the 118 long, it was the 118 short that printed twice. There it goes right there, breaking through 118 all the way down to 113. There's the bounce right back up to 118. Again, now down, could be basing out. Watch out for CoreWeave possibly basing out down there right now. So that would be that. We've only taken the Qs and IREN today. So, got taken out there at the lows, bought it back, was a good trade. Still want to make more on IREN today. I'm trying to buy 59.50s if it comes in. So that might get hit as the show goes on. I won't be here, but I have a stop at 58.75 if IREN does come back in for that. We'll end the day at the highest spot because the Qs right now are back to the highest level of the day. SoFi, we talked about dip buying good companies, man. I mean, the last time I got filled on this was $18, so that is way out of the money. I don't know why my daily chart's not loading up there, but SoFi just not good, man, down to 16. And we're just playing with smaller amounts on this. SoFi is a name, and you can always say, well, I'm going to hold this forever, or, this is my forever play, and therefore you still want to get your money in at right spots. And, so right now, SoFi, didn't get it in right at 18. Don't have any plans of selling it. This chart's obviously not loading up there. So JP Morgan with some controversy recently as well with some of their management. It's some really funny stories if you want to look that up as well. But there goes JP Morgan, 309 down to 304. Yeah, I think this is a buy. I know it was one of Joe's picks. I like JP Morgan. It did have some moves down. It's like the largest bank that I own. So definitely like it. It's good because we're able to buy it down here around, I think we tweeted it out when we bought it. It was right into here, these lows. So we're along this name like around 230, maybe even lower than that. It went up, and then during this tariff tantrum, I remember I was like, oh my God, what have I done? Why did we buy JP Morgan if this is what's going to happen? And then it just took off. And yeah, we had cleared some out up here, but still, this is another name with the dividend and everything in the banking system. Definitely want to stay long there a little bit on JP Morgan. All right, TQs, and that's it for me. So it's 10:48 right now, and yeah, I'm pretty slow rolling right now.
Usually do this when we're at 1%, not when we're at 1.6%. Because usually like the line we use is, hey, the Nasdaq's seen 1, can we see 2?
Yeah.
The other day, I felt like it was inevitable. Just the momentum that we had going on. But we're going to do a quick poll. I'm pretty sure if the answers aren't overwhelmingly yes, I'll be surprised. But it's just simple. Well, the NASDAQ hit 2% today. It's a Friday, so sometimes you get less extension. We're already at 1.6. But throw your ones in the chat if you think when you think the NASDAQ, that you think the NASDAQ is going to hit 2% today. I suspect we're going to get like a 90% or 80 to 90%, which it'd be surprising if we have anything more than that. I want to see if there's anybody that bullish. And then 2s, of course, implicitly 2 is going to be a no. Kind of inherently telling you what we think is going to happen. But no. What, really?
Money talk.
55%? 50%? What's with all this? There's a lot of no's.
What are you voting, yes or no?
I already voted, yeah. I was literally saying, I didn't even say no until I've been talking for 40 seconds. But yeah, it looks like it's 50-50 when we're 0.4% away.
Yeah.
0.4%. Will it hit 2%? I didn't say we have to close at 2%. I'm just saying hit 1 if you think we're going to get to 2%. Let's go to Adair. It's time for Money Talks. See what the U.S. dollar is doing. Dollar weakness is going to help that, potentially.
For sure.
U.S. dollar is kind of hanging out here, continuing to trade. As of today, we basically traded entirely within yesterday's range to the downside. And again, as I mentioned here, we have yet to retest that 97.6 level that we bounced off of 2 Fridays ago and then again on this Wednesday. If you take a look at the weekly chart here, DXY poised for its second straight red week, and I do think that 97.6 level becomes even more apparent. But let's talk about economic numbers. You can find these visuals here. Just to recap these, I posted these right after the numbers came out at 8:30 and 10 a.m. respectively. But at 8:30 a.m., non-farm payrolls coming in here at 115,000, stronger than 65,000 expected. Unemployment rate in line with estimates. Participation rate mostly in line with estimates. Now, average hourly earnings, both month over month and year over year, both slightly weaker than expected, but either in line with or above what we saw for the prior month. Now let's take a look here at the 10 a.m. numbers here, University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. This was interesting. So the consumer sentiment print was lower than what we were expecting, 48.2 versus 49.5 expected. But 1-year inflation expectations and 5-year inflation expectations also lower. So consumers are concerned apparently, but they're not too concerned about inflation specifically, which is kind of an interesting look here. Or at least they don't see inflation as high as we thought they might be seeing it. Here is the rate expectation for that June 17th, 2026 meeting. It's over a month away. We're still seeing very likely that we're going to have rates held in place, even though we have comments from different members of the administration, including, actually, as of this morning, acting Labor Secretary Sonderling, saying that they see the likelihood of a rate cut. So here's the CME FedWatch tool. Going all the way to December 2027, we're, as of right now, not seeing any rate cuts, but of course that can always change. Back to you.
I'm now trying to find tickets here for WWE is coming in Friday, August 21st, right here. So there's the ring. What am I looking here? Ringside. What am I, Joe over here? How much is ringside going to cost me on WWE? There's not even anything even ringside here. What about these ones? Right here. How much is that a ticket? Oh, just $1,000 a ticket. So not too bad there. Hey man, I'll take 5 right there. All 5 of these. No, $1,000 just to show you how crazy some of these sporting events are. I'm more likely to sit like somewhere up into here. What are these tickets going for right there? Oops, that's $700.
You've been to WrestleMania before. Like, what were you paying in?
We went to WrestleMania when it was here. Hogan, Rock, Triple H, Ric Flair. Oh my God! I mean, there was so many good names, so many good events here in Toronto with WWE. Toronto and Madison Square Garden, like New York and Toronto, are like hotbeds for wrestling. But how much were you paying back then? I don't know. $70. I don't know.
I mean, we're doing the World Series.
Look at the Jays and everything, right? I mean, those tickets have now gone parabolic. But
we used to.
Like
I remember my dad selling playoff tickets in '80. Shoot, what year was it? No, it wasn't 80. It was 90. Was it 92?
Probably, yeah. Well, 92 or 93, I guess.
It was. I think it was like the NLCS or something. It was against Oakland. ALCS. I think it was against Oakland, and we're like, oh my goodness, we shouldn't go. We should sell those tickets. And then I look back.
Yeah, you're like, what have I done?
What did we do?
Yeah.
Why didn't we go to that game? We're sitting in the 500s every single time, and you know the section that we sat in was the game that Canseco hit the bomb.
Yeah,
and it was like 3 or 4, I guess, rows away from where.
Yeah. Oh man,
it was the first time anyone had actually hit a home run into the 500s and Skydome history.
That's why we had that conversation about paying ticket prices, right? I mean, you only get so many times to go to things, and I don't.
It was a few hundred. I think it was like a few hundred, maybe.
Yeah, but back then, what I'm saying is like this year at the for the World Series tickets. You had to pay a lot, but definitely worth it because who knows the next time they'll be there. It doesn't look like this year, but fingers crossed, hopefully it is settle down right there. But we got to figure out what every day we don't have.
I don't think we're going to the World Series.
Okay, well, we'll see. Maybe, you never know. Baseball's a weird thing, man. There's been teams that were like in last place. I think there's some examples. It wasn't the Brewers, but it was somebody a couple years ago that had this epic run. Was it the Royals? I can't remember who it was, but they wound up making a huge move. I think it was literally from last to first. But sports are different now because they are dominated by the few teams that have where's that money thing that we have around here?
But just the Yankees in Tampa look so good.
Oh yeah, Tampa. That's the thing about Tampa, man. They're doing it with $0, and it's amazing to be able to do that. Like, talk about having smart management. Yesterday was Spanish, and those pulled chicken tacos. I mean, you gave it a 9 too. I wouldn't disagree with a high rating.
It was the best. Oh my God! One of the best lunches.
Yeah, yesterday was hard to.
It was way
hard to disagree with what that was today. I think today is going to be a little bit more of a disappointment, but we'll see. This is interesting. It's a Thai flag. I feel like this is going to be tilapia with some lipstick on it. Thai green curry fish.
What kind of fish? It just says fish.
I just had something in my throat there. I think that was that was a little bit of, what do you call it, bile or something just picked up there. Thai green curry fish. Hey, maybe it's tasty. I don't want to throw shade on that, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be Thai tilapia green curry. So I will be probably joining Joe or whoever else may be getting food from across the street. Steamed jasmine rice. Neil getting that shakes. Green curry tofu for vegetables. So it's a little tofu there. I don't know what exactly that means as a vegetable. I don't know what tofu, is that a vegetable? Thai mixed green salad. with lemongrass vinaigrette. That should be a good one. But you know what? You're not going to. That's what's for lunch, anyways. It should be good. Maybe we'll. If I'm back in time and I have my plate, I'll show you guys what it is. Maybe I'll tweet out a picture of it. I could start tweeting out the lunches every day if you guys want to, right there. But there's a super chat. I'm bullish on the M8. Check the link I sent you guys in chat. Can you guys send links in chats? I don't know if I don't think those will go.
Links?
I don't think those will
I thought
go
you couldn't
through. I don't think you can either.
I think you can.
You have, yeah, but I don't think people can't. All right, there it is. Okay, that's the same super chat. Did we get another one there I wanted to check out? Oh, yeah, $100. Yeah, we're loaded with those today. And I don't know, M8, we could definitely check that out. There's been a crowd. Okay, we didn't cover that one. Yeah, we could talk about that. Thank you so much to David for the $100 and the memberships. Sharif just sat down here. The membership gets you that morning note, so we want to say thank you to him and to everybody for checking that out. Other Zinc, Frankie freaking Rizzo, and Other Zinc coming through there. And there was another $100 super chat. We want to thank all of you for that. But there it is there. I am that bullish, M8. Are you talking about the money supply? Maybe that's what you're talking about right there. So shout out to you there, Casro.
Could be slang for mate, like M8, mate. Like
Meat?
friend, mate. Like.
Oh, I am that bullish, mate. Maybe.
Yeah, mate isn't friend.
I think it might be a money supply thing, but yeah, thank you so much for all of that one there as we get ready to see throw it over to the midday show again right there. And
there's
thoughts on crowd. I'm gonna get out of
second
TQs.
IPO, by the way. I put it into the chat. It wasn't just, but
Service?
it's also it's Mobi and Odyssey, ODTX and MOBI, but they're both medical ones, so I'm not that interested in either. But the thoughts on was CrowdStrike, right?
I believe so. Yes, it was 100%.
I wish I had more thumbs so I could give a 4 thumbs up.
Yeah.
I would feel much better, and I'm talking on book because I bought dips here in Crowd when it was a software Mageddon, or what do we get? I don't know.
Yep.
Whatever. Or the Claude.
I'd take that.
I think we're calling it the Claude trouncing or whatever.
Claude Mageddon?
Claude Mageddon. There's all these words that get thrown out. I just feel much better about, whether it's cybersecurity or maybe like a softie, as opposed to a lot of the other software names that have been getting trounced. This is a great one. I think you're just headed back into the highs. I think a lot of times when people are panicking in a given sector or just over a given theme is the best way to put it, right? You sort of look for, okay, well, what do you really like here? Like, what do you think is the best and should get, if it's going to get worse, who should hold up the best? And if this is nonsense, where do you feel the most strongly about? And I feel pretty good about cybersecurity. I think you gotta spend more, not less. And these guys are gonna win. But you can pick your poison. You can say all the same things about Palo Alto, and I think that's fine. I don't think you go wrong with either one of these. But yeah, this one's been a good dip buy, so pretty happy with it. I think you're going back to the high, maybe even next week on Crowd at this rate.
Yeah, let's go CrowdStrike.
Pan W, probably just as good. I'm basically 50-50 in these two. Ish. Like, well, you know what? If I'd have to look at the relative, like if I should be 50-50 with the last buy, but then if Pan W's done better since that buy, then it's probably slightly more in Pan W. Instead of having an ETF, just own these two and you're good to go. Oh, we're not split adjusted. This is nice. They're both going to get to fresh highs. You're 10% away here in Pan W.
Yeah, 202, 220 high there. What a nice move Pan W's had from 144 and change.
Fortnite. Remember?
Yeah, FT,
huge move.
Huge.
FTNT, huge move.
Yep, exactly. They helped spark that upside. And then I think it was, we talked about that SaaS Mageddon. I think it was, what we even had it on here. Remember the CrowdStrike CEO was like asking Claude if they could replicate it. So that felt like a little bit of a desperation play there, but good one.
Not as smart.
Good one nonetheless.
Not his best day.
All right, it's 11 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody who's running the board there. Thank you, Randy, for bringing us about 1 million coffees. Really appreciate that. Good chicken quesadillas this morning. Hard to complain about that. We've had a lot of warnings in the chat to not eat tilapia, and don't worry, man, I'm off the tilapia. So I actually been excited.
No,
actually,
I did too.
Probably
I
won't.
pulled off it as well.
Yeah, smart, man.
So, yeah.
We'll see. There's the NASDAQ. We had that pull up 2% right now. We're still long the Qs, man. It's been an absolute banger of a trade right there. My number one P&L trade all month, which is not that bad. It's May the 8th. So, glad that you guys were able to hopefully participate in that. We wrote down $73 on the sticky note. It's now 75 there. So it's a nice little play there for the NASDAQ. High side. We'll see you back around 2 p.m. But for now, over to the left, it's Sharif and Joe. Ciao till then.
Boom, boom, boom. Greetings, salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and we already have people coming in from the other stream. Thank you, YouTube, for being on time today, bringing everybody in. All right, we got Kalua. Yo, I'm delivering flowers to the hot moms. Okay, that's pretty cool. I mean, nice of you there. You can deliver it to all the moms, would be nice too. Icon, Angry Wife, Rodney Owen, shout out to Black Sheep Trades, Mike PD Ryder, Jody, used items. I wonder what kind of used items she's selling, Jody.
That's a good question.
Jody and Joey. Elevators, Ginvesting, just saying. Mary Yurth, all right, Gavin Ross, shout out to the G is back. Poor Robin Hood, hello, right back at you, brother. Trevor Keith, we got Rex Banner and 3 Chili Till 6. We got Tarek, we got Frank frickin' Rizzo, love the name, brother. Encouragement, 2023, yo, right back at you. Commodity King in the house. My man Ozan, he's in the house as well. Taylor Jigger. We got Mario, Delzo, and Donkey Trader. Shout out to Deer Oil and Dr. JD Business. You got a Juris Doctorate? Get it. The G is back. PMAC 44. Shout out to J Molly. The real Don D, Mr. Janky Stock, and Roger Noonan. And we can't forget, just don't ever call her Leanna, because her name is Leandra. Get it, Lele? Cool. Good morning, everybody, and good morning to you, brother.
Yeah, good morning to everyone having a fantastic one. It's our boy Ollie. What's going on, Ali? Frankie, what's going on? Bravely, we're going to give a couple shout outs to our folks over at TikTok as he is posting those names. We've got to make sure that everyone is participating. So we have Chaotic Night. We like that. Randy, Mount Signal. Oh, Mount Sinai. All right. Travel A Geek. All right. We like that one. NATO Trade. Smoke a lot. Oh, okay. All right. I mean, it is Friday, I guess. Jeff Jurassic, Mask Off. Oh, are you Future? We like that one. A couple more. Hail Caesar. You knew Marcus Aurelius? All right.
Here we go.
Carlitos Way, JR, Lucky, Jose Garcia, Lando News, Mickey, Gary, Sherlock, T-Rose, and Rue. Not the Rue from Hunger Games, though. Poor old Rue. Anyways, aside from that, you know what happened to her?
I don't, but I just like how you kind of went into that as a little side quest there. It was funny.
You don't want to know.
I don't want to know.
What? Yeah, it's very sad. Joey Dats, what's going on, everybody? Yes, Jose Batista, what's going on? All right, guys, a lot happening in the market here today. We have NVDA tapping into all-time highs. Apple still hovering around that area. The Nasdaq and the SPY following along. So a lot going on here today, guys. We're going to kick things off. I heard the gentleman to the right of us say, "Hey, man, we're not just gloating about our winners. We talk about our losers as well, too." And that was the first thing that I did. I just start the day off with a little bit of a loss here. 1 of 1 right now. We take the loss. I thought we were going to break through the volume-weighted average price. We had the overall market just screaming, not participating. So I'm like, all right, are we getting somewhat of a laggard play here? As soon as it headed toward those lows, I'm like, I'm at a dodge. It eventually did curl around, but I'm like, you know what? Let's not re-engage on this. Let's focus on something else. And then I see my boy to the right of me, Katina Man. He was thinking about IREN. It was one of my primary. I had Rocket Lab, IREN, and Tesla on my primary watch list here today. And then sure enough, we were fortunate enough to sit in this trade from 60s all the way up. We waited $2 almost before we even take anything off, and then off to the races we go, therefore eliminating all what we did lose earlier in IBIT and then gain some more. Now, if you want to take a look at my watch list, we have the names that I just all mentioned, and then you know that we have the SPY in the NASDAQ in the corner of our eye. So that's what we have here today. Going to be patient. Might be a slow session for me again. Yesterday we had 2 trades. That was it. We locked it in. And then after the show is when I seen that other opportunity, we took the Tesla along. So we'll see what we have during the midday. Maybe we can get a continuation in NVDA, tap into that 220 level. I'm liking that a lot. I like it a lot. And let's before we send it over to Sharif, I want to see if 220 can be in the actual works by the end of the session here on NVDA. How are we going to be able to identify that? It's easy. It's not that easy. If it was that easy, we would all be on a yacht somewhere. But this is exactly 41 days out. Wow, there's still a lot of supply at that zone. But we're going to go to today's expiration cycle and see what we have at that 220 marker. Nothing substantial. 39,000. It is relatively high. Speaking for the rest, these are already all ITM. So we're rocking and rolling on that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we can continue to grind higher. I wanted to take a couple opportunities on it. You tend to miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, absolutely, Joey. Look, there's a lot going right now, so it's going to be a hard day to concentrate on one of these, but there's two halted currently. AEHL, it's going to be a 10-minute halt, having halted at right at 11 o'clock, closer to 11:01. Didn't open up on the 5, so minimum it'll be 10. That's AEHL, and that's on the bottom left of your screen. YMAT also halted up. These are both triple-digit winners. AEHL 378. YMAT 278, and this one's halted at 91 pennies. It's on the way to the dollar. It's ripping up. It was a fantastic flat top break through 50 to 55. A lot of resistance there. Then the shorts were caught offside, and they are getting decimated. RXT, a holdover from yesterday, also up a respectable 48%, 530 high. You know, you're getting a bit of a doji candle now, but it does have a higher high and a higher low. MASK, another name we've been talking about for a period of days, almost did halt itself with a rip from about 310 into 373 in one 5-minute candle. Don't know if it was on the one, but it's holding higher lows now and trying to hold 3.5. MASK is also ripping. INOD. Look, it's expensive. It's $90, but it's also ripping. It's up 98%, so it behooves you to keep your eye out on this one as well. And then you have some former convicts here. POET, Poet, has been a staple in the world of small cap gappers. So far, I mean, I just, based on yesterday's, how the price action went on some of these, I'm not really too bullish on the technical levels holding, but for now, it's holding. The 10 EMA on the 5 is featuring here quite well with no breaches through the 10 EMA. You also have CORD. This is not up that much, about 23% and change, but this one ripped into the aftermarket yesterday at around 530. Looks like it had a bit of an earnings spike. I'm not really sure, and I kind of don't care. 410 dropped all the way down. Maybe the call came on at 530 because this one started ripping up after. 550 high. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. And then West, I just put this one on here because it's holding VWAP, but it's feeling like this one might give up the goods, especially through 8. It looks like it's setting up for a flat bottom break through $8. Something to keep your eye out on there. We have a bunch of super chats. We'll get back to them, we'll cover them when we get back from Adair.
A couple different things to mention. We're getting comments from Fed's Goolsby. He's being kind of hawkish to some extent here. He said that inflation has not been great and it's going the wrong way. Also saying there's not a lot of evidence of job market deterioration, however, and that inflation rises not just energy. It was already elevated prior to the conflict beginning. Furthermore, Axios reporting that J.D. Vance, Vice President of the United States, is currently meeting with the Prime Minister of Qatar to discuss talks with Iran. I want to mention, last but not least here, keep an eye on some of Amazon and some of these, names in the geothermal and solar space. Specifically, I'm seeing tagged here ORA and NRGC. None of these really moving too much here. NRGC, sorry. But Amazon announcing that they're investing in new geothermal and solar projects. Back to you.
Thank you. All right, so continuing to wait for these to open up. Currently, AEHL, as I mentioned, halted at 11 o'clock and 47 seconds. The current time is 11:09:47. The earliest this will be open is in about a minute, 11:10:47. It could be longer. YMAT halted 11:04:56. There it is. YMAT's open. Let's watch now. This wasn't as directional as AEHL. Prior bar low, we're failing prior bar low. Okay. So 10 EMA on the 5 is around 70 pennies. You also have a period of consolidation right around 70 on YMAT. That could be a nice buy area if it does make it down there. It doesn't quite look like it's making it down there. Current bar low on the 5 is 76.5 pennies. YMAT 91.01 high. Let's take a quick look at AEHL. We're waiting for this one to open up. This one should be opening up in about 15 to 20 seconds. Now the tap has dropped off exponentially here. When I was looking at this initially, the tap was showing high 3s. It's now showing high 2s. 290, halt level, 244. Let's wait and see whether this one opens up and what direction it takes. 244 is the halt price. There it is. It's dropping down a little bit into 262. It's going to halt down. It's going to halt down at 262 here. So it's losing the bid here a little bit. Let's see, we need a little bit more time at this level. So this likely will be one of the first halt downs. I didn't see a halt down earlier on AEHL. It's been basically all gas, no brakes since taking out 1 1/4. It was a lot calmer of a name until about 10:30, and then this thing rocketed up from 115 or so, now with a high of 284. That is the high of the day. So did price spike up, but it did lose the bid. YMAT just took out day's high by about 2 pennies. Here it is ripping now. So YMAT looking into 93. This could be a squeeze into 1, right? There into 95 it goes, 97 it goes. That's a 98 penny high. This is ripping into $1 now. It's up 305%. Look for resistance at the $1. I'm not suggesting you short, of course, but it will likely encounter some sort of resistance in around the $1 area. So YMAT really going ham here, and it's we got to get to these super chats. It's not a great time to stop trading. Tex, Hex, and friends, €5. Thank you. No, but seriously, how do you know it's short covering versus true buying? I don't know. Do you want to cover that?
I can cover the super chats here while you rock and roll. Let's see what we got going on, guys. How number 16 it's covering versus true buying? That is a great question, but what you can tell is maybe a little bit through the tape, right? Like if it's just a continuous buy program, what you will see is just continuous moves and flushes at and above the ask. When it's covering, maybe it's just more of a slow grind and you have some deeper pullbacks. I don't know. I don't know the true answer to that. All right. Hope you are doing well. Do you guys see Amazon reaching 275 today? He literally said that, so I don't know why I repeated Amazon twice today. 275. How we looking here today? Listen, I wouldn't rule it out. I won't rule anything out in this market, but 275 is. I mean, I think it might be a little bit much to ask, to be honest with you. So, especially if you haven't been participating really in this market rally, which Amazon hasn't been really. So, Amazon 275 today might be a little bit of a stretch, but who knows? I could be totally wrong. Okay, moving forward. Only doing Qs, calls, and some TQQs and QQQ stocks over a year. Just long or cash, and it worked out well so far. KR2. All right, KRS1. We'll like that one as well. Congratulations, man. I hope everything's working and continues to do so. Stick to what works and throw in the trash what doesn't. Now, SIPE, Artemis, what's going on? $5 super chat. Feed the monkeys day today, man. That a compliment? I don't know. Thank you, guys. Joe, options, please. Explain how the options open interest gives insight into direction. Absolutely. It'd be my honor to give a little bit more insight on that here. So there's multiple ways that we can look at it. Do we have a for sure answer with any of this stuff? Absolutely not, right? But this is what I've observed over the years, and I think a lot of people involved with options can agree, and this is what I've learned to look at it in these ways. So we can go over our NVDA example, or we can go over a different one. It doesn't matter, but we'll use one of the more liquid names. Now, how does open interest affect where a stock's going to potentially go? Well, let's start with the most simplistic thing. So say we were climbing, say we're at 216 right now, and we were looking at our 220 strike price, and instead of this being 39,000 contracts open, it was 100,000. Now, the way that I would look at this is that these shares don't need to be created. They're already on the open market. So what we have at that 220, we're using the example of 100,000 open contracts times that by 100, right? That's quite a bit of shares. That's a supply zone. So if the underlying asset trades into it and the supply isn't absorbed, you tend to get that rejection, or you have the hedge funds pushing price lower. Why? Because they're on the opposite side of the trade and they need price to move lower than $220 in order for them to collect the full amount of premium. Now, considering we'll use the example that we have right now, 39,900, that's not a lot really for NVDA, for a name that is usually number 3 on the total options volume list from a daily basis. Now, I think that can be absorbed, so if you just toss that to the side and say, hey, where's that next level where we might find some resistance? Now, moving over to the put side, if we were to go down to 195 and say NVDA was in somewhat of a bearish trend, at 195 it had, again, 100,000 contracts. The way that I would look at it is, okay, if we run into 195 and price reacts and starts to bounce, that's the opposite trade, right? The hedge funds starting to buy up the shares so that those contracts can close out of the money. So the key thing is not going through the average size here. It doesn't really mean a lot, but you want to see something that's outstanding from the rest, and you can classify those and use those as support and resistance zones, or call and put walls, as we like to call them. But yeah, that's good, man. That's what we got going on.
All right, did we cover all the supers?
Yes, sir.
All right, amazing. Thank you. Appreciate that, Joey. Thank you, guys. All right, in a couple of positions, doesn't look good. We'll see if we get stopped out of RXT and MASK. I get stopped out of MASK below 334. I get stopped out of RXT below 488. We'll see how that goes. AEHL still halted down. 11:11:05 is the halt time. That means 11:16:05 should be the open time. It is 11:16:41, so it's not going to open now. And so it looks like it's going to be another 10-minute halter here for AEHL. We'll have to keep a close eye on this one. YMAT is open, but it's indirectional at the moment. It's got a higher low on the current candle, but it did reject one, having gone all the way up to 98 pennies. We'll see if this one can kind of retrace and kind of make the move above. Also, I want to say Poet is looking a little good over here. It seems to be more respectful of some of these moving averages than some of the other names that we have on. POET holding the 10 EMA on the 5 right around 11 and a half with the high of the day right at 11 and 4/5, maybe on the way to 12. What I would say is look for a prior bar high breach on Poet. That way you kind of get around this lower high trend that Poet's been putting in for basically the last, I want to say 20 minutes or so with that 1183 high. It has been putting in lower highs on every successive bar. So keep your eye there on Poet. And then last but not least, Cord. Cord coming into about that previous area of technical resistance. I'm talking about 5 1/3. There could be support here now that the level's been cleared into 550. Anticipate though resistance at around the $0.50. If that clears, good chance we're on our way to 6. We're going back up to Adara.
Be aware here, guys. I'm seeing a couple comments out of the Middle East. We'll get to that in a second. First off here, I want to mention TDOC because it is popping up, spiking to the upside here. Pineal Capital eyeing this one as a potential takeover target. Now, we also have here, keep an eye on the USO and the market. Iranian military, I guess, commenting, or according to reports, that they are planning the Strait of Hormuz legal regime change. Whatever that means. They say the Strait of Hormuz plan will become permanent law. So again here, Iran, again, according to Iranian state media, they are apparently moving to make the Strait of Hormuz regime permanent law. If I get more details on what this means, I'll keep you posted. But USO is moving higher. I wanted to mention it. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks. All right, continuing to watch here on both of these names. Nothing doing here, Joey. Also keeping an eye on INOD. I think this could be an interesting buy at 85. There was a local area of support at 85. Let's see if it holds up again. Much more expensive of a name, but very parabolic, as you can see. Basically touching 100% on the day off the highs with a 92 penny high, generally an area of resistance there.
All right, good stuff, man. Stopped out on Apple. That's all right. You got a little bit of a move. The market's starting to come back in, but here we go with the Iranian headlines here. And USO coming back into play. So with that being said, we have to be really cautious on what's going on. A nice indecision print at the volume weighted average price there on NVDA. We're going to be extremely precise here. And with that being said, probably a little less activity. All right, so that's all right, man. We're going to talk a lot. It's Friday. I hope everyone's going to have a fantastic one. See, to the top side we go here in USO, not too far off of the all-time high on this thing. Actually, no, we're a little bit. We're still about 8% or so off of that marker, 11 to be exact. All right, so yeah, I'm going to be cautious there, guys. A nice print on NVDA, but we do have the counter of that and inverted right here above the volume weighted average price, and then off to the races we go. There's a support level that's holding up at 427 here on Tesla. I think this was a whipsaw move. What I'm looking at from here, 429.78 higher, but then we have 3 touches and multiple wicks at that specific zone. So if we're looking for a move back in towards the volume weighted average price, I think this would be a good time to get involved. We have to be prepared to get out just in case we want to continue to rip. But if we look at it from a daily, you can see we're on a multiple breakout day now. So the pullbacks might not be that deep. They could be relatively shallow in the market, and you have participants start to step right back in and move price higher once again. But as soon as we broke that pivot of 409, 410, off to the races, and then now we're looking at Tesla only a couple percentage points. That was his previous all-time high here. We had that channel snapped, and then bang, we're putting in some pretty strong sessions, down 14%. But if we go from the peak to the trough here, 31%, so you've now cut that in half, and Tesla is definitely strong, participating with the overall market rally. And I was saying that from before. You have Meta, you have Microsoft, and you have Tesla, who all haven't hit all-time highs, but we're looking at Google, NVIDIA, Apple hitting all-time highs. If these guys decide to start participating in the rally, then watch out for the NASDAQ to continue to climb. Regardless how ridiculous you think this is, including myself, it's just like, okay, yeah, I've zoomed out on a monthly, and I'm like, what are we actually even talking about here? Like, I understand that we have to hyper-focus on certain things, but all it does is go up. Is it designed? And Michael Noss was talking about it. So it's just, and I heard Brendo mention this. If you buy good names, just buy them, forget that you own them, and come back 10 years later, and look what you get to participate in. Like, this is absolutely insane stuff. $200 in 2022 gives you 175% just like that. It's one of the safest plays, man. The market is just designed. I guess the smart people behind the computers are just like, hey, man, let's put a little noise in here and there, but nonetheless, the NASDAQ 100 would always have the best 100 tech names. The S&P will always have the best 500 companies. So, yeah. You can't go wrong there, really, it seems.
Well said. Well said, yeah. They design it for exactly that reason, so that it does outperform the market. All right, stopped out of both positions, 0 for 2 to start the morning. Looking at YMAT for a hold up at around 73 to 70 pennies. It looks like it did come in there, but it's dropping pretty aggressively here down into 70. AEHL is halted down again. So, you know, we sit down, then everything turns. It feels fantastic. Watching for a hold here of 73, 75 to 70 on YMAT. We'll look to get in here if it does show me a good reason to get in. But right now I'm looking at the 5-second chart, and it's still dropping. So nothing doing there. Keeping an eye as well on Poet. Very consolidative south of the $0.50. CORD just got into 550. And I forgot to mention AIIO. This one was a big mover in the morning. I don't know why it didn't make it onto my side chart, but it is now making another move there, and it's taking out the high of the day into 115. This one could be into 1.25 pretty quick. There's another high of day, 117 on AIIO. And a decent price name, too. So you can probably size in pretty nicely here on this one and maybe make some money. Who knows? Let's put, no, I don't want to take any of these ones off. Let's put it under Hawk. So AIIO. Let's see if we can get this one. Yeah, there it goes into 117. So it's a good look now. There could be support at around 108, but this chart's all over the map, right? I mean, there you go, price spike up into 108, loses it, goes down to 85, regains the dollar. Now it's kind of got a bit of a range here, 103 to 117, just in the last 10 minutes or so. So I don't really know how to trade this, quite frankly. It's not really respecting trend, nor is RXT. Stops me out through the 10 EMA, finds support at 490, a random area. Nothing really showing there at 490. Rockets back up into 510. So yeah, I don't have a read, quite frankly. We'll see if we can find something that we do have a read on. So I'm just checking the scanner there to see what else is popping up. Nothing of note that I like anyway with a decent spread. So we'll keep tabs on these ones. But RXT is making another big move back up into about 512. It's a 530 high. I'm still looking, possibly at a bit of a downtrend over here though on RXT, because it's still putting in lower highs. And here it comes. All right, nice. 517. Here it comes possibly into 530. So it's taking out prior bar high, but the 1110 bar has a high of 517.5. We're showing 515 so far. Let's see if we can get above that. Maybe if it's above 520, we'll take another shot for a breakout trade. But I'm not feeling too good about getting into this one pretty quickly there, having literally got stopped out of the bottom. So we have to pick and choose our areas here, Joey.
Good stuff. Let's see, man. I mean, I was just looking at some of the charts last night, and the NASDAQ from 2022 has just been, we'll go back to it one more time, it's just been on a multi-year run. Was this the daily here? I mean, look at this, man. And I like the point that Frank made. He's like, yeah, eventually you will get the flush. We will. But, I mean, it's like if you're patient enough. So what I'm thinking here is like, okay, you get out a little bit. You sit on like 30% cash at the break of the trend line. You keep whatever you have, especially if you have a good average. And then as soon as you get anything in the double digits of a pullback, you slowly start deploying that cash right back in. Let's go to a further timeline here and see what we have on the weekly. I mean, the market bottomed in 22. Are you going to catch the bottom? Probably not. The majority of us aren't. But this is a 4-year run, right? Like we're already on a big time run, man. So it's good stuff here. I understand like we have the tariff tantrum right here. Everybody's going, oh my God, what is happening? Same thing, you have the war start to kick off. But then it's just, you have the major companies spending all of this cash and it's literally putting a dent into GDP. It's just you have to go with the flow and not fight it until otherwise. Will the market make something up in order for us to start selling again? Absolutely. From what I've learned and from my time trading, it's just no matter how good things get, it's that entity that will just make something up in order for them to sell, give you an opportunity to get out, but then you just buy it right back up when everybody's like, oh, what is happening? What is happening? Like, the bombs dropping here, boom. Unless the world is coming to an end, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are designed, I think, to just continuously go up. Everything else is just in the grand scheme of things, noise. But you can make money off the noise as well. So, NVDL, yeah. So that's honestly where I stand. It's my opinion. It's where I stand on it. I think agree or disagree. Then, pardon me. Yeah, I'm superior. Fabian said standing on business. That's all we do. That's all we do around here. I did. Sean said he's standing on business over there too. But what isn't standing on business right now, Sharif, is Netflix. As Netflix is now not doing anything, so hopefully we get a rotation into something with this name. Like, oh my God, it's like, okay, so I have Meta and I have Netflix, and we have all these other names that are ripping and participating, and then I also have Robinhood, some of the fintech names that are doing down to $70. So I have a third of my long-term portfolio not participating in this rally, so I just have to wait for a rotation, and then hopefully these guys will get rocking and rolling. But it just goes back to the point of me saying, okay, yeah, it's all noise right now, but eventually it's designed to put in some ultimate, if it's a good company.
Right.
It's a good company.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
RXT rejecting that 520 area, coming back down, trying to hold 5. AIIO rejecting 118, back into 107. YMAT, we're going to give this one a try as well at 74 with the out at prior bar low. Prior bar low is around 67 pennies. Already looks like it's failing, so good look. MASK trying to make its way back up off the area low there where we got stopped out, right back into 3.5. So no technical areas of support or resistance that I can gauge anyway that are holding up. So I might switch to Sim in about 5 or 10 minutes because I'm just not really in the mood to trade. So we're going to keep an eye on some of these, and if we keep striking out, we're going to switch back. So we're going to keep an eye here on Mask, trying to take out that 360 area. It's a 373 high. Let's see if this one can get back into that $0.75 area and possibly even into 4. If it clears 50, or sorry, not 50, but the candle high at 1105, which is 363. If it can take out that level, I might get long on this one. But for now, we're going to stay clear. Watching CORD make area highs through the $0.50 area, 554. Watching Poet as well lose the trend below the 10 EMA on the 5 and dropping back down into 11.25. So Poet kind of losing trend as well. Let's see if that one wants to hold up at around VWAP, which also happens to be the $11 area. AEHL still halted down at around 2.25 or 2 1/5, give or take. MASK ripping up though, taking out that 1105 bar high into 366. So there goes Mask. Mask is ripping up. It could take out the $0.75 here quite soon, as it is really moving in a parabolic way. So good look for MASK. Trade this one carefully though, because it does have a tendency to upper and lower wick pretty aggressively. And here is into 69. This one could be taking out some levels soon. Let's see if it can take out 373 on MASK. I think the current bar high just got into 372, so it rejects it by an entire penny. Watch out for the loss of that. RXT also back into highs at around 519, 520. The high of the day is 530. I feel like this one has broken trend a little bit. It's taking out a couple of local area highs. The only thing that I want to see is if it takes out the $0.25, that would be more bullish for the current setup with a 530 high, and then we could squeeze into the $0.50, possibly even C6 on RXT, up a respectable 46 and 4/5%. So we're going to keep a close eye out on that one. YMAT looks like it's holding prior bar low, but not really ripping up either. And AAOI, Yeah, that's coming right back down into that 107 area. Feels like there might be a buyer here in around 105 on AIIO. Let's see what shares are on AIIO. Okay, that's fine, especially with that 105 area. That should be interesting. We can give it a little bit lower than that. So we can go ahead and say, like, if it loses that level, but I'll have to give it a bit of a spread because the bottom can drop off, as we know, as we've seen many, many times. Let me just change the previous area stop on AIIO. We can take that one off. And there's RXT really ripping up now. It's about to take out day's highs into 530. So RXT really moving here. 529 now showing up on the ask. It's a 530 high, up 50%. Joey, this one is about to take out the day high and could be on the way to the $0.50, but there's a pretty big seller here at around 530. AEHL just opened up, and it is halted up now at 231. So very little in the way of, calmness. It's done 152 million shares on the day, but it did most of that pretty early on when it was really, when it was not halting to no end as it is now. Every time this one halts, we obviously can't trade it. So it becomes an area of illiquidity here. So we're going to keep an eye on AEHL, see if we can catch a bit of a bid.
All right, man. Jesse, relax, man. It's all good, man. It's all good, man. All right, guys. We have Rocket Lab almost at the high. Well, it's at the high of the day. The Qs are at the high of the day. The SPY relatively close. Tesla right back towards that neck of the woods. So it's only a matter of time probably until NVDA starts to creep higher and higher. Let's send it off to Adara with crypto.
Here is Coinbase. Actually, nice move here off of the lows for COIN. This report, though, not too nice here. They did report an unexpected loss per share, well above estimates of an earnings of 29 cents per share. Sales here also missing estimates. Revenue down 31% year over year. Transaction revenue down 40% year over year. And subscription and services revenue down 14% year over year. So just on a numbers basis, unfortunately not a good look here for COIN. Let's take a look here at Bitcoin, though. BTC, I mean, this daily chart still, you've got these higher highs, higher lows. I would like to see if we can try to retest at some point, if not today, but maybe over the weekend, that 83K level that we failed to take out going back to this Wednesday. Let's take a look at the weekly chart here, because BTC in the weekly, again, mentioning the 83,000 level, does look like there could be a bit of a topping tail candle forming. Again, not in and of itself too concerning given that daily chart, but just be aware here, this 83,000 level in the weekly, pretty interesting. If you look at Ethereum here on the weekly, again, doing its own thing compared to Bitcoin. For a while, these two were trading in tandem. That's no longer the case. Ethereum here, not even topping tail, just set for its second straight red week. Back to you.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, someone mentioned GameStop. It's not very liquid, right? It's half cash, half stock there. Joey, the RSI, $2 super chat from our boy Adam James abroad. Joey, the RSI on Q's daily highest since January 2018. Not surprised. Look at the move up, man. It's fast and furious, that's for sure. Another $5 super chat. See, the thing is, though, I don't think I ever used the RSI as a tool. I used MACD like a long time ago for like maybe a couple of days, 82.5, so that is relatively high speaking. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like you look at it before and it's just like, okay, yeah, we're extended, we're overbought. Okay, we're still overbought, and then you're like, what is going on? So I was never, if you use it, if you can build a system on it, then by all means. But yeah, it's definitely, I would say that we're getting close to that neck of the woods. Got stopped out on RXT at 488.2. Super duper annoying. Back in to make it back. This one has an AMD MOU. You guys all rock. Thank you. Tons. You were in RXT, right?
Yeah, got stopped out. Same area.
Yeah, same area. So, yeah, I don't know if you want to touch on that or.
Yeah, well, it just made new highs, Joe. Got into 542, so it looks like it's on the way to 550. A bit of a topping tail candle through 40. Still holding trend. Good candle that just closed there. The majority of the candle is green. The body of it is green. So as I mentioned, the day high and the previous candle high is 542. The candle low 515. Current price 529. Looking to hold trend. 10 EMA on the fives around 515. I was looking at 519 as an area support only because we had such a critical area of resistance, basically, at around that 520 level. So let's see. Let's give this one another try over here. We'll see if we can ride this one a little bit higher, possibly into the mid-40s. If it loses 519, I'm out. It is really that simple of a trade. So we're going to keep a close eye here on RXT. A bit of a bamboozler. Breached the 10 EMA, found a bit of support in between the 10 and the 20. Sometimes those are the money fills. I didn't have a gauge on resistance at 490. That was not an area I would have earmarked for support. So you never really know how these ones are going to act. That's why you got to take the shots. Continuing to hold losing positions in YMAT as well as AIIO. We'll see if those want to ride trend. I did add on AIIO right at 107s for a 105 breach. So that gives me about 2 pennies worth of risk on that ad. Initially in, though, at the day's high, right at 117.5. So we'll have to see how this cookie crumbles. Also still holding, still watching AEHL, looking at that halt level of 231 with a high of the day of 284. That could be a good one. Keep your eye on that one. A couple of down halts here. Generally holds a 10 EMA on the 5, does breach it on a wick basis, but looking to move right back up. So that's something to keep an eye out for there. RXT could have resistance at around the $0.50. It's already rejected 542. It seems to be a thick trade, quite frankly, though. And now it makes sense. Okay, so it's easy to short. That's why. On my platform, there's almost 1.2 million shares available for short. So it's not really a borrow the short type situation. That means every schmuck can basically just borrow this and keep basically a top on the price action. So that just makes it a thicker trade and harder to deal with. We'll see if the longs outdo the shorts into the $0.50, but I don't expect this one to act like AEHL or YMAT, just given the fact that it's easy to short. So RXT in about 51.5%. Let's see if we can get something in the 40s. Can't quite do it yet. Still holding YMAT. Looking for this one to continue to put in some support at 70. It's still suffering, though, from a lot of lower highs, but within the last 20 minutes or so, it's been putting in higher lows. So let's see if this can kind of make it back into that 80 penny level. We're in at 74. It's showing me 74. So a bit of a break-even trade now as it moves into 75. It didn't really quite add on this one, to be honest with you. So I'm just going to let this run rocket up. If it wants to rock it up, fantastic. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And now it's moving up into about 80. It's a 97 penny, basically 98 penny high. So we'll see if we can take out something at around 90 pennies. Otherwise, I'm just going to hold it. RXT continuing to go as well. Looking at that 543. So they just printed a new area high, which is a good look. Let's see if we can hold it for a little bit more, possibly test that 550. Take out the majority of the position into the $0.50, seeing as there's likely going to be psychological resistance there, as there typically is. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey, in 3 positions, looking for a move into the high on both, on all 3.
All right, man. Nice work. Nice work. Yeah, someone said Tesla moving. Yeah, it is. Rocket Lab starting to come back in a little bit, but nothing. This could just be a breath. And I like what Hangry Wife was saying not too long ago. Volume is, in my opinion, it's like one price, one, and then volume, 1A. I couldn't trade without volume. Do you want to look at it all the time? But no, at key levels, you really need to see, and you can see it translated through the time of sales as well. Like, I wouldn't say that the level 2 is my favorite. I would prefer the tape because we know that you can have some spoofing on the level 2, right? Like you can remove orders and whatnot. You can post them back up. But the time in sales is as real as it gets. It'll tell you it's transactions, like it's real-time transaction, and that's why I think it's extremely important. Volume is right up there. I mean, if you're a breakout trader, you need to see that volume step in. Where can you see that? Through the tape as well. Like you'll see the clean flushes, you'll see the strength, and then it be translated over there, and then it's just kind of like a big cycle, right? Like, so it's like, okay, price, you're looking at your tape, the volume supporting it, price is moving higher, and you're just moving in this rotation where you have your side mirrors and everything's aligning, and that will give you the ability to put on some pretty good trades. Does it always work like that? No, if it did, then trading would be significantly easier, but more often than not, in my opinion. Rocket Lab starting to come back in. Let's head over to our watch list. I don't know what's going on with JPM. I know Sharif was mentioning it here, what Buddy had going on. I don't know.
Crazy story.
I don't know if that's going to be the teller, maybe. But it's not participating with some of the other banks. Like, I'm pretty sure Morgan Stanley is still hovering around the highs. Goldman Sachs not too far off of it. And then we have JP Morgan, the name that I'm continuously buying up to eventually start to play. Oh, we're lagging. we're a laggard. Let's break through some of these trend lines and off to the races. It gets choppy, I understand that, but with JPM, I bought some more literally up here at 311. Boom. Should have been a little bit more patient, but good thing we deposited some more cash in the long-term account. Nothing substantial, but anyways, we grab a little bit more down here at 302. And if it continues to sell, I'm not going to be like DCing into oblivion on this, but I will continuously buy more. Less transactions, because in my long-term account, it's with a specific brokerage, and the fees are just absolutely through the roof. It's $10 a transaction. So I only make a couple of them a year, to be honest with you, a handful of them, because you don't want to be paying too much in fees. So, and it's in a locked-in retirement account. So it's, if I wanted, I couldn't take the money out if I wanted to. I can only put money in.
Good.
Yeah.
That's a move.
Yeah.
Take the subjectivity out of it. All right. Took out some there on AIIO as it did price spike up into a new high day. So we got 21s there. Took out, I want to say about half the position. Looking for a bigger move up. It's a 123 high. I'm looking for a little bit more. I want to see if it gets into the third of a dollar. We did add pretty aggressively the same position that we added at the high. We did add into 107. Let's see if this one continues up with a cost basis now of about 108. So that's my look there. A YMAT continues to kind of dilly-dally right at these areas over here, rejecting at 80. I'm looking for 82s and 88s. Otherwise, we'll just get stopped out through the area low. There does seem to be a lot of resistance in the high 70s, sellers stepping in pretty aggressively. What kept me into this position is that we have a bunch of higher lows ever since the candle at 1120, and we did breach those prior candle highs on the 1135 and the 1140 candle, all of which, though, did reject at right around 80 pennies, give or take. Then also my RXT trade. Interesting one here, making a new high of day into 544. I didn't take anything out. I have it at 48. We'll see what this one does, whether or not it price spikes up into the half dollar. I'm not as optimistic about the RXT trade as some others, because just given the fact that it's super easy to borrow and a bit of a price cap kept on here by the shorts. Prior bar lows, 526.5. I don't think I'm going to give it to that. I'm going to kind of insist that it hold up at 520. So if we get stopped out below 520, we get stopped out. But that's where I saw the price shelf earlier as resistance. So I'm looking for that to act as support. I see AEHL is also open. It's losing the bid. It's losing it into 2. It's basically about to lose a 20 EMA on the 5. That could be trouble for the longs. So I would say don't bottom feed over here. Don't try to pick up these ones when they are flushing down. Try to ride the trend to the high side, but this one is losing in a hurry. Look, if it pops off, gets back above that 2 1/3, perhaps we can consider it, but for now, I don't think that this is the right trade on AEHL. YMAT is the other halter that I'm involved in, and here it comes into 70 pennies again. Let's see if it loses that 70 penny area. We didn't take out anything on YMAT despite the fact that we were in the money on it, so looks like that seller at 80 pennies is keeping us basically down. And here we go again, trying to breach a prior area low, so we will get stopped out here on YMAT if it does take out the 67 penny low. It's knocking on the door of that level right now, right around 68. I should mention to you guys, though, that the volume weighted average price is around 65. So if you want to base your stop based on VWAP, you got to give it to a little bit below 65. RXT continuing to hang out near highs. Mask finding some support here at 330, trying to move back into 3.5 with a 373 high. This one could be a flat top breakthrough 3 1/4, as it has had a lot of resistance in and around that level. So be on the lookout for 373 to be breached on MASK. Currently showing a little bit below the half dollar. And now YMAT is all the way right back down into the volume weighted average price. So let's see if it holds up here. It's losing the bid and basically has a lot of resistance at 80 pennies. So YMAT getting me into some trouble here at around 65 pennies, Joe.
All right. I don't even know what CBD is. Hangry Wife, buying, selling pressure, delta, very useful. No, give me a little bit more information and then we can talk about it. Maybe I'm just not familiar with the term. We have a $5 super chat here from iGrow Fighting. Yeah, Jesse, you're right, man. This is a rage bait for sure. Super chat. Sean Strickland wins 4th round TKO. My friend, are you watching the same sport that I am? Come on. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that fight. No dog in it, to be honest with you. I don't really care. It's always fun to watch kings get dethroned. Is Hamzat that king? I mean, he was extremely active earlier in his career, not so active now. He fights once a year. He's literally that guy. He's going the John Jones route, fighting once a year, because his last fight was at the Dracus du Plessis, which I actually went and got to see, and I was furious that I spent all that money to go and watch that main event where he was just literally hugging him the whole time. Sean Strickland's going to be a little bit more difficult to take down and keep down, but there's just levels to the game, man. And if it goes that route, then unfortunately Hamzat Chimaev is going to win. Never heard of CBD? No, it's CVD. CVD, not CBD. CVD, man. Do you ever? Oh, is that like? No, I think Hangry Wife was referring to like options stuff there. A call various delta or something along those lines. Not like the. Like CBD and all that stuff, cumulative volume delta. No, I've never used that. Again, I'm not the biggest on indicators, right? Like I was earlier in my day, but again, it's just like price. It's just price. Everything is derived from price action, so why not just go straight to the source? Israel thinks Sean wins. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like he's pulled up some upsets before, right? He's done it. No one thought he was going to beat Fluffy Hernandez. I didn't think he was going to beat whatever that German Russian guy. I forget it. His name's slipping my mind right now. But anyways, aside from that, let's get right back into these markets. Head over to the options chain and see what we got going on. What we're going to look at here is just the overall market to see if we have any outstanding size leading into next week. We might be able to pull up that indicator a little bit later there, Hangry, and see what we got going on. But let's take a look at May 13th. How much volume do we have? Not very much, but one thing that I want us to point out is the implied volatility is extremely low. And I've talked about this before, is that when you really start to see this downtick, that just shows you that there's not very much fear within the overall market. And I think that's the narrative right now. As you can see, we're continuing to climb. The volatility will start to uptick, especially when we start to sell off. We move fast and furious the other way. The old saying, ride like lightning, crash like thunder. Is that going to be the narrative here? But I think at some point we will. Yes, at some point.
Literally my favorite movie.
Yeah, it's a good one. At some point we will pull back. It's just a matter of how deep this pullback is going to be.
All right, AIIO just got into a high day. I did add there into 118. I moved up my stop into prior bar low. Takes out the $0.25. Looking for a bigger move now into third of a dollar. So AIIO looking good, but YMAT continuing to give me flat top break feels. So leaving that one to see if it triggers my stop order. RXT trying to hang out near highs right around in the mid 30s. It is putting in higher lows with a bit of a flat top right around that mid 40 area. I don't think I'm going to add again into AIIO here. There it goes into another high of day around 530. No continuation, though, into that level, and we missed 530, so we'll have to get it on the second attempt, so we'll just put the 530 level there. Dropping back down into 27s now, 26, 24, so we're gonna lose the bid over here on AIIO as this one. Another one with a bit of a ceiling, so we'll see what this one has to do. Yeah, it just lost the whole thing there, right back down into 122, so no continuation on AIIO, but MASK continues to put in higher lows and higher highs, trying to take out that 370 flat top that we've been talking about. So there is a bit of a flat top hanging out with multiple rejections in and around that 70 area. So watch out for a flat top break on MASK. It could squeeze into 4 should it have the requisite volume. RXT dropping right back down, losing trend again. So did breach prior bar low with a bit of a lower low and lower high. So a bit of a troublesome trend right now on RXT. I'm looking for a hold at around 520. If it holds 520, fantastic. If it doesn't, we get stopped out. Continuing to watch AEHL as well. This one is open again, trying to hold 1 3/4 and try to work its way back into 2, but it is lower lows and lower highs. So the downtrend right now very operative on AEHL. INOD have said very little about, but that one continues to trend back down into the volume weighted average price. More expensive of a name, so you're going to have to be careful with this one. But right around $83.50 is VWAP. Possible support in and around there. Likewise with Poet dropping back down into $11 or thereabouts. That is the volume weighted average price. A prolonged downtrend ever since putting in the 1183 high. Basically unbroken lower highs and lower lows. Now finding some support right around that 11-ish area. AIIO continuing to watch as this one retraces a little bit back now above the 1/5 of a dollar into 1/4. But YMAT very close to stopping me out through 65 pennies. We'll see how that one goes. CORD got back into highs, 555. Now I have a bias that this one works into 6. A bit of a slower mover here on CORD. Perhaps this one fits your narrative a little bit better if you're not really interested in the ones that move pretty quickly. So those are the ones I'm looking at, Joe. Not really a whole lot to talk about until YMAT gets off the schneid, but it's a triple bottom right now off the volume weighted average price. That's good. The other side of the equation, though, is this unbroken downtrend. We got to get above 80 for the shorts to be taken out of control of the price action right now. They are definitely in control on YMAT.
All right, good stuff. Taylor Batty says, thank you, Sharif. MF Dangerous says, all right, how you doing, lads? Small green here today. I mean, we talked about our trades earlier in the session. This is going to be our best winner here, IREN, up 7 1/5. But then we took a small loss right out of the gate here on IBIT. How's it performing here today? All right, so you have that strong move higher, breaks back through, and then now continuing to climb. What we do have is some lower highs right here, guys. Trend line broken once again, and you can just draw an additional one here off of the secondary trend. Boom, cracks, and then off to the races it goes with maybe multiple entries there. So this was our only loss here of the day. Small one here at 45.21. We go long, looking for the break of VWAP. Decides that it wants to tank, absorb some more liquidity. Forms a pretty solid base at $45 flat, and then off to the races it goes. We're going to pull up a supply zone momentarily in IBIT at that $47 marker. I touched on it briefly this morning during our options segment. Now, as for IREN, this is going to be our second trade. We go 1 for 2 with the 50% clip rate, putting us green on the session. $60.60 we go long at. We wait till 62.40s before we take anything out, and then I get stopped out 10% of the remaining position. Let's go Amazon. Yeah, let's see what Amazon's up to, Corva. Hopefully you're cooking. I was looking at Meta. That thing decided to tank, so yeah, I mean, it's not good for the JPM in my account, the Metas and the Robinhoods. Those are definitely underperforming everything, but maybe we'll see a rotation. I mean, it's the chip trade right now, and everything else is irrelevant, I feel, even though it's not. But yeah, I think just kind of the narrative in the market right now. What was I going to pull up on the options chain? That's it. IBIT, let's head over there and take a look at that $47 marker expiring this week. So you can see this was a little bit higher this morning, so some contracts being closed. It was around 33,000 or so at that $47 marker. And then if you go back a couple of days ago, you can see that we had a 46.96 high on IBIT, and then we've been selling ever since. So let's head over to that level and then just take a look at the price action from that point. And to the individual who was asking us about how we're going to gauge options chain and how we can use it for definitive levels is just looking for outstanding size, as I mentioned before, throughout the open interest, because we can classify those as supply zones on either end of the call or the put spectrum. Now, moving over to IBIT, let's head over to that Wednesday session. When I was going over some TA last night, I seen from the 5-minute, I'm like, oh, okay, well, like, why aren't we continuing to climb? Why aren't we participating in this rally? And sure enough, what happens, I pull up that level, I go over to that expiration cycle, and I find this. So ever since Friday, let's actually go to a higher time frame here. We'll be able to see it a little bit higher. So, I mean, it's just been steady down. And if we're going to look at this from a higher time frame perspective, then we're going to have to wait for this trend line to be broken. Inverted hammer on the hour is not too good. And then sure enough, we have 3 consecutive days of not participating in market rallies as the supply zone at $47 definitely came into factor.
All right, got out of YMAT for a break-even trade, flattened that out, wanted to get out of there because the trend is unbroken to the downside. I did add it to the trade on AIIO, moved up my stop into 114.5 to shadow the prior bar low. Looking for another attempt at 1 1/3. Let's see if we can get 1 1/4, and then we're going to look for 130, and then we're going to save the majority of the position for 1 1/3. Let's see if that happens. Continuing to hold RXT. Still holding the 10 EMA on the 5, essentially break even, showing me 33s, 34s. I've got 35s. I think I might end this one in the same way that I took out YMAT as well, just because of the amount of shortable shares that are available on RXT. That doesn't make me feel too good about the long trade on this one, especially with that kind of 544 area that we've been dancing with there. So keeping a close eye on that, looking to flatten it out, especially if it does lose 520. That was essentially where I was earmarking the weakness to, or sorry, the strength to come in, because there was such an aggressive seller there for about, I want to say 20 minutes at 520. It clears it by 24 pennies, but no continuation into that $0.50, at least not yet. with only a 544 high. AIIO coming back down after adding into that area. Let's see if it holds that 114. Again, 114.5 gets me out of the trade. I'm just trying to ride the higher low trend. Essentially, that's what it's been doing ever since breaking out again at 1105. If it continues to hold up above that level, we'll stay in. If it doesn't, then we'll get stopped out and we'll give a little bit back. Still positive on this one, but not really happy with the current price action right now. So those are the trades that I'm involved in, but I'm still keeping a close eye on MASK because it did breach prior area high. Now, I was saying that it was about the $0.75 flat top that we could get a break from, but we did breach the area high prior, and we didn't get anything like a squeeze into $4 at all. So this one, I'm going to suspect a little bit that it might not have the juice to be able to take out that flat top in the kind of way that I was thinking. So MASK zigging and zagging now. It looks like MASK's money fills have been between the 10 and the 20 moving averages. On the 5-minute chart, you'll see that 11:15 area where it got in between the 10 and the 20. Again, 11:40 in between the 10 and the 20 holds up, and then it does make a bigger move up. So my suggestion to you, if you're looking at getting in on MASK, perhaps current price action shows a dip trade into 345. 346, 47, basically anywhere in between the 10 and the 20 exponential moving averages on the 5. Those have been the money fills on MASK. So keep your eye on that. And while you think about that, think about this. POET is also holding up at around the volume weighted average price. It is putting higher lows on a wick basis, could be retracing here. I expect resistance at 1130 and 1150. Double top there on a closing basis right around 11:30 on the big price spike up at around 10 o'clock. And then you have, of course, that $0.50 area, which could be a psychological area of resistance. Continuing to watch as well RXT as it curls right back up into break-even mode for me. We haven't done anything with this one. I didn't get an opportunity to add, nor was I interested in adding, quite frankly, because, as I mentioned, a lot of shortable shares available here on my platform, keeping this one as a thick, annoying trade. So right back down into 530 here, Joey, as it zigs and zags. YMAT, still doing nothing. Happy with my out here. Got out break even, or for just basically paid the commission on the shares for this one, but took out the actual price break even. You're seeing some higher lows right now on YMAT, and it's holding above VWAP. That's kind of the good news. The bad news is you can see that lower trend line there showing you basically that this one is still putting in lower highs, not necessarily lower lows. So something to watch out for there. And CORD, CORD, a bit of an illiquid trade, but it's stair-stepping up a lot better than some of the ones I'm involved in into 560 now. Could see 2/3 to $0.75 soon here, Joey.
All right, man. Mike Peter, right. I'm glad that you've been hyper. Okay, you're starting to freak out. All right, I was about to say, I'm glad that you've been focused throughout the day because you haven't been as active in the chat. You know what? I said this the other day, maybe earlier in the week, man. Just a couple woosah, and if it's not your best day and you feel heated, go sit under a tree. That tends to help. I've personally never done it, but I heard that it works. So, I mean, go and check it out. I mean, you're in the banks, right? I was checking. Dude, I was looking to catch a flight over to Myrtle Beach for Memorial Day weekend, but it's hard to get one over there, especially using my points. So I wanted to head over to South Carolina, see what they have going on there. Give me some peach cobbler or something. All right, let's take a look at some of these other names. We have CrowdStrike up to 516. Some strong stuff here in some of the cybersecurity names. Now we're not far off of the all-time high. It's recovered fast and furious, down 10%. Off of that high. At one point, we were down 30%, I believe, at these lows. Yeah, 40%. Just absolutely evaporated in the span of a month and a bit. So a good look there in CrowdStrike. And then also our good friend Walmart, Wally's World here, performing up to $131. Just been on a big-time run as well. So it's good to see Walmart starting to perform. Only down 2.7% off of its highs. So, yeah, let's watch that. And then, unfortunately, we have JPM just talking on book here as JPM is continuing to slide, breaking through that 306 marker. And then south side, we go. Applied Digital, someone was asking me about that. Yeah, we like Applied Digital, consolidative zone here. It's within a $20 range, so you have like a 50% drawdown here, but then it just recovers just as quick. So yeah, not too bad of a look there in Applied Digital. SMR was on my radar this morning, but then it wasn't sitting in a position. I seen the pre-market price action, and I'm like, do I really love this? And then where we were sitting on a daily, I'm like, we're not in breakout territory, right? So the next potential trade here could be the break of 1351 if we happen to go back up there. It's just not performing well, and with that being said, why would we want to look at a name like SMR when we have every single chip? Someone just mentioned Intel back to all-time highs, like $120. Right? Like, why are we talking about SMR when we have Intel, you have the Marvells, you have the Broadcoms just continuously screaming day after day? And if you're looking for relative strength and looking for longs, then where else are you going to find it? There's SanDisk up to $1,500. All right. Anyways, guys, we're going to send it off to Adara with happening now, and then Neil with his lesson of the day.
Yeah, what's been happening now, and I think on and off for the last couple of days, is the market just continuing to push higher. Here's the S&P 500 trying to break out intraday highs. NASDAQ even closer to that. We have had some Fed comments throughout the day. We're going to get some more at 7:30 p.m. But Fed's Goolsbee saying inflation has not been great and is heading the wrong way. He did make some other comments, though, saying the job market is fairly stable. It's also worth noting here, again, we had some different individuals earlier, including, as mentioned, Acting Labor Secretary Sonderling, saying that there could be a case here to cut rates this year, as we know has been occasionally said. Got more comments as well here, just coming through from Iran, saying their Hormuz Strait regime bill is ready. So if I get more details on what that entails, I'll keep you guys posted, but safe to say USO is going to be on watch. Some of these plays related to the hantavirus are also in focus. There is going to be TARW is one of them. SABS, just heard some reports about more cases unfortunately coming through, so both of those stocks in focus. Also in focus, President Trump speaking at 12 p.m. Eastern. That feed just went live by Associated Press, but they just cut it again. So once he is actually in front of the podium, we'll keep you guys posted, but that is set to begin at any moment now. Here is CoreWeave, sharply to the downside, one of many earnings day one plays on watch, because it is still earnings season, guys. We haven't even gotten NVIDIA yet. NET, sharply to the downside in their earnings report. You also have the likes of IRAN, which also scored a deal with NVIDIA, despite pretty rough earnings. So I think certainly the NVIDIA deal helping this company. Lots of earnings day one plays on watch. But you know what else is also on watch and always really exciting? It's Neil. And he has the lesson of the day. So Neil, let's stop making the people wait. Trump we have to wait on, but we don't have to wait in Neil's lesson. So Neil, what's that lesson?
Thank you, Adara. I want to expand upon the lesson from yesterday. Well, last night, actually, not this lesson from yesterday, but in the afternoon, when we were talking about, that one rule and the 1% rule, which is all about risk and making sure that you don't lose too much on a single trade or on any trade for that matter. And what it boiled down to was understanding, like, okay, you have an entry, you have an exit, you got the amount that you're willing to lose, and you cushion that to your account size, right? So in the example we were giving, it was just like the 1% rule. So you would say I have X amount of capital that I have to deploy in my account. I'm only losing 1% of it on a trade. Then I can say I'm getting in at X price, my exit is here, and then you do that rough math. The other side of that equation is understanding how you need to take profit once you're doing that. And so I'm going to use the example here for SLV, because I think it's way more instructive to look at, when in risk management, sometimes something where I can show you examples of where it does work and where it doesn't. So for the last 2 days, we can come to the chart for a second, had two separate areas where either trend breaks or holds a VWAP. And I'm going to get you the reason in a second. I want to pull these two up. You have one here, which you can see it's about 69.8, that plays into 70.30. So it's a 50 penny move to the upside, where the support level had an amount of risk of about 15 cents. Right? So you had a 50 penny move, 15 cents. If an average out is in the midpoint, it's about 25. So it's about 1.4 to 1 on a day where it didn't even break the high of the day. And then you had a similar but better day here the next day off of the volume weighted average price hold. So 2 days in a row where that does work. Now here's where it becomes really important. On a day where it's not working, and I would argue some of it is the precision. Like each time I got in, like you looking for a VWAP hold, I find myself in early. I don't even average in until it gets back down into 73.4. So I'm getting a 73.5 average price, which is a little bit not exactly the way I like to get it. Usually I like to get one entry at the price you want and then just give it to the bottom. But again, notice the risk. It's 33 here, average price about 50, which works to 17 pennies. Basically what I was risking on the other ones the 2 days before. So because it's the same risk to reward, it makes it easy for me to gauge. Remember this all morning, I was like, don't want to be taking out up here, needed to press through. There's a reason why I wasn't actively trying to scalp up at that top. And most of it was simply, if I'm trying to adhere to the risk reward of the prior days, then I need to be holding for that high. When you say I'm risking X amount in trade, it could be 10 bucks, it could be $100, it could be $1,000 on the trade. If you're giving it, I'm going to just use 10 cents because the math is easier. Say you're giving it 10 pennies and you're risking $100 on that trade. If it goes 5 cents in the money, then you're really only up about 50 bucks. Now, if you get the majority of the position off, let's just say, within that, for before it even gets to that 1-to-1 or in that range, you can find yourself in a situation where if it goes all the way, you've already taken the majority out when it gets to that 1-to-1, and it goes all the way and you only get a 1.2 or 1.3 to 1 win. When it's dead wrong, most times you're gonna lose for everything. Now sometimes maybe you scalped a little bit out or a little bit out, but for the most part you're losing it for everything. So you want to treat it as such that when you're getting in here, and oftentimes you will see me exit for profit, not very often unless I really think it's going bad. It's hold and it's hold. And then you try to just get that top. And I don't mind if I'm getting it all out at the top and it continues because I extended the move as far as I wanted on my risk to reward. That's the other side of the equation that oftentimes traders get wrong. And the way I like to frame it is sometimes you're getting out too aggressively as it's starting to work for you. And when you think about how trading is usually going to work, I've seen over 20 years, basically 50 to 55% win rate is about as good as it gets. If you're trading and you're getting 70, 80% win rate, you know what? On the long term, I've literally never seen it happen. Maybe you've got some kind of not arbitrage, but like a gimmick trade, which is working. But generally speaking, you're hitting 50 to 55% if you're really, really good. So if you consider that that is the win rate, suddenly how you take profit does matter, even if you're disciplined. You need to be making enough and willing to hold sometimes the bulk of the position, which can get annoying, because I'll be the first person to tell you, if you look really closely, if I'm shotgunning out here and then don't reload, like that could be a bad trade that turns out into like a little bit of a winner if I shotgun it out here because I get the bulk out. But you know what? If I do that every single time, the time that it goes, I've got almost nothing on. And if I'm really only at 50 to 55%, that doesn't actually math out in the long run. So you got to consider that, yes, sometimes you shotgun out, maybe it's a 6 cents, whatever. I don't even think I'm not using this example because I think that was actually wrong to shotgun out. Call it Spidey sense, probably save me money, but it's not normally how I would roll. And I think the reason for that is so that you understand if of that 50 to 55% when you are winning, you are getting enough out of it. You are holding for that next push so that you can have not just a good win-to-loss ratio, but proper risk to reward. So the first step is risking an amount that you're comfortable with. The second step is making sure that when you're right, you're getting enough out of it. And sometimes it really does mean, oh, it's starting to work. I can't be too aggressive getting out. I have to give it a chance to actually go. Usually this is the point where I would tell you how the lunch goes. I actually haven't eaten anything yet. But that fish that we're supposed to have, being on the no tilapia, you can't even really tell because it's blocked by my name tag. You know what? It doesn't matter. We got drumsticks. You guys can't even see that. But we got chicken. I thought maybe we'd get salmon again, but it's rice and chicken for me, and it looks like it kind of looks like it's going to be barbecue chicken. I haven't tasted it yet. So it's probably delicious. I'll let you guys know in the chat. But no tilapia anymore. I finally gave up. So, you know, I'll probably be happy with it because I don't think you can go wrong with a chicken drumstick and rice. Like, that's a pretty safe meal. But I will let you guys know in the chat. Good luck in your trading. The market, after all, does seem like it wants that 2%, 1.8 and not too much further to go, despite that poll being 50-50, which I was very surprised at, everybody. I would be more bullish than that. Back over to the midday, boys, and I'm going to enjoy some chicken.
Oh, it's a new one. Thank you very much for that, Neil. Great lesson there.
I didn't see
Continue
that.
to watch RXT. It's making another high of the day into 552, breaching that $0.50 area. So the breakout now on for RXT. Keep your eye out on this one. Good look as this one works into that 2/3 of a dollar. Joey, AEHL is halted down again. So I think this one is kind of losing trend right at 1.25 or 130, excuse me, halted down RXT. So careful with that one, guys.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, we already know what's for lunch, so no need for us to talk about it. I mean, we've been talking about IRN all day. Bitcoin, I haven't been paying too much attention to it. Oh, I see what you did with the options thing there, Fabian. I like that. That's pretty good, man. Good update. It's a little, make it a little longer. Let's get that out of my ear now just to see what it is. Can you send me that clip, actually? I want to post it if you don't mind, Fabian. Do you have the ability to do that? If you do, you know what to do. Send it to me, please, and thank you. All love for Sharif the Egyptian. Koniption. All right, yeah. Shout out to Sharif and everyone around here. Other than that, I mean, I'm looking at Rocket Lab, but do you dare stand in front of this rocket ship and try to get a move lower? There's a couple of things aligning for us here. Hold on, let me pull it up so we can get a little bit better of a look. So there's a couple of things that are aligning, but if these signals just continuously get blown past, then it's not even really worth it, especially when the stock is up substantially and it just continues to climb higher. You want to wait for it to form this base around these highs, and then maybe you'll get that slow curl over. But you can see here, you bounce off of that. There's an indecision at the highs. I was looking at it here earlier in the day, and I'm like, oh my God, why is it moving so fast, so quick? And so high so quick, and then boom, there's just no real opportunity for me to engage. And I think I would just rather avoid it instead of fighting the trend and waiting for this short. Like, I mean, it may come in, you may get the volume weighted average price, but why give yourself that much more of a headache trying to short something that's extremely strong instead of trying to participate and finding a potential dip buy within that? So Blue Sky's smart to... not smart. Yeah, it's not. It's like there's zero reason to try and short this name. If you see the buy program, and I mean, we can look at the tape. We have the technical breakout too, right? So you just, boom, now you're breaking through that pivot of 99.61. You're heading towards that, and just look at the strength within this candle. It's insane. It's really strong, and I wouldn't be surprised if come next week you see a little bit more activity. Let's pull up the tape just so we can get a gauge and just have the ability to identify when something is really strong or when something is really weak. I gave I remember how I learned, and by no means am I any expert in reading the tape, and sometimes I sway away from it when I shouldn't. But what I did is that I had this old platform, and it allowed me to use replay, and within the replay, it would give you the tape. You wouldn't get the level 2, but you would get the time of sales. So what I did is I found a couple of baskets of stocks. I would go through multiple days, and I would look for strong names that just right out of the gate just ripped, just decided to go parabolic out of the gate, and I would watch the tape and see how that looked. And then I would do the opposite, right? I would look for something that was extremely weak, and then I would look at the tape and see how the tape reacted within a stock that's continuously selling. And then I did what's in between that, a stock that just moved sideways for, say, the first hour of the session, and how we can identify certain clues within the time of sales. So with that being said, what we can identify here on RKLB is just the continuous flushes of at the ask and above the ask, all right? So it's just like, okay, you have somewhat of a defense step in, but it's immediately met by hitting levels at the ask and above the ask. And with that, along comes strength, okay? So, and it's not very reactive, and that's another point that I wanna make, is that when you see the bid get hit or below the bid, and the stock isn't reacting, it's not selling, and then immediately met by something at or above the ask, that can also identify like, hey, we're not moving lower right now. We might just be in a steady grind. Until you see that tape completely turn and stronger flushes and price action react more in a longer time frame to the moves lower, then you just have to continue to go with the flow.
All right, man. Good advice. That's great advice there. Yeah, RXT into the day high, 560 it goes, breaking through the $0.50, hanging out around the high. MASK lost trend, lost the money fills between the 10 and the 20. The shorts are involved in this one now, keeping it below the volume weighted average price. It looked like it had a bit of a buy there at 3 MASK. YMAT, pardon me, that former halter has also lost trend all the way down into about 57 pennies. Now looking like it's at 60, give or take, but it's lost the volume weighted average price as well. So YMAT failing, AEHL failing as well, hanging out right around VWAP or, that 130 area. We'll see. It looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt, possibly more. AEHL. I pulled up West over here because it had a VWAP bounce, slow mover. One to look out for. It's up 40%, give or take, but not looking the best of the bunch. AIIO also hanging out towards area lows. This one feels like it might be on the way back to the dollar. 109, a bunch of lower highs on AIIO, losing trend as well. Once this candle manifested at 11.55, breaking the prior bar low, it had been holding up prior bar low quite well. It looks like only CORD and RXT are the ones with good-looking trends right now that are heading up as opposed to down. Poet does continue to hang around the volume-weighted average price, but it is, it looks like it's getting bought up, but not enough to break area highs, especially that 1120 area seems to be an area of resistance that we can't seem to get through. Mask continues to drop and lose basically all the levels. It's now below 3, so that one's on the breakdown. I'm keeping an eye on the scanner, see if there's anything new that wants to come up that we can get involved with, but right now there's not really a whole lot within our price range and within the volume profile we typically like. There's PTCT, which I see up here, is looking pretty good, but too expensive of a name, so it looks like it's going to be CORD or RXT. None of them I really like, to be honest with you, for the reasons I articulated earlier, which is RXT has a lot of easy, or I should say not easy, but available shorts, locates for those who want to short it. And here it is, breaking through the high into 567. And I just saw MASK flush all the way back down into $2.47 after being up at 378. So losing $1 in about, I want to say half an hour or so on a $3 to $2 name. So a lot of weakness coming into that name as well. So watch out. It did get into yesterday's closing print, MASK, and then held up. Did I take it off? I think I took it off. Yeah, this one. And then dropped off. So this is the move down here on MASK. Big drop down into 247, recovering a little bit. Looks like maybe shorts are covering into about 2 3/4. Watch out for that one, but it did touch yesterday's closing print and then found a bit of a bid. MASK, I think, was a triple-digit winner, and now it's barely positive on the day. So it looks like it's RXT, Joey, and CORD. I'm going to keep a close eye here on AAOI just because, it's not looking great, but it is looking a little bit better than some of the other ones that we're looking at. And there's also this area here between 105 to 108, which was an area high in the pre-market, which could act as a bit of a support level. In fact, it looks like it has on the day. But as I view this a bit more, especially if we don't really trend back above 120, it's looking like possible head and shoulders pattern with a break through the dollar or that 97 area where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. But if we break trend above 118, 120, this one has another shot possibly at 130. The volume will have to step in though. I think of the bunch, RXT needs to be in focus for those who are looking for a long, as this one just got into another high of day. 570. So RXT looking into that $0.75 area, could be a bit more, could be 575 up to $6. This one's really ripping now. Every time I look at it, it's a new high a day. So good luck for those who were wise enough to stay into RXT. I stopped out. Well, I didn't stop out. Sorry, I took profits a little bit above break even at 540. I didn't have a lot of conviction in this trade. And so that was made to pay for that. So 574 high, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Nice play. Finally green. I'm terrible. I should have just traded INTC, AMD, and MU. Too much nice ones out there today. Have a great weekend. You guys are the best. Thank you, Rob, of the match. It happens, man. And sometimes we just, even including myself, and I guess I'll speak for myself, is sometimes I'm just looking and I get stuck to too many stocks. It's like, why am I trading IBIT when you have MU and all these names continuing to climb? You can use other vehicles to trade them. So, Yeah, just try to find relative strength. Much easier said than done at times, obviously. But yeah, congratulations. Lock that green in like I'm doing today, even though it's nothing substantial, nothing to write home about. It's better than absolutely nothing, and just going into the weekend feeling all like meh. Oh no, we didn't. We did not. All right, Danny boy, hypothetical question. If I hop on the sewing machine and make a pair of Sydney Sweeney Netflix jeans, is there a chance that Netflix pops up 12% so that I can get my money out of it on Tuesday? So 12%, what is it? It's trading around 87, 10% would be $8.70. So you need it to climb around $95, maybe a little bit more. 97. I don't know about Netflix. It's clearly not strong. And when you're not participating in this rally, then what Neil said this morning is when you're not buying up, you can be a laggard or something. I just don't think the space is hot right now. And if the market continues to sell, watch out for more aggressive price action to the downside in Netflix. So, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't, as my grandpa would say, wish in one hand, do something in the other, and see what feels first. And it's typically the latter half. So don't get too excited about that. I'm a full disclosure. I have a bunch of Netflix shares, and it's just not doing what I want it to right now. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if it's going to be anytime soon. It will recover, in my opinion. Great company, one of the largest streaming giants. Second, I mean, content is extremely important with that. CapEx is up there. They're gaining more sports. They have a big fight coming up between Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, which I think will be on there, even though that's in a couple of months. They obviously have some NFL games. I don't know if they're doing NBA or anything along those lines. They have WWE. So there is things in the pipeline. You just have to be patient with it, in my opinion. It's just not participating, as I said multiple times. Now, as for RKLB, we're not going to be looking to short this thing. I don't see anything that I'm in love with right now. Other than maybe a potential dip buy in NVDA, but it is what it is. It's hard to buy this market when it's continuously grinding higher and not giving you too many opportunities to get involved.
All right, new one here. I got QMCL, just showed up on my scanner. Looking pretty good on the VWAP bounce. Quite frankly, a nice bounce here at 332.25 into 32.75. A bit more of expensive of a name, but one that could hold up, especially if he gets above 33 and reclaims that 10 EMA on the 5. I do like how it did find an area of support at a predictable area between 32 to 32.25. That was a pre-market high. Sorry, not even pre-market. That was around a 10 a.m. high. Found that level again on a double bottom between 11.10 and 11.15. Bit more expensive, but one that we can get involved with if it does show the right pattern. QCML, sorry, I said QMCL. QCML. Looking to take out 33. Also, you've got a possible dip trade here. A bit of a double bottom now on RXT as this one made a three quarter of a dollar high. 2 wicks down into 550, holds that level. Just below that level is the 10 EMA on the 5 at around 545. So RXT feeling like it might be at $6 sooner rather than later. Everything else is failing. YMATs well below the volume weighted average price. AIIO is about to lose the dollar. It's lost trend. This one looks like a head and shoulders pattern. MASK is tanking. It doesn't seem to have a bid whatsoever, all the way down to 247. Poet is putting in a lot of lower highs, but still holding the volume weighted average price. Feels like that one could give way pretty soon. Sorry, not AIIO. WEST is doing nothing, and Cord is continuing to kind of just hang around a little bit lower than the 2/3 of a dollar. So if I had to guess, and that's all that it is, RXT is looking the best of the bunch over here. But we've had a mixed trade on this one. Let's see if we can kind of take something possibly into that 3/4 of a dollar area. We'll go small share size. We'll see if it gives us that 550 entry again with that double bottom, showing that the buyers are stepping up there. AEHL, I took that one off my screen completely because it is barely green on the day. AEHL was up like 300-400%. It is now, well, it just popped off a little bit there, but it got into its closing print from yesterday. Very close. It went to triple fives, 55 cents, 0.555. That's the low of the day. The closing print was just a little bit below 50 pennies. So AEHL basically off the side chart and, really not doing a whole lot. Let's see if RXT wants to work into $6. Probably should have QCML up there as well, especially if it can take out 33. As you view this on the one, though, you can certainly see that there is some selling, even from earlier, around 10:45, just before we started the show, 10:45, 10:50. There was a seller at around 32, I want to say, and 3/4, possibly 32 and 2/3. That could present us with some issues taking out $33. But if we clear 33, I think I'm going to take this one long, possibly into that 34 level. You can see a lot of selling, though, on QCML. At around 34. Multiple topping tail candles kept that one just south of the closing of the $34 level on a closing print. You can see a couple of wicks that do breach 34. None of them had any legs, though, to continue at least into the $0.75. So QCML, I mean, it's not a bad look. Sets up above 33, and it looks like it might be on the way to doing that right now, showing 32.96, 32.97. Let's see if this one can take out some local area resistance and give us a bit of a clear path, possibly into 34, Joey. So QCML, not up big on the day, and it may not fit everybody's risk parameters. Currently, it's got about a 7-penny spread, $33 name, having done about 5.8 million shares on the day, and it looks like there is a local seller here at around 33 to be expected. Looks like they took them out, at least on the ask, and here's the bid now, moving up into 33 or just south. So let's see how this one does, and we'll possibly get involved with this one too.
Yeah, I seen what you're saying there. I heard about that the other day, the AMC deal, and doing live concerts. I think Taylor Swift or Billie Eilish is doing something along those lines. So, yeah. But look at it. Like, I mean, we talked. I don't want to talk too much about this stock, really. It's just why are we looking at Netflix here when you have this? You know what I mean? I get it. It's when you can't really get that extended move unless you're really paying attention to it. But we talked about this shelf at $90, sold off south of that, and I think there's going to be a little bit more downside. Could I be totally wrong? Absolutely. But it's just like, okay, let's put that to the side. $734 on Micron, 133%. Since when? Since April, the 1st of April. You're up 133%. Today, you're just. Like, I mean, we should just be focusing on the tape on this thing as it's continuously buying. And I understand that it gets hard to buy higher and sell higher as we continue to climb here in Micron. Man, oh man, this is insane. But just look at the tape as it just, boom, every dip is getting bought back up. You sell for a couple of minutes and then off you go. 13% here today. Yeah, Joey, no positions, man. I don't really need to put on any right now. Look at this move that we have. Bang. Oh, oops. I mean, it's just, this is insane. This is a really parabolic move. Eventually you will get a pullback, but you don't want to be the first one to this party if you're looking to short that thing. And you have to wait for certain signals to display themselves. Now, I mean, Frankie trades a lot. We'll call you there. We'll go to IBIT. This is our first loss of the day. It was our first trade, actually, and then IREN was the one that worked out for us. So we'll just rock and roll and lead into the weekend, head into the weekend on a positive note. Let's send it off to Adara.
Nice pop here from Moderna. This was initially trading higher, I guess, on positive flu vaccine data. Now trading higher on reports they're working on an early stage hantavirus vaccine. So again, here mRNA getting extra juice to the upside on reports they're working on an early stage vaccine for hantavirus. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at mRNA. mRNA. Oops, mRNA. And see how we've been performing here today. I know we got that volatility spike that Adara was talking about, a nice strong up move, but a solid buy program since the beginning of the open. You gained 14% here on the session, so a pretty good look here on mRNA, Shri.
All right, man. Continuing to watch QCML. I want to see if it can take out that $33 area. Let's see what this one does. It has a quick wick that did breach 33, only to be pushed back down right back below that level. But it's not really failing here in terms of dropping back down into the volume weighted average price, which isn't that much far lower. So continuing to watch on the one, just trying to see where the buyers are stepping in, especially if we can get a couple of closing prints, at least on the one, above 33. And most importantly, I would say, is to see that bid really move up above 33. Case in point, look right now. Right side, 33.03. Left side, 32.96. I need to see that bid really, show me mid-teens, at least high single digits to see that we are taking out that level. And that's not really coming in at the moment. So continuing to watch this 33 level on QCML. See if we can kind of possibly work into this one. There's really not much else, guys. It's the other one is that I'm involved in is RXT. It looks like it's on a bit of a couple of candle pullback. We'll see if the $0.50 here acts as any key area of support or resistance for RXT, especially with the 10 EMA and the $0.50 both overlapping at the moment. I don't really anticipate this one rocket up like AEHL or YMAT, just given the thick kind of nature of this trade. But we saw this one really pick up steam off the $0.25 right into 3/4 with no red candles. So if that happens again, possibly between 3/4 to the dollar, we'll get involved with that right around to $6. But some localized selling in and around this area anyway. So we'll see how that all works out. I'm still keeping a close eye here on POET just because it's not failing the volume weighted average price, and that kind of makes you think that there is a buyer of note really stepping in here, keeping this one afloat right above 1096. Most of the times, the closing prints are above 11. So it looks like the buyers here earmarking that $11 area as one that they like. Now, what I'm waiting for here on POET is the curling nature of a hold off the volume weighted average price. You certainly haven't seen that. In fact, it's sort of the opposite. You're still seeing lower highs generally. So I don't think this one's quite ready to go yet. When it is ready to go, you'll start seeing some higher lows, kind of in the way that we're seeing at least, for the last 15 minutes, where the 1220 bar low was around 1096, followed by a higher low at 1098, now followed by another higher low into 1107. That's kind of what I'm looking for there to kind of give me that bowl shape, cup shape, and to give us the idea that maybe the longs are a little bit more in control now. Right now, you can feel there's a bit of an equilibrium between buyers and sellers, hence why the price is consolidating sideways with a little bit of a lower high twist. That doesn't really jive well with me. But Mask, for whatever reason, just found a whole lot of support and now is ripping up from about, I want to say, 276, give or take, right into 3 1/4. Got sold off pretty aggressively, now dropping back down into 3. Mask is all over the place and has been basically. And I got a lot of slippage on this stop out over here, despite having given it a 7-penny spread. When this lost the bid through the 20, I had to manually out this one. So we ended up losing a little bit more than I would have planned for or liked on MASK, just given the kind of illiquidity at that level. So if you're going to get involved in Mask, keep that in mind, that it does tend to really lose the bid or really rip through the ask, as we just saw there, through 275 into about 3 1/4 in one fell swoop. Keep that in mind if you're going to go both ways on this one. It does work both ways, both to the long side and the short side. RXT trying to take out that 70 penny level. It's still a bunch of lower highs on RXT. So if this one gets above 575, I'll have a bias that we move into 6. So we'll see what we can get on RXT. But QCML, disappointing again. Yeah, definitely hanging out below 33. We'll get involved in this one, Joey, above 33.
Sounds good. Yeah, Adam James, man, you remind me a little bit of Big Spile. You just want to see the market crash and burn. But no, I agree with you on this. I mean, the pullback is going to be fun, but just how deep is it going to be? I mean, with every reaction, we tend to get the equal and opposite. So I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case right now. But yeah, as we get higher in price, you can see the expansion within the intraday sessions are just continuing to grow here on Micron. And same thing with SanDisk. Whereas SNDK climbing higher, and the days are just getting bigger, which is absolutely insane in my opinion. But hey, trying to justify what's going on or trying to rationalize what this essentially is you will go mad, right? There's no point in trying to do that. But yeah, big smile. Yeah, I don't know where that guy's been at. Chilling out. I know he messages Sharif here and there. So yeah, I hope him and his family are doing well. I hope everyone's doing well, especially heading into the weekend. Are we too greedy? When is the market not overly greedy? It will sell off sometimes too aggressive. It will buy up aggressively. It's just the nature of the beast. It's an emotional entity, that's for sure, even though it holds none. All right, Microsoft, yeah. Oh, my Lanta. Too bad this thing isn't participating. But watch out. If things turn around in Softy, then the market's going to put in some more legs higher. You just need to wait for that rotation. It was some of the names that we were talking about. Like, you have to, this thing is still down 25%. Crazy. Amazon, not too far off of the all-time high. We'll just run through our watch list. Tesla creeping higher, only about 11%, I believe. Is it 11? 14% off of its all-time high. And then we have Meta as well, just not doing anything. So if these big boys want to start rallying, watch out for another leg. We're still in bear market territory here on Meta. 16%. So according to Neil and I, Meta is not in bull market territory, Neil. We're only 16% off of the lows, still 20% off of the highs, just in case you were curious. Qualcomm, some strong sessions here. And then also Netflix, we've gone over that. We've talked about it on multiple occasions. ARM, not too bad here. SoftBank holding the majority of the float, so it is what it is. And then why are we even talking about Salesforce as it's continuously selling? BM&R back down to $21 with a high of around 24 and a quarter and a third, I guess I should say. But yeah, the crypto space not looking too strong, which is unfortunate. Coinbase, I thought we would get a breakout of this resistance zone, 210. Looks like they need to absorb a little bit more liquidity before they breach some of these levels of 215. And then maybe we'll find somewhat more of a sustained bounce there, Sri.
All right, man. Just giving MSGY a try. Big price spike up on MSGY. Not a bad look. Let's see if this one has the legs to continue. Up into about 64 pennies. Just showed up on my scanner moments ago. Liquidity is still, not great, about 3.13 million shares, but it's well above the 5-year average, which is about 214. Keep your eye out on that. I'll stop out through 60 if it doesn't hold 60. I felt that this was an interesting price level, especially because it had multiple rejections there. Another pop-up, let's see if it does hold up at around 60 pennies. I'm also seeing QCML really lose the bid here. So a 33 rejection. This one could lose VWAP momentarily, by the way, as VWAP is right around where we are right here, 32 and a quarter. I think if we lose 32, the short's going to be on this one because that's the area we held up before, as well as look at how many times we found support right around that level. So it should be an interesting one there. We got to go to Adair.
So letting you guys know, President Trump just stepping onto the podium at this Rose Garden event. He will begin speaking when they finish his intro music. I'll keep you guys posted if he says anything of note for the market. Back to you.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else, Joey, to talk about here. 574 high for RXD.
All right, good stuff, man. What is everyone up to here on the weekend? I mean, what do I got going on? I was telling Sharif earlier, it's just sometimes I need to... I don't know if this is a crazy comparison, but you know how Dennis Rodman, I know Neil can relate with this. Dennis Rodman's like, hey man, I just need to get away for like a little bit and just go and do his own thing. Not necessarily do what Dennis Rodman does, but he just needs to kind of step away. And that's kind of the realm I was telling Sharif and Sean this earlier today. It's just like, man, I need to break routine and go out and do something. But it's just continuous rain. It's been rain every day here for the past little bit. No, okay, well, come on, man. Yeah, I'm not going to North Korea or anything along those lines. What I'm getting at is I need to break. I need to go on a hike. I need to experience some outdoors and just not really go home every day, hit the gym, cook the thing, cook dinner, do some more work. And so routine needs to be broken this weekend. I'll bring the pup with me. Maybe we'll go for a little bit of a hike. I was looking at Kelso, Sharif, but tomorrow's going to be half decent. I was thinking about going there this evening. I don't know if that's going to be the game plan, but we'll get some outside activity. We'll go for a walk. We'll throw the ball. Nonetheless, even if it's wet outside. But yeah, Kelso, just a nice little hiking trail here in, just a little west of the city. So it's looking like that's going to be my game plan here for the weekend. And then come the evening time, we'll tap in and we will check out some UFC fights because we have a big main event. So other than that, what are you guys up to? San Diego? No, that's a far flight. If I'm doing something on the weekend, it has to be max like 2-hour flight. I would check out Austin. I'll do a little mini trip. I was thinking about Myrtle Beach. I mentioned that before. So yeah, that's what we got going on this weekend. It's a checkout time. Bring the pup with us, just him and I. And yeah, we'll find something to do, whether it's hiking or going for an extended walk. So Montreal F1 race next weekend. Okay, that's good. I know Brendo and Sia like that F1, or like F1. That is Mother's Day weekend. Yes, I'll go and see my grandmother on, give my mom a shout as well too on Sunday. But tomorrow is my day. That's what we're gonna call it. It's gonna be Joe Day. All right, let's head back over to our watch list and see what we got going on. QUBT. Some of the quantum names, not really doing much here today. And I mean, the strength, I don't know how many times I'm going to mention it here today, but it's definitely within the chip trade. And you want to stick with that. TKO, up to 190. We were talking about this name yesterday, down to a low of 183. So what's up, Dana White and company? This is my next buy. So even though I wasn't joking around, I'm fully allocated. I had a little bit more cash. But what I was getting at is, okay, we have some laggards in JPM. I bought a little bit more NVDA in my long-term account, and I didn't buy any more IBIT, and I bought a little bit more Meta, and that was it. So my past 3 allocations have been those names. Because I just think at some point JPM will catch up. NVDA is just to get more exposure to the run that we're going on within the chip space. And then Meta, I think at some point will recover. Hopefully we can justify. We've seen this before with Mark Zuckerberg and company, just gets a little carried away with the CapEx and then doesn't really have too much to show for it. But then that's put aside and there's more things. Everybody starts to realize how much digital ad revenue this guy's bringing in. So that's where I stand on those positions and adding a little bit more. My next 2 holdings that I'm going to acquire is going to be TKO and I believe DRAM. This is going to be the ETF. Micron's at the top of the list. SanDisk isn't even the most heavily weighted. You have SK Hynix in there. You have MU, and there's a couple other names that are more weighted than what SanDisk is in this ETF. But I'm not going to be buying it all the way up here. I mean, it could double for all I care. I'm just not chasing it, and I want to wait for somewhat of a of a sustained pullback or some justifiable price, opposed to me just chasing something that's up 100% since it IPO'd in April, at early April, now up 101% from that bottom. So yeah, that's my game plan. That's what I got going on. DRAM and TKO holdings are going to be my next allocations in the long-term portfolio.
Good luck, man. All right, let's see what's moving in these markets, what's green, what's red. Let's try to spot areas of strength and weakness. A lot of red on the top of the watch list here. Uber down 1.5%. Netflix also kind of dead money lately at around 87 pennies, down 0.5% as well. Meta and Microsoft continue to show some localized weakness here with the Mag 7, Apple up 1 2/3, Google and Goog kind of looking the opposite. Goog down 0.06, Google up 0.06. So interesting look there, but GOOGL doing a little bit more volume. Amazon, kind of a flat day, up 0.5%, but Tesla having a fantastic day as it works up above $425 now, about 4% in Greensville. And it's number 2 in terms of volume, right after NVIDIA. NVIDIA, great look for NVIDIA today. I was told that it made yet another all-time high, up about 15.75% on the year. But that's kind of very much overshadowed by the one right below it, AMD, up 8.5%, and now up 107% year to date. Good look for Broadcom, as well as it also works locally into area highs, 4.25%. On that interesting deal with Microsoft, with OpenAI, that they're kind of insisting Microsoft backstop there. Good look today for Broadcom. Intel, just an absolute rocket ship, another 7% today, up 217% on the year, and a lot of volume on Intel, guys, even though it's now $100 plus stock, 74.2 million shares traded today. SMCI post-report decent, up about $35. 3 4/5%, but it really is, again, the memory names that are outshining here in semis microchip land. MU up 12, more than 12 4/5, $730. SNDK as well, 12 1/3. And these things are really, really up big on the year. Really, SNDK, I mean, just percentage year to date wise, a lot higher than Micron. 533% for SNDK year to date. 155, very respectable percentage points for Micron. You're also seeing some local weakness here in LITE, down 2.25. This is post-report, so LITE kind of ran up pretty aggressively into the print, now down into the 800s again. I think this was dancing with $1,000. Not a good day for it. Taiwan Semi, though, looking down on the day, but still up 36% year to date. How we doing here? AMAT, you're seeing some strength in some of the tool makers like Lam Research and AMAT. Good look for both of them. ASML also dancing around that $1,600 area, 1544 That's basically all-time highs. 1,600 print was the pre-market high that we put in back in not the last earnings report, the one before that. And we really haven't seen 1,600 since that time, but we got pretty close yesterday. ARM post-report, not bad, up 0.6. I thought it'd be a little bit worse. You got Qualcomm rocketing up 9%. Lam Research kind of really lagging a little bit here behind AMAT, up 2 and change. AMAT far, far better on the day. How are they looking with respect to year-to-date, though? So Lam Research is up 71% year-to-date, whereas AMAT pretty close, 68.8. So the tool makers, not a bad look for either of the companies. MCHP reported earnings after the bell yesterday. This one got into more all-time highs. I feel like I sold MCHP a little too early, sold that in the 70s. Now it touched $100 yesterday. There's Marvell, Sean's pick, up 3 2/3, up 95% year-to-date. Good look for that. NXPI and onsemi post-report all doing okay. onsemi certainly a lot better on the year than NXPI, up 87%. NXPI only up 35. And then you have some other less common names. The EVs, well, they're okay. Rivian down a little bit here. How's Lucid doing? Where's Lucid? Did I take Lucid off? Put Lucid back on. I don't know why. Oh, there it is. Up 3%. Polestar up 6%. Been holding this one for a long time. It's down 0.5% on the year. But breaking out through that 20 technical level, the ADRs, the majority of them are red with a couple of green names over here, DQ and JKS. Those are both solar names. Kind of bucking the ADR trend with possibly FXI a little bit in Greensville. Weakness in crypto, though, after making local area highs below 80,000, goes BTC again, now down 0.42% on the day. How's Coinbase doing? Let's see where the coin is at. Coin. There we go. Yeah, flat on the day, down 0.8. You got Riot, you got Hut. All red as well, but look at Hut, man, 115% year-to-date with Riot not far behind, 85%. Mara, even that hot garbage, up 42% year-to-date. So the miners, perhaps they don't become miners anymore. Perhaps they become data centers with all those GPUs, maybe for less intense compute. Military and defense, Joey, all negative, save and except for KTOS. The drone names, the big military producers, all now negative. Most of them negative on the year. Like, look at this. Palantir is down 20 year-to-date. My pick here for the year, Northrop Grumman now down 3.5, likewise with RTX. So you're seeing a lot of weakness here with these names ever since the cessation of, the majority of the belligerencies in the Middle East. You know, you get sporadic breakouts here and there. Cybersecurity names very, very strong as of late with PanW up 4%, FTNT up 4.89, CrowdStrike up 2.5, but Zscaler continues to lag, all of them down 1 1/3, and now Zscaler decidedly negative on the year, down 33%, despite the other ones all being green on the year. CRM, Salesforce also down 32%, down 3.25 on the day, and there's the net. Cloudflare, kind of a tough report. Maybe we'll get to it in a little bit. Down 25% now, negative on the year. Cisco continues to do okay, up 4.25, up 25% on the year, and there's Snowflake as well, also kind of like its other cousin Net there, negative, very negative on the year is Snowflake, down 32%. Oracle, flat on the year, but it's closing in on that $200 area again, up 0.33%, 195 and change. The fintech names, though, look at the fintech names. This is the year-to-date column. All of them red, save and except for XYZ, Block, and CD. Now, Block could be, a crypto play, could be many different plays. I choose to put it under fintech, DeFi, but all of them, Upstart, Hood, Okta, C, Domo, Affirm, who else? Melly, even Melly, man, the big one from Latin America. Visa, negative. MasterCard, negative. They are Tiger Financial. They're all negative on the year, save and except for CD and XYZ. Something to think about there. Perhaps some bottom picking is in order. The marijuana names also kind of doing nothing on the day. Not much on the year, obviously. Even though President Trump looking to push the rescheduling of that. Biotech names, Moderna, a standout name there as a result of this hantavirus nonsense, up 19%. And now Moderna is closing in on 100% green on the year. It is up 95 and 2/3. A good amount of volume for them today, about 11.75 million shares. Any other names here that are outstanding? Not really. We have AbbVie down on the year, but you're seeing a bit of a mixed bag. Social media names like Snapchat, Pins, Roblox, Reddit, I kind of throw those all together. They're all negative on the day and then negative on the year as well. Let's keep going down. How's solar doing? FSLR, negative on the year, but TAN, the ETF, this is an interesting development. The TAN ETF up 25% on the year. SEDG as well, up 40%. And CSIQ, that one reported up 11 4/5, still negative on the year. I believe we have breaking news.
INTC, Intel spiking to the upside in a big way. Wall Street Journal reporting that Apple and Intel have come to a temporary for chip manufacturing. Once again here, Wall Street Journal reporting that Apple and Intel have come to a temporary or early agreement here on chip manufacturing. Again, this is still temporary. It's still not confirmed. And at this point, just reported here by Wall Street Journal. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Intel at 122. Back to you.
Yeah, Joey, what are you looking at, brother?
Intel now, as Intel just spikes $3 or so off of that news, you can see the volume really start to kick in. Here's another name that we're talking about. I also had pulled up here the holdings of DRAM. It's where Jose and I were looking at, and there's Micron on it, but we'll go over that here momentarily. As INTC now putting in a new all-time high of $122. Yeah, and then next time a government takes a 10% stake in something, it's throw the kitchen sink at it for me personally. I know Taylor Batty. We just went over the news there about it. So a temporary agreement between Apple and INTC here. Let's see what we got. Have reached a preliminary agreement. We try one more time. Doesn't want to pull this one up.
Here, I got it.
Doesn't want to pull
so we're
it
going to
up
read
either.
it here. I got it. So here it is. We'll open it up. So Apple and Intel have reached a preliminary agreement for Intel to manufacture some of the chips that power Apple devices, according to people familiar with the matter. Intensive talks between the two companies have been ongoing for more than a year, and they hammered out a formal deal in recent months, these people said. Bloomberg News first reported the talks Tuesday. It's still unclear which Apple products Intel would make chips for. These people said Apple ships more than 200 million iPhones per year, as well as millions of iPads and Mac computers. Representatives for Apple and Intel declined to comment. Intel has two main business lines, designing chips and manufacturing them. It owns both its own designs and external customers in its foundry. It's in its Intel Foundry unit. Both businesses had been underperforming for years before Lip Bhutan took over as chief executive last spring, vowing to revitalize them. The Trump admin, we already know, they struck a deal, blah, blah, blah. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has met repeatedly over the last year with high-ranking Apple officials, including Chief Executive Tim Cook, as well as SpaceX Chief Elon Musk and NVIDIA Chief Jensen Huang, to try to convince them to get into business with Intel. Some people familiar with the matter said. With the Apple deal, Intel has now signed partnerships with all three. Over the last decade, Intel fell badly behind rivals such as Taiwan Semi and Samsung after a series of technical missteps, leadership changes, and failed attempts at consolidation led outside the foundry customers to pull or curb their business. When Intel hired TAN in March last year to replace ousted chief Pat Gelsinger, President Trump raised concerns that TAN's close ties with China would compromise him and called for his ouster. But TAN won Trump over with charm offensive, and the government announced it's 10%. Are any more information here that we can see about the Apple deal? President Trump personally advocated for Intel to cook in a meeting at the White House, according to people familiar with the matter. He says, I like Intel, President Trump said January. He said the government had made tens of billions of dollars from the backing. As soon as we went in, Apple went in, NVIDIA went in, and a lot of smart people went in, President Trump said. NVIDIA's world's largest chip firm. Okay, all this. Apple relies on Taiwan Semi to make its chip designs for iPhones, iPads, Macs, and other devices, and it is under pressure to find additional chip suppliers. On Apple's last two earnings conference calls, Cook had blamed a lack of availability for advanced chips for Apple's inability to meet customer demand for iPhones. The constraints are expected to continue into the current quarter, affecting several Mac models, he said. We'll get more to that when we get back from Madeira.
Dell popping here. President Trump once again praising Michael Dell, CEO of Dell, for his involvement in the Trump accounts and saying, quote, go buy a Dell, everyone. Dell's at intraday highs. Back to you.
Taiwan Semi manufacturing capabilities far surpass those of Samsung and Intel, makers of other kinds of chips. Not really much in the way of more details about this. This is all being reported by the Wall Street Journal, so we'll keep tabs on this, Joey.
Yeah, let's pull up Dell here. Yeah, there you go, man. This guy, man. $250, a nice spike off of 245, now climbing up to 252. This thing's going absolutely parabolic as we speak, continuing to climb. This is an all-time high here for Dell Technologies. The weekly, yeah, I mean, yeah, there it goes, off to the races. These are insane moves, just creating more and more wealth here as the days go on. Dell Technologies continuing to climb in an intense volume spike right here, guys. Watch out for this to start to slowly come back in. I think the Intel catalyst is going to be a little bit stronger, up to $125, waiting for that pullback. Are we going to be chasing it up here? Heck no. Can it continue to climb? Absolutely, but we're not going to get greedy or anything along those lines. Wait for this move, $124 or so, get that pullback into that neck of the woods, or it's just going to be off to the races and it moves on without us. Positioning this name a while ago would have been more ideal, but it is what it is as some of the memory names. Someone said TSMC is started, or TSM is tanking. Oh, it did sell pretty aggressively off of that news right at 1240. Yeah, there it goes, losing a little bit of business, I guess. So TSM to the downside, 5-minute time frame. We can take a look at that. Watch out for this name to rebound. Look at this print on volume. So we're looking at this name at value of $412 with a low of around 403. So you lose $9 just like that. Watch out for this name to recover at some point throughout the intraday session. You can take a look at NVDA. So there's a couple of names that we can keep our eye on right now: Intel, Dell, and Taiwan Semi. NVDA up to 215, printing an all-time high not too long ago at 217.81. And then we had Apple doing the exact same thing, up to 294.81. Google, what has it been up to? Okay, high of around 401. Is that all-time high for this thing here today? Yeah, it tapped into it and then starting to come back in. AMD has been absolutely on fire. Yeah, I honestly really don't know what to make of all of this insane price action, really. You just got to accept it for what it is and wait for some opportunities to get involved. I don't know if you're going to be buying these things all the way up here, but if you are, then best of luck. I personally won't be. I'm going to wait for some pullback. I'll be patient. As they typically say, good things come to those who wait. But I mean, if you're too patient, then you miss out on these big time runs. So it is what it is. Nice moves on Dell, Intel, and TSM to the downside. Adair, what do you have for us?
Just letting you guys know, President Trump just finished his remarks. Again, nothing market moving here other than that $10 move in Dell, as President Trump told everyone to go out and buy a Dell. Back to you.
So that's what we got. Sharif went through his watch list there with multiple sectors. How is Micron still going up? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a massive factor. Okay, it is starting to head towards the lower end of this candle. So the momentum here in Taiwan Semi might continue, but I wouldn't be surprised if things start to turn around real quick here in TSM.
All right, our RXT got to $6. That's the high of the day right now. It's done a lot of volume on the day, about 105 million shares, give or take. It's going to find a little bit of resistance here, as you can kind of see. The selling stepping in right around $6, up 70%. Good look here for RXT, but watch out for a little resistance. Levels on this one look like 575 could be a key area of support, having had multiple rejections in that area initially. It came back down into about, I want to say 550, so a bit of a range there between 575 and the prior support level of 550. Watch out for a retracement there. Could be a good money buy. If it does lose prior bar low, which is at about 582.5, look for a move generally into 570. Not much else happening in small cap gapper world, though. Everything kind of fading. I'm watching Mask, though, trying to make another attempt at reclaiming VWAP, but it does seem to have lower highs on every attempt to reclaim said level. You can see that kind of 1210 candle there with a high of 330, then you the 1230 candle, 325, and now this candle 319. So a lot of lower highs. Also, you got higher lows, but this one feels like a bear pennant more than a reclaim possibly of the level. So watch out for Mask. I think that the best trade you guys have right now, at least in small cap gapper world, is RXT. And there is a rejection off 6 as predicted. Watch out for a hold now at around 570. There's 579 coming in. It's going to be a buy zone, I would say, 575 to 570. If 570 loses, you're looking for a price reset right around 550. We had a lot of rejections there as resistance, and then you actually use 550 as support on RXT. So another possible entry for you guys there. Not much happening in YMAT. They're trying to curl back here into the volume-weighted average price, give or take, at around 65 pennies, getting a bit of a bid off the $0.50, so it looks like the buyer is stepping in generally at said $0.50, while AIIO continues to bleed, losing the dollar, losing VWAP, and now really the only thing holding it up is that pre-market, the official day low right around, I want to say 89.5 pennies. Is that accurate? 85, it says. Close. Oh, the low. Yeah, 85, basically 85.5 pennies on AIIO, but not really looking like there's anything doing here. QCML also losing the bid, lost 33, back into $32 where it had support before, but it is below the volume-weighted average price. It also has an unbroken lower high downtrend, which isn't really, a compelling argument to get long on this name. Poet finally losing the trend here, so it did attempt to break through that 1120. You feel like that was short covering because it popped off, but didn't have any legs to continue. So it looks like the shorts were covering here with VWAP, perhaps maybe guesstimating that was as good as they were going to do. It ended up being a little bit differently because it lost VWAP, it lost 10. Now it's down into about 10 and 10.85, 86, give or take. We'll see if this one can kind of find a little bit of support at $0.75. But I'm going to look at RXT here because it's as predicted. Reject 6, couple of red candles here, manifest on the 5, and if it holds up by 570, this could be a great entry, Joey, for a possible 6 break.
Good stuff. All right, yeah, guys, I've now found out what I'm going to be doing tomorrow morning. I'm going to be waking up bright and early. I just thought of this. Now I'm going to be waking up bright and early. We're going to hit the gym. And then Mila and I are going to head over to Niagara Falls and walk the embankment there. So get some hiking. I don't know if anybody's been there from Ontario. Some good hiking trails and a lot of fun over there in Niagara Falls. And then you have the nice little strip there, obviously. Milo, too bad he's not human. You could bring him in the casino. Nice. Anyways, it's great. It's good stuff, man. It's going to be a good time. I thought about it. We're going to go to Kelso. But let's get in the vehicle, a nice little road trip, get out there, head west, and get some exercise in. So looking forward to that. Just to it's a lot of fun. I don't know if any of you guys have been to the Canadian side. I don't know how good the American side is for hiking, but the Canadian side, there's a lot there. Nice, good water. Some nice water, walk down by the river. You can see the falls and everything along those lines. So yeah, we'll get that rocking and rolling. TSM continuing to slide a little bit here, guys. Looking for some opportunities. Now, Hangry, I know you have this married put position, so you're long some Rocket Lab, but with also selling the put call at $100. I mean, the way that we're holding up right now, I wouldn't be surprised if you just take that additional leg higher. And the closer that you get to the end of the day, and you get a pop, say above it, you only need it to close I think it's 5 cents or something above $100. If you've collected some premium on it, then just get out of Dodge and lock that in. But there goes the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ up to 709. What is dragging this thing up? Let's pull it up here. Now, we have a recovery in NVDA still hovering around that 215.55 marker. But what's really moving here, putting the NASDAQ at an additional all-time high? Apple, Microsoft, none of the bigger names. You're not going to convince me that it's Intel. Tesla? I don't know. But the market is just going absolutely insane right now, folks, as you can see. The triple Qs, bang, 709, off to the races. Selling what? What are you looking to short here? There's absolutely none whatsoever, no short play. You have to wait for this trend line to be broken on the backside of 708. But now you have 3 hours left in the day. Is it even worth it at that point? I don't know. I'd be looking for the long. And the same thing with Rocket Lab. I wouldn't be surprised if you breach that $100 marker and head up to 101.50, maybe even 102 at best. Tesla forming that bull flag, inability to breach the volume-weighted average price, looking like it wants to get going once again. Just draw the basic trend line on your 5-minute time frame, not the Fibonacci's. What we want here is just this, breaks 5-minute on the backside, and then maybe an additional leg higher. Strong breakout, 3 green days in a row here from Tesla, 1, 2, 3. All real strong price action here, guys, especially after we broke through that pivot. Off to the races it goes, putting in a super strong one. And I mean, in the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you're going 7 for 8 on green days in the past 8 sessions. So almost 2 full trading weeks. You have only 1 red day within Tesla. So some really good signs of strength coming from the electric vehicle manufacturer, who would no longer be just that in only a matter of a couple of years, I think, in my opinion. So, yeah, that's what we got going on here, guys. If there's anything that you want to go over, Jody, I know you said that seems like a good time. Some more Intel talk, we can do that. Is it still continuing to move higher?
I just took it. Yeah.
You just took it at 129? Holy.
We took 127 and a half, and we took it out there through the break of 129. There was an aggressive seller at 129, but now it's claimed 129 as a level. So now you're looking at 130, obviously, right? 130 is going to be that $10 level. There was an aggressive seller initially at 129. So you want to see if 129 wants to be a bit of a backstop, but it is ripping. And here it comes into 70. Let's watch the price action at 30. Let's see what we get right around there. So the high of the day is 129.87. So we haven't quite got to see what kind of size is waiting for us in the 90s or the whole dollar itself. Here we go. That's another attempt at 3/4. No closing print though. Keeping an eye on the level, and it just ripped through 130. So there was no seller at 130 in the same way that we saw at 129, because now the official high of day is 130.19. Now it's right back below 131. One speculates if there's going to be aggressive profit taking at this level, but I don't know if the shorts want to stand in front of this, because this is pretty parabolic. Right back into that 129, high 129 areas, showing some 80s, some 70s there. So transient move above 130. If we clear 130 quite decisively, it's going to be interesting to see whether the buyers step in there, especially the FOMO buyers who kind of missed that initial move up. And there's 130 again. Now it's getting cleared quite aggressively, 130.50. Certainly not the same type of selling at 130 that we saw at 129. There was a lot more selling at 129. So let's see if the 130 backstop here, Joey, helps out. Yeah, all right, we'll continue to go. So 130 and a half.
I'm good. This orange is awfully chewy. Couldn't get it down there. It was like rubber. But yeah, really nice trade there, man. I was thinking we would get some form of a pullback. That wasn't necessarily the case. Off to the races it goes. And the volume is really supporting this move. All right, so a high of 130.68 right here. That's going to be putting an all-time high in INTC. The stronger, this is what I find really, really odd, is just the fact that the higher we get, the larger the average true range is within this. Like, we're putting in a $20+ day almost right here on INTC at the high, right? So, I mean, it's extremely strong stuff. At some point, I want to find an example. Okay, here's a perfect one. And I mean, it's tough to compare apples and oranges, but I mean, is price action is price action. You see, as we start to accelerate, the days are really starting to expand, and then eventually it just gets to the point where it's like, all right, that's enough expansion. We're just going to tank and rug pull this name from $844 all the way down to $137, where we're currently trading, down 83%, looking like an options contract that's about to expire. I mean, at some point, you will see a pullback. Is it going to be equally as aggressive? I don't know. I truly don't. But what I said this before, what I've experienced and what I've seen is that you have these really exuberant moves, but then it's met by somewhat of an equal and opposite reaction. So just be prepared for that. I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon, but I wouldn't be surprised if at some point it does. Now, what's going on here with SanDisk? SanDisk peaking up here at 15.28, now down to 14.92, and has Dell Technologies started to come back in a little bit. Not aggressively, but it is off of that high of 256, selling $2, but looking pretty strong right now. And has TSM broken that low of the day? It has. So you have this 5-minute indecision print right there. Volume really starting to uptick in a couple of these names. And the momentum is really, really, really starting to uptick here in TSM. Watch out for that. What has Micron been doing? Did we just go over that? Same thing. $732. You open up at $676. That's like, I mean, it's a lot of moves. $63 in the intraday session. So a lot going on, man. Some big time moves, minting some millionaires in this chip trade, and I think it's going to continue to do so. Now, as for Coinbase, Sharif was talking about this not too long ago. I'm going to be looking to be playing this name at the break of this resistance zone at 216.35. That's going to be my next engagement. Bitcoin. We took one trade on it here earlier in the day, but what do we have on the 5-minute time frame? It's consecutive lower highs and a downtrend with a support level and a couple whipsaw moves at 45.17. All
right, Intel selling off quite aggressively, about $3.50 off the top. Watching the 5-second chart to see if this one wants to catch a bit of a bid. Buyer at 127 locally. Several candles. There we go. Right back down into 127. There's a bit of a fight here between longs and shorts at 127, 127.5 local area resistance. Looking for a change in trend on the 5, you're not getting it. So you're still getting lower highs. Looks like it's still going to fail that level. Let's see if it curls back up. The 15 looks really bad. It looks like a topping tail candle now on the 15. The 5 is okay. The current bar has a higher low than the prior bar. Here we are at 127.5. Could we get a bit of a curl up? It looks like there might be a bit of a relief rally here. Watch out for resistance. I want to say around 128. We'll see if it holds up there. But this is curling a little bit locally. One has to suspect a little bit just given the strength and the move up. But, you know, I wouldn't be shorting this myself. But there we go, above 128. It could be changing trend here. Let's see if this one wants to work above that 128.5 or what situation going to be. There we go, popping off into 128.50, looking for another move, possibly into 29. Looks like there's some relief rally here. $half seller. There's 2/3, looking for 3/4. No continuation though, into 3/4. $half again. Buyer around the $half, 2/3 showing up again, looking for 3/4, no continuation, and right back down into 2/3. Buyer at around 40. Now we're changing trend. So a couple of lower highs out right away. So here's what I was looking at. And this is kind of why I got involved. This was the curl back up. I was a little late to the party, but there you go. So kind of just being able to spot trend pretty quickly with how this one is moving, especially it's kind of like moving like a small cap gapper. I think it's done, I'm not sure how many shares it's done on the day, but it's done 127 million shares. Look for support at 127. If 127 fails, it's going to be a bit of a tough one here. Topping tail on the 15, the low of which is exactly 126 on the dot, on the 15. Now, on the 5, we held prior bar low, and now we're pretty close to breaching the prior bar low. So the 1 o'clock candle has a low of 126, as I mentioned. The 105 candle has a low of 126.86, and now this current 110 candle has a low of 128.65. So technically, we're still holding prior bar low on the 5, but the 15 looks very, very bad. 130.57 high, showing 127.25. Now, if we hold 127 like we did again, and we breach this 128 2/3, this could be interesting. But right now, there's definitely a local buyer at 127. You're seeing that again. You're seeing the 127 buyer step in again. Let's see if we can get another shot here at 128, and then that 128.5 to 2/3. That could be an interesting move here, Joey. But the 15 not looking great. The 5 is okay. It looks like a bit of a pullback. A 2-candle red setup. I'll feel a lot better going long if we can clear this level here. But definitely looks, again, this could be a lower high. Watch out here, guys. It's 127 3/4. It rejects. If we lose 127, we're probably headed a little bit lower here. Okay. 127 local buyer, Joe.
All right, good stuff, man. A nice couple of scalps on it anyways, that initial one. Excuse me, there's the NASDAQ. Again, I guess Intel and some of this chip stuff is helping drag this thing a little bit higher. Katina Man walking back in, strutting his stuff. He got the all-star hat on. Yeah, what's up, man? I was just telling Katina Man, I was mentioning how we were saying, man, we got to have those little mini vacations on the weekend. Yeah, I mean, it's 9 degrees. Maybe that's your stuff. But I was just telling my friends and stuff like that. I was like, man, this rain is just getting a little bit too much for me. Just every day is cloudy and cloudy and cloudy. So hopefully it doesn't rain. I was looking at the radar for our hike that we're going on tomorrow for Niagara Falls. 70% rain, but a high of around 14 degrees. So we'll be sure to bundle up. We'll bring our lunches with us. We'll bring Milo stuff with them as well too, so we can eat. This will be an all-day event. Come back and watch some UFC. So yeah, there goes Tesla starting to break through some support levels. Katina Man, take a look at Intel climbing all the way up to $130 here today. Apple news with Intel. TSM to the downside. Micron and SanDisk have been absolutely insane. Micron up to $742 here today, and then SanDisk of around $1,500. So yeah, some crazy stuff going on. We've said that multiple times throughout the day, but what else do we expect? Now, this is what I wanted to pull up here. I swore, so Jose and I were looking at this. I swore Micron was in this ETF. I'm not seeing it right now. So as for the heavily weighted, we have SK Hynix at 25% of DRAM's weight, Samsung at 21%, First American Funds at 13%, KioX Holdings, if I'm saying that right, 6%, and then SanDisk at 5.4%, and then Seagate, and then Western Digital at 5% as well too. So these are the holdings, the top holdings here for the DRAM ETF. SK Hynix at the top of that list. So, and Samsung, which is pretty good. So SanDisk in there. So not too bad. We'll look to get a little bit of exposure within those names. Heading back to what we got moving on, are we going to find a bounce in Intel? Let's see, as we're starting to come in off of that $130 high. Market just hovering around the highs of the day. Support levels on Tesla. Rocket Lab not selling. That's good for you, Hangry Wife, right? That's really good for you, considering we're not getting that breakdown. If it does come around that 2 o'clock hour, so be it, but I wouldn't be surprised if in the latter half of the day you just have buyers slightly step back in and push price to a new high. And then NVDA not doing too much. Pretty cool here. After that initial run right out of the gate, we have 35 minutes approximately of just buying and then sells up. Couldn't recover, started to establish lower highs there on NVDA. Now, I see you had a scalp on.
Yeah, we took it short as well. Yeah. Definitely look for the 126 and a quarter short. We took that, but
Yeah, it's continuing to trend here to the downside. There could be some support at around 125 and a quarter. Be on the lookout for that. But I'm just keeping an eye on the 5-second chart because this thing is moving crazy. You can see that it's defending that green line. That green line is the 10 moving average on the 5-second, not 5-minute. Area low is this candle here, 125.60. There's a buyer. Failed attempt of 126 so far, but it does breach a 10 EMA. Okay, now it's curling back up. Watch for resistance at 126 and 3/4. There was definitely resistance, 126 and 3/4 to 127. Nice move up here. Let's see if this resumes trend. Big relief rally here for INTC. Not a bad look. You're still certainly putting in lower highs, and there's the rejection of 126 and a half, right back down into 125. As I mentioned, local area low is 126.60. Let's see, 125.60, pardon me. Let's see if it loses that level. Bit of support at 127.50. There it is, right back into 60. Does it lose the level? So let me just move this up over here. Let's see if it loses the level. There should be an interesting drop. Perhaps we make it into 125. If it does that, looks like it's showing 60 again. 50 is flashing here, but right up into 125.80 it goes. So it looks like a bit of a bottom, Joey, right around that 125 and a half, 125 and 2/3, but you're not seeing any higher highs. Namely, you got to get above 126 and a half, I think, for us to kind of say, okay, maybe we formed a bit of a bottom at 125 and change, and now we're going to take out 126 and a half again. But not quite yet there. In fact, it's having trouble taking out 126 in general. So we'll see what INTC has to offer. But great news there. And congrats to everybody who held Intel. I know there was always kind of that concern that this one would never make it back. And for those who had conviction holding it, good for you. Way to stick to your guns. Way to kind of realize the profits. Because this one, I mean, I don't know where everybody's long, obviously, but this could be a 10-bagger for some people, especially if you're picking it up off the area lows. And I know the boys to our right, we're certainly holding that. And yeah, good on them, Joey.
Yeah, sure.
Would have been nice to pick up some Intel.
Yeah, man. Trust me. I was thinking about just asking ChatGPT what the next winning lottery ticket was. I was talking to somebody, and I'm like, yeah, man, what if we get all the numbers from the previous X amount of, like, say, 100 people that won the Lotto Max, and plug in those numbers into ChatGPT or Claude to see if we can get some good numbers sped out. That'd be a good time, man. All right, NVDA, let's get serious because the chances of that working out are probably slim. But hey, you're telling me there's a chance? We got to take it. NVDA, look at how identical the price action patterns are in the past couple of days. Need I draw any trend lines? You have continuous lower highs. Now, we have a lot more time in today's session than what we were experiencing yesterday before we dip. And then sure enough, we gap up, and then boom, off to the races we go. But you guys can see the wedge that we're looking, the bull flag style patterns that I'm looking at here that have repeated back-to-back sessions. Are we going to get that breakout? Maybe. I'm going to be patient and wait for it if it does arise. But if it doesn't, then by all means, it is what it is, and it's a Friday, then it is Saturday, Sunday. Okay, what did I just do here now? All right, Alt. All right, yeah, well, anyways, I got to move on to that because I don't know.
We'll start the news? It's like 20 after,
Yeah, fire it up, man. I don't got anything going on.
Absolutely. Let's bring it in on the side over here. Lots to talk about today, guys. A lot of earnings names in play, so a lot to update you guys on. We're going to skip the Strait of Hormuz. I think we've all had enough of that. Let's talk a little Apple here. Apple getting the nod today from Wedbush, moved higher after they raised their price target to $350 to $400 from $350. And the argument here is Apple is entering a major multi-year AI monetization cycle. Wedbush believes that Apple could generate an additional $15 billion annually. Intel's really losing the bid here, guys. A big drop off that 125.75 and into 124.75. We can put this on Assassino. An additional $15 billion annually in high-margin services from AI-related subscriptions, storage, and ecosystem integrations over the coming years. And Wedbush is estimating that roughly 20% of the global population may eventually access AI through Apple devices, and that positions the company as a mass-market AI distribution platform rather than just a hardware vendor. Wedbush's note also highlighted expectations for a major AI-enabled iPhone redesign in 2027, and that's going to be tied to iPhone's 20th anniversary. We know this thing is almost 20 years old, hard to believe. So the implication of this whole story is the street is increasingly viewing Apple as a delayed but potentially massive AI monetization story driven by ecosystem scale, service expansion, consumer adoption, rather than just pure frontier model competition. And that's been where the majority of the money's been made so far, at least in the AI trade, Joey.
Yeah, I think that's been the narrative, right? They're just going to sit back and collect in all of these these LLMs hopping on or these AI tools hopping in the App Store and them getting a fraction of what's going on. We've seen them start to profit from that already. So I think that's their narrative. I don't see them getting into the data centers. We know that they had some trouble in-house, had to outsource it to Google to get Siri right and have that upgraded version. But nonetheless, they weren't spending all these hundreds of billions of dollars. They were just sit back and collecting from ChatGPT, Claude, the Anthropics, the Perplexities. So yeah, that's Apple. Not too bad of a game plan. We're at all-time highs right now.
Yeah, we certainly are. All right, let's talk a little CoreWeave. Tough day for them, down 12 4/5. SSR down into 112.31. They dropped after disappointing guidance overshadowed yet another explosive quarter with revenue jumping to $981 million, and that's up 420% year over year on the top line number and well ahead of the estimates of 971, driven really by hyperscaler AI demand. However, adjusted operating income of $21 million very much missed the 42, so missed by, a lot. Basically a double there, while depreciation and interest expenses continued to consume nearly 81% of revenue. Very, very high CapEx, high spend business. The Q2 guide, which was a bit of a problem, $2.45 billion to $2.65, that did top estimates, but investors really kind of focused more on the rising leverage as well as the heavy CapEx. And quite frankly, at least on this quarter, the deteriorating profitability metrics. They now expect about $31 to $35 billion in full CapEx expenditures, and is obviously aggressively expanding their AI infrastructure capacity. Management highlighted, though, on the call the relationships that they have with NVIDIA and OpenAI, but investors kind of remain concerned that the AI data center build-out cycle is kind of becoming increasingly debt-intensive. We've seen Meta pay for that. Microsoft has been paying for that. Not so much on Amazon's scorecard. They've been kind of shielded away from the from being made to pay, so to speak, by aggressive CapEx, Joey. So CoreWeave down 12.83.
Yeah, as Sharif mentioned, depreciation just absolutely chewing into everything. And it's not good when you see this AI boom and everybody needing neo cloud services that CoreWeave isn't participating like some of the other names. So what happens when that CapEx really starts to cool down and CoreWeave is just stuck in limbo, essentially? So yeah, it's unfortunate for this name. We talked about the cyclical revenue between all of them, CoreWeave, NVDA, and whatever's in between all of that. It's not a good look. I do like the business model, but I guess it's one to speak for itself. It had a recovery off of the lows, but we're not really anywhere close to that all-time high of $186. I mean, it's a little bit tougher of a look here in CoreWeave.
All right, just a couple of points I want to stress here. They got about $99 billion in backlog, so it's kind of the same thing as RPOs, give or take. That's a 50% jump in just 3 months. So there's a lot of demand and a lot of recent demand, not previous demand. CoreWeave has effectively locked in, if you believe some of the RPOs, about $100 billion in future revenue. We'll have to see how quickly they're able to realize that and how much it's going to cost them to realize that, because they got to expand, right? That expansion comes with CapEx. So we'll have to see what the margins are. There's also a margin lag trap. What do I mean by that? So even though revenue did surge very aggressively, 112% to $2.1 billion, we're talking full year, not quarter, operating margins really did drop off a cliff from 17% operating margins in the last quarter, or last year on the quarter, pardon me, to just 1%. The company, though, is saying this is a temporary accounting phenomenon, and they're incurring, as we know, massive upfront electricity and data center bring-up costs, especially with that 3.5 gigawatt facility that they've been building. They're saying we have everything, it's ready to go, the chips need just to be plugged in, we're still waiting on the power source. So they paid up, but they haven't been able to realize the revenue from that payment. Also, component pricing. We've been talking about this a lot, especially when it comes to RAM. Tucked into the guidance was a raise in their 2026 CapEx. They're going to spend $35 billion now. Management admitted that this $4 billion increase relative to what they had guided last time was largely due to rising prices for liquid cooling, obviously components, power gear, not just GPUs. So that's a bit of an issue there. And then last but not least, for the first time, CoreWeave noted that their new orders are shifting heavily in favor of inference and autonomous agents rather than just model training. And that kind of jives with the entire narrative that we've been talking about, at least with the AI trade, shifting away from, the GPUs, which are very good at training models, to the custom ASICs, which are really good for inference and agentic workloads. Adara.
Keep an eye on Albemarle. Some speculation here from Paradigm that this could be the next big purchase here from the Trump administration. So ALB on watch. This is also a day 2 earnings play. Also here, I apologize, I was just in the washroom, unsure if this was mentioned yet, but reports that Apollo and Blackstone are considering a $35 billion financing situation here for Broadcom. So again, Apollo, Blackstone reportedly considering $35 billion in financing for AVGO. This stock also to the upside. Just wanted to mention that as well. Back to you.
Intel back into 127, Joey. There could be resistance there, though.
Before we move on to the next story, I want to ask you this.
Yep.
Do you think we can see CoreWeave fall into an area kind of like Oracle with their RPOs and the cost and the obligations that they need and how much it's going to cost them in order for them to do so, in which we know that the margins are going to be drastically hit?
Yes, I do agree. And that's the problem with taking this approach, right? But I don't think the market's going to make them pay for that immediately, right? And just for the fact that there's a lot of demand. Right? Yeah. That's the thing. They're basically booked, and they're charging a lot. Like we talked about this last time. I don't have the data right now, but basically the A800, it's an NVIDIA chip. It's an old NVIDIA chip. Correct me if I'm wrong. 2022, 2023, whatever. Okay? And they're charging 125% of what they were charging when this thing was new. And, that kind of shows me 2 different things. One, it puts the kibosh on the narrative that these things only have a 2 to 3 year lifespan. That's number one. Number two, they're charging more for it. So that just shows you how much demand there is. So I do like that. I think that the revenue stream, the top line number, definitely going to continue to grow. And you know how these companies are, right? The theory of the market during the good times is grow now, worry about profitability later. Let's see how long the market's able to stomach that for. So that's my thinking there. Let's go on to the next story. Net, very bad report. There was some good things, to be fair. So they did beat Q1 estimates, but the shares fell pretty aggressively after hours as investors reacted to the major workforce reduction. EPS came in at 25 pennies, beating 23 expected, with revenue rising 34% year over year to $640 million and ahead of the $622 million estimate. The company also announced they will cut over 1,100 employees, or about roughly 20% of their workforce, citing a shift towards agentic AI-first operating model. Not the first company, and I suspect probably not the last company that we're going to hear that from within the next couple of years, one would think. Management said internal AI usage increased more than 600% over the past 3 months, and they called AI the company's biggest tailwind in history, basically saying they don't need people. Scary. Q2 revenue guidance, $664 million to $665. That was roughly in line with full year revenue guidance, 2.8 to 2.831. that slightly topped expectations. The implication here, the market is digesting, Joey, is investors are questioning whether the layoffs signal efficiency upside or a deeper growth productivity pressure beneath the AI narrative. One has to wonder the fact that they really stressed the job cuts were AI driven, not demand driven, makes you feel, that they were wise to the market maybe thinking that it was a demand issue as opposed to an AI productivity issue. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they're saying that their AI activity has increased 600% over the past couple of months. Just to add a little bit more into the layoffs, we're at about 98,000 in the tech industry, individuals being laid off. Full year last year was around 125,000. So, I mean, we've seen Block start to do this. We've seen Amazon lay people off. We have Oracle doing the exact same thing for different reasons. Now we're looking at Cloudflare looking to lay off 1,100 people. We've seen it in Coin, 14 or 17% of their workspace. So it's either efficiencies or they're just spending too much and they have to find funds somewhere else. We've seen Meta doing the exact same thing. I think time will tell. It's unfortunate that Cloudflare sold drastically here this morning, but I mean, $257 all the way down to $198. The layoffs might help this name in the long run, but yeah. I mean, we're going to outpace what people were laid off last year, probably by close to about 30%.
Pretty sad. All right, let's talk. I got a couple of points to make here. So they're going to incur $140 to $150 million in cash charges, and that's going to be through Q3 for severance and benefits that they're saying. And this kind of massive cash drain, if you want to think $140 to $150 million is for Cloudflare, the problem with that one-off line item is it wipes out the profit beat for the next 2 quarters and it complicates their free cash flow narrative for the rest of 2026. And I suspect that is part of the reason we're selling off quite aggressively, not just the job story. Also, the gross margin leak, so to speak. Despite the revenue beat, the non-GAAP gross margins fell pretty aggressively to 72.8%. That's 210 basis points. If you're keeping track, this leak is being driven by what the company is saying is high compute costs for their AI worker AI platform. And then last but not least, they have these large deals, which grew over 73% year over year. By large deals, I mean deals with companies for over $1 million. But management hinted that there will be longer sales cycles for their zero trust products. And the market's kind of interpreting that as a warning that while the big fish sort of are biting, so to speak, they're taking much longer to actually sign the contracts than they did in 2025. That's being interpreted perhaps as maybe some cautiousness with chief finance officers or some of these companies really kind of trying to take a more staged approach to their AI spend. Any other comments, or should we go on Airbnb?
Let's talk Airbnb.
Airbnb reported mixed Q1 results with EPS missing estimates while revenue and bookings topped expectations. The company boosted their EPS at posted EPS of 26 pennies versus a 29, so a miss on profitability, but revenue did rise 18% year over year and did meet expectations of $2.68 billion. The street was looking for 2.62. Their gross bookings value, so like all the different bookings that took place on their network, amounted to $29.2 billion. Nights and seats booked rose 9% to $156.2 million. Both of those metrics beat estimates. Management did raise full-year revenue guidance to low to mid-teens, and for Q2 specifically, they guided $3.54 to $3.6 billion in revenue. Obviously, Q2 is definitely going to be a lot better than Q1 as people tend to travel more in that quarter, and it's also above consensus estimate, Joey, of $3.46 billion. However, the company warned that the Iran conflict, as well as the rising price of oil, have created travel softness. We've seen airlines really increase the price and pass off the rise of jet fuel onto the consumer. That will obviously hurt Airbnb, as a lot of their, nights and days that are booked probably have something to do with people traveling on airplanes. And they also roughly 100 basis point headwind in Q2 bookings. So Q2, something to watch out for there, with travel demand possibly being a bit weak. We don't know quite yet. The market implication, though, investors are balancing strong global travel demand and event catalysts like the FIFA World Cup against the geopolitical risk and the slowing travel momentum.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to bring up, the World Cup. I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like, you have the cyclical effect of just a mass event that only happens every so often here in the city. Someone was telling me, Joe, you should Airbnb your spot because I'm literally a stone throw away from BMO Field. But no, I think we'll see some strength within there, just like during the holiday seasons. So we'll see an uptick in during that time. I mean, the dynamic, they have millions of homes. So I think it's such a fantastic business, and I kind of relate this to Uber. Uber owns no vehicle, and Airbnb doesn't own any homes. So I mean, I think it's a fantastic game. They just continuously. What happened, it was such a disruptive service to some of like the hotel industry, and a lot of people are really falling into that area. It's like, why am I paying so much? I understand you have the all-inclusive effect, but it's like, okay, if you really want to live the lifestyle of what the locals are doing in a different country, then you go that Airbnb route. And the fact that they're in so many different places is key. And I mean, you've seen them fall off a little bit. COVID was not a good time for them, obviously, but nonetheless, just their business model is really good. The full year guidance, they're increasing as well. So, I mean, low double digit growth in gross bookings come the rest of the year and in next year's guide. So I like Airbnb. I'm going to continue to use it. I've used it over my past couple of trips. So I enjoy what this company has to offer.
I agree. And hopefully I'll stay at a couple. I've never actually stayed at an Airbnb, funny enough, but hopefully we'll change that in August. Let's talk about Coinbase here. Joey, it's seen better days, but not too bad of a look. Definitely was a lot worse. And now Coin is green, up 1 1/3. Good development there. They posted a surprise quarterly loss of $1.49 negative EPS. She was actually looking for a profit, so they got it a little wrong there. Revenue slightly missed as well, $1.41 billion. The weak quarter does reflect a prolonged slowdown in crypto trading activity, despite the recent, just call it a little bit of a bounce in Bitcoin. Transaction revenue also fell 23%. That's sequential, quarter over quarter, not even year over year. So that's showing you really drying up in a hurry here over the last 3 months. It sold off sharply as investors did focus on the deteriorating trade activity and weaker earnings trends across crypto markets getting bought up now. As I mentioned, green up almost now 1.5. One positive, though, for Coinbase was the subscription, the service segment, including the USDC stablecoin revenue. I'll get to that more in my comments in a second. But that now, those two actually, subscription and USDC revenue account for 44% of Coinbase's total revenue, and it's continuing to grow in importance, obviously. Management did highlight growth in prediction markets. We've been talking more about that, as well as AI agent payment infrastructure, as the company pushes to diversify away from solely relying on trading revenue. Joey.
Yeah, I think that's the big issue here, Sharif. So where did I just see that? So total crypto market capitalization and industry, even though we don't classified as market cap, trading volumes both dropped more than 20% from the prior quarter.
That's
right?
crazy.
So yeah, I mean that's a lot. So hence why they're missing they're at a $394 million net loss in Q1. But some analysts remain bullish on this. I think you just need to wait for the next bull market to happen in the crypto space, and it's going to be led by Bitcoin. All the other altcoins mean essentially nothing. You have the trading volumes, but when your retail trading is declining 10%, to 8.2 million users, I mean, that's not good. Retail trading volume dropped 36%, total spot trading volume down 25%. So, I mean, there's just losses left, right, and center in this name, and you can see why it's extremely off of those highs, but a lot of that is revolved around what happens in between the two juggernauts of the crypto space, and that's going to be Ethereum and Bitcoin. If they're not climbing higher, you have Ethereum down 50% off of its highs, 40% respectively in Bitcoin. That's what tends to happen, and the altcoins aren't going to mean a thing if those two names aren't going to continue to trade higher.
Well said. So I wanted to mention this. So we talked about USDC, right? So USDC, they're actually making a lot of money on it. So despite the fact that the crypto market cap as a whole is now off that 3 and change trillion, I think was the high, it's dropped about 20%. Coinbase was able to hit new all-time highs in USDC held on their platform. And with the fact that interest rates likely to remain at this level, it's a little elevated from the last 15 years, obviously, Coinbase is basically generating what they're calling risk-free revenue from these balances, and it kind of acts as a structural hedge against the failing trading volumes, or the falling, I should say, not failing trading volumes. So that's good there. The other part is 90% of all the global, what they're calling on-chain agentic transaction volume is taking place on their network. I don't expect them to hold on to 90%, especially as the others also get into the space. But there's also a first mover advantage here that Coinbase has. 90% of all agentic AI traffic on for crypto on-chain transaction on Coinbase's what they're calling base network. The other thing is 13 straight quarters of EBITDA. So the media always, or in the major, headlines want to focus on the GAAP net loss, and they did, to be fair. But underreported was the fact that they maintained positive adjusted EBITDA for 13 straight quarters. So I do like that. And then last but not least, Coinbase's retail derivatives products, like your futures, your options, that hit a quarterly level, a high, by the way, of $200 million in annualized revenue run rate. That's a high margin product, Joey. So not a bad look for them. We'll see how they do next quarter.
It was the same with Robinhood. You just seen an increase in the margins, obviously, with the prediction markets,
yeah, exactly,
right?
yeah.
And even the other day, I was looking at buying something on IBKR, and do you notice on the side it gives you, you know what I mean?
Always,
it's like, dude, it's
always.
Just like, all right, whatever, and you.
It's like they're trying to force it down your throat.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
Like, hey,
so it's just
trade.
like I'm looking at purchasing some options contracts, and as I'm executing the position, I'm looking to execute the position. Right beside it, it's just like, hey, do you think the SPY is just trying to get you involved with the prediction markets, which is
it's like trying to get you to bet.
But it's like,
right?
what is this on the side here?
They make money off it, obviously.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, we'll look at Robin, look at these guys.
Well,
Everybody's
exactly.
up in the prediction market, so yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry. One thing I wanted to talk about because I was watching Vlad on CNBC. And Melissa I believe it was Melissa they were talking to, and they were just they're referring to some of the other prediction markets like Kalshi and Polymarket, and how the algorithms are starting to like kick in and really buy these things up to where they're to the point where it's like, is it even worth it for the retail? But the whole time Melissa's talking to Vlad about this, I'm like, you do realize you're just talking about the equity markets as well too when you're talking about like literally, it's like, okay,
same thing.
Retail misses the bulk of the move. It's the algorithms who are really buying this thing up, and then by the time you figure everything out, the move's already done the majority of its move. And and the whole time she was talking to Vlad, I'm like, do you not realize that's essentially what the whole market is? So I don't know.
That's a good point.
You're smarter than I am, so.
No, I'm assuming she probably just wants to keep it out of there, because a lot of people hate the algorithmic part of, all of a sudden it responds within like a quarter second, and you're sitting there like 5 minutes later trying to get into the trade.
But I'm sure if you ask the average retail trader, hey, would you like the algorithms out of the equity markets, the majority would probably say yes, but that's not going to be.
No, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless there's some sort of regulatory.
Right. So
I doubt it, though.
Do you think, considering the profits that you're seeing in some of these brokerages already, that's more tax money for the government? So I don't think they're going to.
That's another good point.
Right?
Exactly. IREN. How's IREN doing today? It's up 6%. I know this is like a viewer favorite here. Surged after announcing a major strategic partnership with NVIDIA, and it's focused on, you guessed it, AI infrastructure deployment. NVIDIA and IREN, their plan is to deploy 5 gigawatts of NVIDIA's DSX-branded AI infrastructure across IREN's global data centers. As per the agreement, NVIDIA receives rights to purchase up to 30 million shares of IREN at $70 a pop. It's trading at 60.27 right now. That gives the chip giant potential exposure worth roughly $2.1 billion. IREN also announced a separate $3.4 billion deal. 3.4 5-year managed GPU cloud service agreement with NVIDIA tied to AI research and workloads at the Texas facility. The company, IREN, that is, continues transitioning from Bitcoin towards AI infrastructure following its previously announced $9.7 billion Microsoft GPU cloud deal and the large Dell GPU purchase agreement. We've been seeing this a lot with these miners. Riot, Hut 8, they're basically kind of with the same equipment, but they're just going to deploy the equipment in a bit of a different way. Obviously, I think the AI chips are a bit more advanced than some of these GPUs that were used for mining. The market implication, though, investors increasingly view IREN as an AI infrastructure and a hyperscaler adjacent play rather than a purely crypto miner, though The sharp fade after the headline shows traders kind of remain cautious, Joey, around the valuation as well as the execution risk.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that exact same thing. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Marathon Digital really start to emphasize the cloud aspect, because Bitcoin hasn't been performing well. And we looked at how much it costs to mine it. So it's just like, is it really worth it? And if we have these rigs, how can we deploy them? Well, Bitcoin's not performing how we want to, but there's the ability to kind of just take a little bit of a strategic shift and get into this neo-cloud business that is ever so booming. So I like what some of these Bitcoin miners are doing. You mentioned the names. I wouldn't be surprised if these numbers continue to grow. And then when you have Bitcoin really start to appreciate, you get that double-edged sword, or that double revenue really come in. So you're deploying the neo-cloud and you're getting the appreciation in Bitcoin to make it actually worth it and profitable, instead of these dwindling margins as the block reward is slowly reduced, but yet the price of Bitcoin isn't appreciating how you would like it to. So, yeah. No, I don't love the Bitcoin. I don't like the Bitcoin miners. No, like, go look at Mara, look at Riot. But some of these names, as Shreve just mentioned and we talked about before, are taking a pivot into into the cloud business, which is different, right? It's not just solely focused on something that's having dwindling margins and isn't playing a one-to-one ratio with the cost and the appreciation of Bitcoin.
Well said. MP down 1.87 after gapping up, high of 76.80, low of 66.51. Kind of frustrating for me here. I was hoping for a bit of a run here in MP after the surprising earnings report. They posted stronger than expected quarter as rare earth magnet demand in the U.S. and the U.S. government kind of helped offset the rising operating costs. The company reported an adjusted profit about 3 cents per share that did beat the expectations of a break-even result. Revenue surged 49% year over year to a little bit shy of 91 million. That's well above the estimates of 76.5. The results were boosted by roughly $42 million in U.S. government price support income tied to efforts aimed at reducing China's control over the rare earth supply chains. If you're wondering what I'm talking about there, Chinese companies would get into the rare earth, rare magnets, whatever business, basically run at a loss until their competitors ran out of money, at which time they would kind of increase the prices incrementally and dominate the majority of the business. So that's been kind of the running story with rare earths as well as refining for a long time. U.S. wants to change that. Therefore, they're assisting some of these companies, these rare earth mining companies like CRML as well as others, USAR, to basically have a price floor so that they can kind of operate without having the Chinese undercut them aggressively. That's what that means. They also received $32 million payment from Apple as a part of its magnet supply agreement signed last year. That kind of reinforces the strategic demand from other major U.S. technology customers. Operating costs, though, this I'm not surprised by. 64% jump in operating costs, about $157 million. The company continues investing heavily into its magnetics division and domestic manufacturing capacity, Joey. MP. This thing was, I think, like at $100-something bucks a few months ago. It's been a hard trade. What do you think?
Yeah, it's down 30% off of its highs.
Yeah.
I mean, the government, I believe, has a stake in this as well, too. Am
they
I
took a
right?
bit of a stake.
Yeah. So, and then also Texas Instruments was, I think, during that Bloomberg thing, they were talking about this a little bit of just the rare earth and the magnetics and everything along those lines. So, yeah, I mean, other than that, man, it's down 30%. It was hot for a while, obviously, when we had the issue between the China and the U.S. trade. You've seen an uptick here, just trying to get some inflows into the onshoring American-based company. I wouldn't be surprised if it continues to climb, especially if no deal is done here with the United. And the whole onshoring thing we were talking about with Raheem the other day is just that people are investing. So this is one of the names that you can look into as countries come in and they want to start to invest in the United States, especially when it comes to rare earths and minerals. So yeah, MP Materials down 30% still.
Yeah, it is. It's been a tough one there. The Mountain Pass facility is kind of like the make or break for this particular company. So we'll have to see how that all works out. Monster Energy Drinks. Monster report? I mean, it's big. Where is it? It's like at the day high. It's up a little bit less than 15%, 14.78. They posted another earnings beat, continuing its streak of outperforming the expectations of Wall Street despite a slower growth consumer backdrop. EPS came in at 58 pennies ahead of the 53 expected. Revenue, $2.35 billion, topping expectations by a 9% beat there. That's good. Exceeding EPS estimates for the fourth straight quarter, with quarterly profits surprising to the upside about 9% this period. The report kind of highlighted continued resilience in the energy drink category, even as broader consumer staples face slower discretionary spending trends. The market implication from this report is investors continue treating Monster as a defensive growth name within the consumer staple segment, with consistent execution kind of helping offset the broader concerns around slowing consumer demand. I don't know how you feel about this, but I haven't had an energy drink in years, and I don't see too many people other than the high school kids at the gym chugging these things. And I don't know, man, like, do you have a lot of people in your circle that drink energy drinks?
No.
None?
No.
Me as well, right?
It's the crap.
So I feel like, I don't know if the market is concentrated.
Well, other than Adara,
Yeah.
but Adara said she's on the non-caffeine
Okay,
one.
A, yeah, I do the natural caffeine, and B, I have cut back significantly, and C, it's like something where at a certain point, if you cannot stay awake, you got to do something, and I don't love it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, so just to kind of go back, I mean, I don't have too many people in my circle. I keep stressing this. I feel like it's more younger people that are drinking these things. And it's not a bad problem to have, obviously, because they could continue with that habit as they get older, right? Just ask the cigarette companies that.
Yeah.
No, but you see what I'm getting to here, right?
Yeah.
You get a sticky consumer at a young age, but relying on young people for revenue is also a bit risky as well.
Right, because they can grow out of things, as Adara mentioned. She's like, hey, you have to cut back on the caffeine. These drinks are just absolutely littered with sugars as well, too. Like, these cans have like 40 to probably 60 grams of sugar in them. I was never a big energy drink guy. I had maybe a handful of Monsters in my life. It would be that green one. Same thing with Red Bull. Just wasn't really my thing. But what's really driving this stock here is the expansion overseas. Maker international sales were up almost 45%, quarter over $1 billion, and now make up to 45% of its total revenue. So really diversifying there. Total sales jumped 27%, Shreve mentioning, and then aluminum can and freight costs ate into the gross margins. So that might be a little bit of an issue, but when you're overseas and growing at a 45% clip rate and getting more individuals hooked on caffeine and sugar, sure enough, you're probably going to continue to grow. And we know what it's like. I believe Asia big on the energy drinks as well, too. The partnership with Celsius, I think, Shreve, you mentioned that. And just the deliveries and how they came to an agreement there really helped boosting this name.
Agreed. Let's talk a little Rocket Lab, Joey. This thing is really, really rocketing up 27.82%. It is now a $58.1 billion company. Fantastic look for them. They delivered yet another strong quarter, and they're continuing to reinforce their position as one of the biggest benefactors of the commercial space and the defense spending boom. The company posted Q1 revenue of $200.3 million. That's well ahead of the 190 expected, percentage-wise, not number-wise, while gross profit continued to surge, roughly $76.5 million, up from the $35.2 million last year. So this company's making money. That's really good. I mean, space is a hard business, also costs a lot of CapEx. Q2 revenue guidance, $225 to $240 million, also better than what Wall Street wanted, which was $205. That helped push shares much higher, as we see here. And this thing rocketed up at the open. It was just a bid from $85 into this $100 level. I suspect we'll see the decided breach of 100 maybe next week. $100.87 is the high of the day. They also wanted to highlight the multiple major catalysts that they have, including new defense-related business wins, hypersonic test missions, and the selection alongside our RTX Raytheon for U.S. Space Force interceptor capability demonstrations. We'll also talk about the Golden Dome in a second when I get to my comments, but they also announced the acquisition of a robotics company called Motive. And they're also going to continue to expand their higher margin space business system, including the GOS satellite electronic propulsion platform. I have a bunch of comments here, Joey, but I'll send it to you here for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys are looking, they have been selected to support the Department of War's space-based interceptor program under the Golden Dome for America. So, I mean, there you go. You can have the space army, U.S. Space Army relatively soon. Other than that, the numbers are pretty good. This name is up substantially, and I talked about this not too long ago. Hangry Wife, you bought that options play there. The married put, you own the shares, and you're selling some short put contracts as you now climb up to $161. This name wasn't breaking down. Right, this is a massive move here, up to almost 30%, I believe, here on the session. We'll take a look at it momentarily, but you're breaking through some key pivot levels. You're hitting all-time highs in Rocket Lab and continue to climb higher. So some good numbers across the board and getting involved with the U.S. government in the space division. So a big-time move in RKLB. We are now currently up 28.8% on the intraday session, $22 on the day.
So the comments that I had here is this is not just like a rocket company anymore focusing on getting payloads to space. They're actually a space company. And what I mean by that is they make satellites and they make components for things to go into space. And that segment of their business is now the majority of their business. It accounts for 68% of their total revenue. That's about $136.7 million. And that's out of the 200 that they made. Get the idea here. I mean, this segment also grew 57% year over year. This kind of space systems, they're calling it, segment within their company. And it has far higher margins than the transportation and the space business. You got to like that. Now, they're not going to leave their core business here. And if you've been in this for a while, you know about their Neutron rocket. And now they're saying their Neutron is on track, so to speak, to make it to the launch site. They did quietly book a block sale of 5 dedicated Neutron launches to what they're saying is a confidential commercial customer, so they didn't disclose who paid up here, but this is a massive validation, so to speak, of the Neutron rocket technology, even before it's even had its first flight to fly into space. So you got to like that, but there's also some execution risk, obviously, that could come with that. And one must speculate that the company, unnamed as they are, probably has some sort of contractual safeguard in case the technology fails somewhat. And then the last thing that I want to bring up, as Joe mentioned, they were selected to be part of the Golden Dome missile shield system by President Trump and the Department of War. While the deal specifically with the Pentagon here isn't big in a numbers, like it's not a big number for a contract, but what it does do is, number one, it gets their foot in the door with the government, especially the Department of War for this specific thing. And we know how government contracts tend to be a little bit stickier, so you could see probably a bit more of a consistent revenue stream from that. I'd like to see if they get a bigger contract, especially if they execute well for their part in the Golden Dome. That should be interesting, Joey. Let's talk about XYZ Block. Not a bad report, man. Let's see if they're still up on the day. They were up in the pre. Yeah, 7%, man. Block, look, shout out to Jack Dorsey. We were kind of talking about Block last time around, not for the report, but more for the fact that they were laying off the majority of their company because of AI, right? So we'll get to this. We'll get to the story and review it when we get back from Madeira.
Akamai to the upside. I believe this one was on the watch list this morning. This is up sharply here after earnings, and it just got another pop. Looks like it comes after Anthropic announces a $1.8 billion computing agreement with AKAM. Again, guys, earnings plus Anthropic computing agreement for Akamai. Back to you.
Block delivered a strong earnings beat. It was driven really by growth across the Cash App, lending, and Bitcoin-related business. Nice to see that they're making money from that when others were pulling back a little bit. EPS of 85 pennies, well ahead of the 68 expected by the street and analysts. Revenue coming in at $6.06 billion. That was slightly below the consensus expectation, but the market not really making them pay for that, as you can tell, up 7%. Gross profit accelerated to 27% with the Cash App gross profit up to 38% and Square at 9%. I think Square is really sticky. My brother-in-law swears up and down by this thing. Financial service gross profit surged 55% year over year, and it was really helped by the strong momentum of the Cash App consumer lending. Yeah, there's lending within that now, while Bitcoin gross profit doubled due to the higher trading activity and lower transaction costs. I'm wondering here, why does Coinbase have lower trading activity but Block have higher trading activity for crypto? That's something probably to look into there. Dig a little deeper into that. Management raised full-year guidance and expects gross profit growth of 19% into 26, along with what they're calling significant adjusted EPS expansion. That sounds tempting. Market implication, Joey. Investors are focusing more on the accelerating profitability and the Cash App monetization than the slight revenue miss, especially as they increasingly position themselves as an AI-enabled fintech ecosystem.
Yeah, maybe it's just, I'm thinking here along the lines of maybe why we're seeing a little increase in activity is just from a market share standpoint. When you hold so much, you can only really go down. But when you're in a growth cycle, right, you can see things start to climb. But that could mean like, hey, we're climbing right now, but you see the larger names like Robinhood and Coin. So you see more people just kind of funneling to an alternative. Listen, we know that Jack Dorsey laid off 40% of his workforce, becoming more efficient, revenue up 5% here roughly, and he's looking to become more efficient, building more tools. I don't know if it's going to lead to more layoffs, but he's stating the fact that we can do more with less people with all the tools that they're starting to establish. So Block really starting to gain its ground here. Been pretty choppy, but heading towards some key technical levels on the daily, guys. Watch out for this $82 market. Stair step up, performing relatively well here is Jack Dorsey and company. So yeah, not too bad of a look. We know it was back in February, so around this time we are looking to see some more efficiencies within the company, and he's stating that right now. I see you, Stockhead. I see you're going short, MU. I hope that works out for you there, brother. Rocket Lab now up 29.33%, up to almost $102. I'm waiting for Hangry Wife to step in the chat. Congratulations on that. I said that the bid wasn't dropping. No point in standing in front of a name like this when you're up substantially like that. And what was the old friend of the show's name who said the girl who said when you exceed the expected move, it tends to the next
Danielle
thing.
Shea.
Danielle Shea, and that's exactly what happened. Textbook move here in Rocket Lab. So yeah, exceed that expected move and continue on. That puts you up almost 30% on the session.
Yeah, it's a fantastic look. RKLB, a lot of green names today, guys. I hope everybody had a fantastic week. I hope your long term is singing and singing good tunes because, you know, these good times don't last forever. So, you know, make the strategy or execute your strategy, I should say, in the way that you see fit. Add where you want to add. Take profits where you should be taking profits, and hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. We'll see everybody bright early on Monday. The big boys are that way.
Welcome, everybody.
I just saw the note that on this day in NBA history, Steve Nash was awarded NBA MVP, and
We were just chatting about it.
so apparently we had the best player then, that's questionable if he was. And right now Canada has, the
got the
reigning
best
MVP
player.
right now. So we'll see.
USO just tanked.
Did it?
No, yeah, it's moving right.
Oh, 3-day ceasefire apparently. Just hearing it
okay.
in my ear. We still got Adara here. Adara will be leaving early, starting her weekend early. So we say start that weekend early. But we've got news right now. It looks like there goes the Nasdaq just a little bit higher there. I'm only here. I guess I got to get in and out. I'm in silver here. I don't know how much this will move on something like that. So we'll offer a little bit out there at 87. We're still in the same position we were when we left you guys. Oh, well, no, actually, this is a new position. It looks like 11.20, but silver came in right there. I like the long. We took it, so now it's 40 cents in the money. But welcome, everybody. It's going to be a good afternoon. Adara has the news. How about right now?
So the second I heard 3-day ceasefire, I got a little bit curious because I heard there's going to be 3-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. That is the ceasefire that Trump is referring to in his Truth Social post, and that is why oil kind of came right back up right away. Again, the headline here, 3-day ceasefire, all caps, makes it sound like it's going to be in Iran. It's actually in Russia and Ukraine. We already knew about it. So President Trump reposting about a previously known 3-day ceasefire between Russia and the Ukraine. It starts tomorrow. It ends on Monday. There is actually no mention here of Iran in this whole post that I can see. Back to you.
Yeah, getting closer every day. This is on his Truth there, to getting closer every day to ending the war
so
between
bizarre.
Russia. Yeah, Ukraine and Russia. We got that one there. So thanks, Derek, for clarifying that. So yeah, we will take advantage of it. Let's go. It's a face slap. Right there, another one with silver today. So there it goes, man. Nice move up, yes?
Sorry to accidentally cut off the thing. I just wanted to mention this KYIV, Kyivstar, and EPAM. I guess these are Ukrainian-related companies. They're also pushing higher on this sharply.
For that one. That's nice.
I don't know any Canadian or Ukrainian Canadian, because we were just talking about Canada. That's why.
Yes.
I don't know any Ukrainian companies, but you know what?
Shame.
The second I heard Ukraine, I'm like, okay, I was already eyeballing this. I already posted. This is why you have to have stops. Go for a nice walk, was literally at the low of the day. I'm like, let's get up because PM&R is the one thing that's been a short all day long. And
PM&R.
that happened. So what happened at 1:15 on crypto, everybody? You guys can tell me. I was out for a walk. But anyways, it goes up to a top. I'm sitting there monitoring that top, and then I hear this is not an oil thing or not an Iran thing. So I just took the short. We'll give it to the prior bar high. But ultimately, something happened in crypto. I'm aware of the Intel Apple story because I sat back down.
Yeah.
Sean mentioned it to me.
I actually don't even know the story. I just know that it ripped up.
Oh, there's an agreement.
Yeah, okay, so what they thought about.
Yeah, like it was a rumor before, and it's an agreement now. I don't know. I pulled up the phone, which I'm sure a lot of people probably decided to take some profit on.
Yeah, I took some more. I actually got
honestly on Intel. You know what? Like if Ukraine's gonna pop it, then Ukraine's gonna pop it. But I need to figure out what happened to crypto at 1:15. But what's more ridiculous to me is like this is now this is ridiculous. We had $130.
Yeah.
On Intel. I'm like, okay, so I feel like every single time it does something insane, it's like log into the account, offer out 10%, and then a week later it hits another level. All right, offer out 10%. Because this was what you're waiting for. You're waiting for like these announcements, but it's already gone stupid mode before they've even got revenues. You know what I'm saying? Like it's great. It's unbelievable. The stock is complete and utter insanity. But hey, you know what? Is what it is, and hopefully we'll not be wrong. This is going to be one of those moments where if this is at $200 before it ever makes some kind of a reasonable pullback, going to have a little pie in the face. And you know what's not going today? It's not up. It's not down. It's not doing anything. Really trying to figure out what to make of this on ARM. Don't know what to make of it. I can't, if it's not going to break the low for the dip buy on earnings, then can it at least go higher when the market's up 2% and everything is going completely parabolic? Like, what is going on with this? I almost wanted to say piece of garbage, but it's a fantastic stock that's been breaking out and going crazy. But your guess is as good as mine at this point as to what is next with ARM. I'm still waiting for a bit of a deeper dip because if you're this weak, market's up 2 points, all the chip names are going parabolic. If you're flat today, and I consider 1% flat given what it's done on the session, then you're relatively weak and you deserve a bit of a fall. And if the market turns, how can this not be? It's hanging VWAP this afternoon. If we get a market turn, this seems like it should be a relatively weak one in a short. Oh, that's a weird one. Intel, an absolute rocket. It's defying expectations at this point.
Intel's been amazing. Anyone that says otherwise
6.5 bags
would not be correct. Yeah, man.
From the 6.5 bags from the U.S. government purchase. 6x.
Yeah, exactly.
And plus.
Amazing. And I, like you said, I hope a lot of you got involved in that. We were talking Intel for a very, very long time. Back at those levels.
I started way too early. I started at 25 on that stock, and then it just happened to bounce, and then it happened to hold 19. So got an average price of Will Clark.
Nice. So I really like that stock too. Tesla's been kind of just hovering around here again. I posted it up, man. I don't have. I post when I'm long stuff. You can go back and find out when I bought Oscar, when I bought Target, all those things right there. Just simple. Just took some off Intel in the swing account. So that's what we wind up taking off right there as well. Oh, that's Trader T. That's a nice little logo thing there. Thanks, Ramin, for that one. But look what's going on right here with Tesla. So this is kind of like, yesterday in the afternoon we were messing around with this thing. And about that. It doesn't look like it wants to do a whole heck of a lot here today, Tesla. So I don't know, maybe it's just taking the weekend early. Maybe Elon's thinking about Mother's Day. I don't know what's going on right now, but I don't think this will be a looker here. I'm literally scanning through. Here's all the charts and whoa. See, it's something to do with that monitor, honestly. It's not the mouse, even though Joe and I go back and forth. So here's SMCI, all I'm really trying to do right now is just scan through some names, see if there's anything that's setting up. Like Tesla right there doesn't look the greatest there. There's DraftKings underneath VWAP, maybe a short.
Well, I'm looking at DraftKings.
Yeah.
I was in this long when it looked like it was going to go, and there was a seller here at 26.40 at VWAP, just like very, very determined seller at VWAP. It plunged the low of the day. I think this one, I wanted this to be a long, and it was for like a minute, but I think that's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, a short there too. Yeah, Broadcom right here, I don't know, pulling back into VWAP, that could be a trade as well, 427.50. Broadcom with news today, up 3.5%. That could be a good little name there as well. Here's the NAT, this is, you got to keep it on the screen. Here is S&P 500. This is SPXL, so this is an ETF right there as well. Sorry, there's NVIDIA right now. This could be a trade, but I'd have to go short here on NVIDIA, 215, 216, underneath VWAP right there. So that's potentially setting something up for what I like to look at anyways there with NVIDIA. A little bit of Coinbase up to 196 today. There she goes. That's going to the upside now, Coinbase. Apple on that news. I mean, now you're underneath VWAP. They get spiked up there a little bit too as well. And that wasn't on the news. That was just a nice move up. If anything on the news, looks like Apple's made a move down on that Intel play there. Apple could be a good short at 293. Looking back at that. But that's kind of what I'm doing right now, just sort of scanning through. And anybody in the chat, if something's setting up nicely for you, let us know. And then potentially Neil and I will have a look, and maybe it works out for us. But yes, Dell was still going, and Dell's been I couldn't believe it when Adair mentioned Dell to me when I sat back down. I was like, oh yeah, Dell. I remember that stock. That's like 130, 140 bucks. Like maybe it's at 180 right now. And I haven't looked at Dell in a minute, and my thinking was right. I mean, this was February. We were down here at 120, 130, but now you're $260. And, this guy, Michael Dell, donated $6 billion into those Make America Great Again funds, whatever it is. They're the investment ones for kids, the Trump funds.
All they need to do.
And yeah, now all of a sudden, like catching way more. I mean, I wonder how much this guy's made on his own shares since he donated that. But there it goes, man, up to $260. Nice tax write-off for that donation. 160 to 170 to boom it there to the upside. And there might not be any tax implications there. I have no idea. But that was very generous to start those accounts. I think that's a great thing for the United States.
There's a reason why the answer to the question when SMCI has forever been, nah, just buy Dell. Like, that's been the easy answer to the question. Almost every time you point to like a depressed name in a space, like, when is this going to bottom? Like, oh, you like that space? Buy the good name in that space. That's a little harder to do if we were talking about, I don't know, apparel, right? Or like athletic shoes. Like that's a harder thing to do if you have a bad sector. But if you've got a strong sector and a depressed name, like for all the talk of SMCI, like. Whoops, it's not split adjusted. For all the talk of is SMCI finally going to break out? Okay, granted, SMCI has made a bit of a bottom, and maybe you've been able to get involved there. But you know what? Dell has been on an upward trend the entire time. And from the lows, it's probably really close percentage-wise. But the difference is it's your downside risk, in my opinion. When you buy something which is strong and doesn't have the issues, you just have a better sense of you're not going to get rinsed as poorly. You're participating. Usually you can just buy the dip and let it go, like that kind of a thing. So if you can find the better name in the space, it's an easy way to go. Things doesn't want to get to the highs. Palantir's breaking out, someone just said.
Yeah,
is it?
Nice. Well, it's 137.
Did I misread that?
Trying to go.
Oh, yeah, at the high of the day, yeah.
He thinks it's going to be breaking out all next week, was the comment.
Well, it's held 135 again. That's good.
Might as well break out. Why not? Oh, man. Google went to 401.50. I mean, some names that were STFU, STFS right here, Star Fashion halted and now just reopened. So I don't know what this has been halting pretty much all day, so that's going to be a nothing burger there. Although 1.3 million shares, something to look at there, STFS. We did have Beyond Meat the other day break above $1, and then it came back through. Now it's 83 cents, so that name's downside here. But maybe I just need to look at the names that are, actually moving, and that would be Intel. So yeah, Rocket Lab or Intel or IREN. We took shoot, man, look where IREN's at again. We took another shot on IREN right here, real quick, and that went to 58 bucks. There. Now it's right back up. This could be a short. This is why I just ticked on my watch there because it just came right back up into VWAP again, IREN right now, looking like a potential short. I mean, good bottom there. The only stock we're red on today is this IREN, and we're gonna have to watch out to see what's going on. We're pretty much at the day's high because of this silver trade. We've only traded IREN, silver, and the NASDAQ. So very, very basic for me here today. Silver, okay. Now we're really going. I mean, this has turned out to be a much bigger trade than I'd even hoped for. I mean, our stop on this was a break of, here, I can tell you, 30s on this. So it actually, it's 25s it is, but there's 30s right there. So we don't get stopped out on SLV, and now all the way back up to the upside. We just missed that trade. So let me just take another offer here at 14 if we're able to, and then we'll take out some share. There it is, we get that shares on 14 as it goes through VWAP right now. So that's gonna be a good one, 65 cents. But I think you just wanna trade where the volume is. I mean, CoreWeave today also, there's Intel. We'll look at Intel all afternoon. So if you're with us, don't worry about it. We'll continue to watch out for it. But CoreWeave, nice bounce back right now. That's the story of the afternoon for me. Potentially back in here at 112. That's your 200 period moving average. CoreWeave, not a great hold, through earnings, it looks like. But how do you know? Just coming right back in. CoreWeave's been real good, man, off those April lows, $65, $70. Like we see some stuff like this again on stocks that we like ARM, like IREN, CEG, so on and so forth. CEG trying to move around today as well. I bought a little bit of CEG today off of selling something yesterday. I forget what it was. We sold some Intel today, but was it AMD? I don't know. We had some money lying around. Anyways, down 1.3% right now. So CEG down.
Pick a chip name, and it's probably one of those.
Yeah, probably. That was all. No, I would have told everybody. I think it was either I just had some money left. AMD. One of the things we sold recently, should have sold Uber when I was like, I don't like Uber anymore. I did a little thing yesterday on Uber when it was at $80 yesterday, or $78 yesterday, and we were talking about how I did not like this company anymore, really moving forward, and that we were looking to get out, and we didn't get an opportunity to do that. So now we lick our wounds on some Uber. But yeah, right now just. Look for some hot names. I think IREN back at VWAP, CoreWeave down there as well. Maybe some Tesla, but Tesla's not moving. So.
DraftKings is not, sorry.
DraftKings was a good one.
No, Rocket Lab is what I meant to. DraftKings is not really moving. If it gets into VWAP, that's one thing. But Rocket Lab's over $100 at 101. Mr. Daniel Westermeyer, Neil, can you please check your email?
Okay.
Oh, thank you. And what do we got here? Oh, that's an easy. Oh, no. Oh, okay. You know what? I read the first part of it, and Daniel was requesting everybody out there. It's Mother's Day on Monday. He says, I want everybody to just make sure everyone give your mom a hug. Daniel lost his mom yesterday. And
yesterday. Oh.
Yeah. So, you know what?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Give your mom a hug every day. Why does it have to be Mother's Day?
The thing is, tomorrow's never guaranteed. The people in your life that you care about, like every single day, every chance you get. You have any idea, just even like that one little phone call, like the little other nonsense, every single time you see them, it's priceless what it means. And it's something you understand better. It gets easier when you have kids. I know Daniel and anybody who has a family, you understand that because it lights you up. Anyways, that's said here. But you know what? You celebrate life. You celebrate the good times and take advantage of what you can. And everybody have a fantastic Mother's Day, and make sure you make it special, whatever way you can. Thanks for sharing that. I mean, obviously, that can't be easy, but we have a great community out here for sure, and we appreciate you. Dale's a good people's man. He came out here, took us all out to dinner, got to meet his wife, and we have such an awesome community. And it's not just about trading. It's just everyone shares similar interests and has positive outlooks, and that's what's so great about the community that we have here. For sure. And appreciate you, Daniel.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, we want to respect everybody and their wishes. But yeah, thanks for sharing that. And I know it's tough, obviously, heading into a day like this weekend. But yeah, happy Mother's Day to everybody out there as well. It should be a good one. It's a packed one, as we said. Lots of activities this weekend, and I think I'm at the Diamond 3 or 4 times, at the rink tonight as well. So it should be a lot of fun. Spend it with everybody you know. And that you love. Okay, Amazon. You know what? You know what's an interesting one here? Amazon, and we just sort of went by a little bit there on Amazon. I'm clearing out a more SLV, right? SLV just ripped up right into a perfect spot for me. So this is like a trade that we like, generally speaking. I mean, the market's up 2%. We had that poll, so that was a good look there for anybody that voted yes on that. Remember, it was 1.6.
I don't think I ended it.
Keeps on going there. But yeah, there it is. AMZN at a decent level right now to see what's happening. 272 and change. For Amazon. I mean, I wish it was a little bit, more confluence with some other lines here, but VWAP is trying to hold. We've held it. And these have been trades that have been good. And I want to say a big shout out to MF Dane Generous there. I saw what you had posted there yesterday on my, something called Twitter over here. And I did like it. You said something about how, all these trades in the afternoon have been so crazy fire. But anyways, thanks for everybody that's been responding to everything on X. And, Ramin did a great job with this. I'm going to put this in here again. Go watch out this video. It's a video that Neil and I did yesterday. It's getting a lot of views and likes and comments and everything on this one as well. So go have a look at this one. Thanks, Ramin, for that. I said this already, for the very flattering picture. That's amazing. Next time, put some hair up in here before I wind up going to Turkey. Yeah, we're going to get that going here. 272.20 for Amazon would definitely be a look for me. And then you know what? It looks like Tesla may be trying to break. Oh, nope, there it is. Okay, just bounced back. I got the warning there. It came on my, see, here's my little indicators there. Tesla, USO, we just got out of some silver. I know that's not USO, but that's there. Amazon and Google. Yeah, I know what I mean, but it's not that exciting. But see, these are just VWAPs there. So 5-minute chart VWAP getting hit there on Tesla. So get over there. Sorry about that for zooming back. Thanks for me. That was cool. But there it is. So there's the VWAP bounce and boom. And that's what I wanted to show you because Dane Generous in the chat there, you were messaging me. Oh, it's Andre now. Hey, what's up, Andre? Yeah, you do not sound like Ramin, that's for sure, nor look like her.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so that's good. Yeah, so just quickly there, playing off of key levels, like VWAP, and we've shown you some big trades in the afternoon over the last little while. And I guess it was get down again. Oh my God, I'd ask Rob about fixing this, but I don't know if that would ever make any sense. Nothing, my screens aren't aligned. I can never go back and forth.
Oh.
So there's the TQs yesterday, that was this morning. This Ripper yesterday, that was TQs, that was this morning as well. But it was some good trades like this one that you're talking about, Dane, I guess, off yesterday with Amazon. Like there's the VWAP, and there's the downside play. We've had some good plays off of VWAP again. I feel like all the best ones have something to do with support and resistance with key lines. And there's this was a good one too. This was at 2:30 a couple days ago, May the 6th, where we found a name like Robinhood that was hovering just around VWAP, kept on bouncing, and then to the races goes Robinhood. Long 77.80. This was 77.90 by the time we got, 79. Flat there by the time it started to stop. So, that was a good little trade. So those are the kind of ones we're going to be looking for right now in the afternoon. And, they're not hard to find, but you do got to look for them. So just quickly, I'm going to go to Neil in a second, but there was SLV at VWAP. So that's and right here, Andre/Ramin. There's silver SLV right there hitting on VWAP. So there's the VWAP scanner. Thank you so much, Andre. So that's it right there. And then there is VWAP. So there's the scanner, there's VWAP, and that's where we executed out of that one. So yeah, so far so good. Let's go over to Neil and we'll come back.
Yeah, we'll talk about Origenics, everybody, because you know what? We got some updates here, and the ticker OGN on the NYSE American has activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution. With clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Shout out to OGN. Thanks to them for sponsoring this hour of the show. And again, find them on the NYSE OGN, or NYSE American, I should say, formerly the Amex. One name that we didn't just find it. This was I don't know, kind of weirdly. We were doing the rundown this morning, or I guess going through all the earnings names this morning, and somehow we didn't even remotely talk about SMR. I don't think.
No, we didn't really.
Yeah, it didn't even come up. It didn't have a great report. It dumped off the open, and then when some things caught some big bids that weren't that strong. right around 1 o'clock here. SMR seems like it's one of them. So in the afternoons, I look for things that made a parabolic move, and if it's a trend into a resistance level, overhead resistance, which would be the opening range, then there's one here in SMR. So if it breaks the trend line, like it to the high. Just realized, do we have locates on SMR?
Should.
Yes, we do. I know. You know what? Usually we do, but the other day there was something that I made the assumption on because we always had it and then we didn't that day. So you never want to make the assumption that you've got free locates. I remember. Oh, it was USO. That's what it was. I remember USO was breaking down in the morning, and it was like 9:30 or 9:35, like 5-10 minutes after the open. We couldn't go short. It was really cheap, but for whatever reason, we just had to pay for it. I bet you we don't have to pay for it today. It's not a normal thing. Oh, super chat from, here we go. Shale.
Ooh, I like that. Shales with Wari. Okay, tough one.
Yes, that's also. Can't thank you guys enough for your coaching throughout the last month. Was able to turn 15K into 300K, especially John on those NVIDIA calls. Shout out from the YYZ, and if you know, you know. Not the best airport.
It's not. It's
a great city.
I love
it. You like Pearson?
Yes, man. Every time I go there, it's been great, man. When we just went to Mexico, it was like we were in and out. It was perfect.
Apparently, Pearson's reputation,
food.
if it like pilots.
Oh, for pilot? I don't care about pilots.
It has a very bad reputation in terms of like a lot of delays. And Yeah. So my cousin is always harping. My cousin's a pilot, so like pilots are like, man, it's slow and it's not the best at churning and moving. Canada's fantastic.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not gonna hate on the country.
Wow, what a move, man! Congratulations on that one, and thanks for listening.
Parabolic moves. Imagine you look at these chip names. Unbelievable.
It's been amazing, and just. We had a super chat earlier about somebody that made a bunch of money on Intel calls. I mean, would have been a little early to sell them apparently, but that was a nice move.
And Rocket Lab this morning, someone destroyed that.
Yeah, shout out to everybody making a lot of money out there. That is for damn sure. How do I make a lot of money is what I want to know. Not the best trade on the SPY puts for VWAP retracement, but managed to be in the green 4% today. Have a great weekend. Yeah, I mean, great style there on VWAP, man. We talked about how much we like that VWAP trading over here. So, and I just hope you guys can learn. I mean, this is why I'm posting stuff out, winners and losers. We talk about that. Shout out to KY, blah, 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 somebody in the background. Hey, MF Dangerous. No, I was just saying how you left a nice comment there on my Twitter about hitting those trades in the afternoon. Thinking about this one right here, again, someone there in the chat had mentioned that Microsoft looks like it was about to flush. There it is, KC, why not? So we'll see if that winds up going. I think you're right. I think you might be onto something here. Just a matter of, again, I don't think you have to even give it that much risk. I mean, that's about it's about $1 right there to the upside if you're gonna play it off of VWAP. It's right at, if VWAP was right here, I'd be like, let's go long, all day. But it's not, it's underneath, and we're starting to trend a little lower. I'm a little nervous about the NASDAQ because you're but you are up 2%. And tough to play a short in a 2% up market. Nothing wrong with trying that, and I think we could get lucky maybe and hit a couple shorts there, and if we do, that's great. But for right now, that's a pretty tricky play where the NASDAQ is, but I can't say I hate that kind of an idea. I think you're probably onto something, but just be careful with it again. If you are going to go short, make sure you do have your outs there on Softy. And I'm going to keep looking for more opportunities. I mean, look how good, again, we could Barry Horowitz ourselves all the time around here because, first of all, Brendan, thanks for so many people, mentioning the word goat around here, but we only have one. That's Brendan. Whether or not that's a goat or a lamb is up to everybody else's decision, but there's the sellout right there on VWAP 3 times. So, we don't have very much left on this trade here. And whenever you see that kind of, I'm going to get out now again right here. Now, whenever you see, outs around VWAP, you know that if it starts to fail, we're going to start taking a little bit more because we have, a great price there. We almost got stopped out, and then it just ripped right back up to the upside. So, that's a trade that I'm going to try to appreciate and take every single time at VWAP, especially at this time of day. So, thanks to everybody for doing that. Is NVIDIA breaking out?
Also worth watching.
TX Jet fan?
I think in the last 90 minutes, worth probably watching.
Oil?
Tesla did that crazy move.
Yes.
And it's starting to go as well. So Tesla's up another 4% today.
Oh, bounce clean off VWAP. So there's another $3 off VWAP.
Yeah, Actually, maybe it must have been someone in the chat. I kind of randomly went to it. But no, it also did that late move in the day. So if there's buyers, sometimes you get late buying and then there's late buyers as a pattern. You've seen that happen before. So that should be worth a watch. But I'm still looking at that SMR. Oh no, what happened to my black chart? Hopefully this is fine. Okay, this chart's fine. But it hasn't really broken that trend line yet. Oh, my black chart is missing some data. So I'll have to use this one. If we break the high, that doesn't necessarily change the trade, but I don't like it as much if it's not failing a lower high than breaking the trend. Olympic monkey.
That's not a bad monkey.
Is that a thing?
To be an Olympic monkey? I don't know.
Was like a monkey a thing in one of the Olympics?
I don't know. I just made that.
I feel like
I just made that up. I think if you're a monkey competing in the Olympics, you're probably good. They have like superhuman strength.
They do.
Yeah, or those gorillas. I think.
Will Nvidia break the all-time high double?
Or Harambe. Okay.
Huh?
Will it break? Maybe it looks weak right now. I don't know. It's definitely not weak.
Well, you know what?
Oh yeah. This was a name that I was looking at. Actually,
we said Apple midweek and Nvidia end of the week to get the all-time high. What's the next stock? Who hasn't hit the all-time? Is it just Tesla? Has everyone else made an all-time high except for Tesla?
Well, no, not Microsoft.
Oh well, okay. Well, I don't want to count Microsoft. Microsoft's caught up in the software.
Yeah. Well, that's something we asked about which one, but it was only Microsoft is the other one.
Microsoft obviously is really.
And then Tesla,
And Tesla.
I mean, people have thrown Tesla out as a Mag 7. I think that's probably right. I mean, the market cap is not there. It's not a Mag 7 name anymore, Tesla. It doesn't follow the rest of them.
I saw some other acronym which was trying to get like Broadcom.
Yeah, I think Eli Lilly.
Yeah, it was trying to add a couple of more reasonable names. It'd be nice to get Broadcom's tech too, but like it's nice to expand it so that you don't only have mega cap tech. That's why I like Lilly in there. And Walmart maybe can get back at some point. Pops Mafia, I would love.
Oh yeah, Meta. Meta's nowhere near.
Yeah, Meta. There we go. So what's next? Meta. Who gets to the all-time high first?
Microsoft, because
Microsoft, Meta, Tesla.
Well, Meta doesn't have. Oh, Tesla then. Out of all of those.
Yeah, I guess if I do that poll, is it not going to be 80% Tesla? You know what?
Well, what do you think?
I pick. I got to pick Tesla.
All right, I'm picking Meta then. I'm going to go with Meta.
So let's go with return to main menu, custom poll, next, Mag 7 to make.
That's a good one.
Make all-time high.
We can even put that in the YouTube chat too if you wanted to.
So Meta, Microsoft, and I'll put Tesla last because maybe people don't. Just because I think it's going to be Tesla, TSLA. So we'll start the voting now. 1 is Meta, 2 is Microsoft, 3 is Tesla. Of course, Tesla ends up being the green one. Okay, so I'll type my 3 in there. And you can only vote one. Well, you can vote as many times as you want. Do whatever you want to do. But Meta, Microsoft, Tesla, who makes it? You don't have to hold the all-time high. You just have to tag the all-time high. So let us know what you guys think. There's plenty of other names that we could put up.
They're all probably similarly
just
away.
Including in the Mag 7. I don't know what percentage each is away from their all-time highs.
Well, Meta has to get back to 7.
I guess we could have done that. You're not going to handicap it anyways. Oh, Meta's a good.
Yeah, 25% at
least. Easy. That's pretty far. Microsoft. That's not. That's close. What's that? 560, and we're at 420-ish. That's 25% as well. Actually, no, sorry, never mind. That's 25% down. It's 33% up. So a little further from Microsoft, which makes sense. And then Tesla would be way too close. Oh goodness, yeah, that's not even kind of fair.
Tesla.
Yeah, it's like 15% away. So that's a layup for Tesla, as reflected in the vote. So it'll be interesting to see how the other two go. Mostly Meta, but 21% Meta. Tesla's much more chalk than I realized. I thought it would have been, it's chalk.
I'm, okay, so let's siren up. Let's get back to some trading around here. I loved it how on the midday show it was about 11:15 and Sharif goes, I'm not really into trading now. I don't know if he put a trade on the rest of the 3 hours.
I traded some Intel.
Okay, good. You traded some Intel. Okay, good. Because I was gonna say I was actually sending him a message. I was gonna laugh at him there because he's just like, I don't feel like trading. I was like, bro, we have a show here, but you don't have to make a trade if you don't like one. So here we go, 216.50 right there. Let's just see. ARM has been just kind of going sideways. Now again, I would rather have found a setup that, well, I mean, it's going to try to work out. I don't know where it's going to go. Right now, we're in the money nicely on this ARM. We just took this trade 5 seconds ago, and like I said, when I'm sitting here, I trying to always look for some opportunities for everybody, and I don't mind taking them if they're there. So 216.25. This could run it. I mean, the spread is quite large, so I'm going to try to see if we maybe break 40s there on the upside of ARM. We'll just see what it wants to do. I don't, you know, there's, like we said, it's still up 1%. I'm not sure about this. So we just did have like, as I was speaking, I didn't even realize we just dip down into there. So we take VWAP completely there. It's going to look like, oh my God, but you see the spread, how the spread is right now? So sometimes you just got to sit there and you can get filled. So that was pretty lucky. I just found it, put the offer out. Now it's back into the 430s. So we're in 30-cent winner, but we got to cross out to take 20 cents. So let's sit on the bid. I'm sitting at 20. Maybe it does give a flush into that level right there. And we'll be able to take a little bit out, but easily ARM with the futures ticking up, can easily take this level out. So we put our stop in right there. We have some ARM. We're just trying to get out of 15% right now if we can. And then we'll wait somewhere around here. If we can get 215 flat would be great. And then after that, we look for a little bit of a move lower here in ARM. So let's see if we can get that. We may not be able to, but we can always cross up and try to get some as well. But who knows what ARM is up to right now. So, all right, that's it, man. ARM right now.
Apparently Goolsby's talking.
Okay. We got to fill there on ARM.
He's on Bloomberg or something talking. So we'll keep ear to the ground for sure. Adair is still here. I'm still looking.
Oh, Iran, damn.
Break. Tesla wants to break 430. I'll get to Rocket Lab in a quick second, but we're about to break the trend. Just one tick down, and then it's going to go. MF Dangerous likes that ARM. I want ARM to go down so I can. Well, I mean, it's not going to go there today, so it doesn't really make a difference. I want ARM to go down so I can get some shares back in there. When the market's at all-time highs and you've trimmed, like you get some cash, but you're like, okay, well, what am I going to get that cash into? Becomes that question. And the idea of selling something is to buy it. Sometimes it's to buy it back later. You don't have to. But my intention is to buy back into that thing a little bit later. I don't love how weak it is today. But what can you do? Ultimately, the stock has been up, went, what, 90 to 95 to 250 bucks. Got to ring the register at some point, I do think. Come on, just break these 30s on SMR. Like, it just keeps refreshing and refreshing and refreshing. You know what? It's not going to break 30, so I'm just not going to stare at it the whole time. When it breaks 30, I'm getting into SMR. Let's see Rocket Lab here, because maybe that's doing a little something. Oh, that's right, all-time high in Rocket Lab. 30% and another all-time high. Yeah, that's not... I'm going to chase the high, but that double top, I don't want to short that. That's for sure. I'll stick with something that's a little bit relatively weak. That's where I want to go to. I thought maybe that could be DraftKings after doing a long couple times. And that's literally breaking the low of the day. The low of the open market. Low of the day would be the pre-market, but breaking down here on DraftKings. This could just be a short the pop kind of play. Market's at the highs, you're breaking the lows, that means you're weak. So short the next available pop. You got a bit of a downward channel that's been forming here. So if it pops into like 25.9, something along those lines, it could give you something for a short trade for sure. But it's SMR or DraftKings, I think. Not going to chase some of these names to that upside.
We just continue to do the same stuff here. There's ARM, so right now took a little bit off back into the bottom here. We're still waiting for 215 flat. Maybe we can get that. And, you know, glad that we had talked about this again. If you guys are in this trade, I mean, take 40, 50 cents up to you right there. But yeah, we're short ARM off VWAP, waiting to see what winds up happening here into the afternoon. STFS still moving around, Meta, GLD. You guys tell me what you want to watch. AEHL, okay. AEHL, I have these positions on already. I mean, the silver one's 50 cents, the ARM is 50 cents. I don't know, AEHL, yeah, okay, a bunch of halts here today, AEHL. Looks like they does split upside down there, and then you know what happens after splits, as I hope we've trained all of you pretty well on that one. All the way down into 50 cents now back up to $1. So I don't know what's up with AEHL right there, but it just ran $1. So yeah, there was news on it earlier there. Derek's going to go find it for us right now, but just bouncing off that, you know, that $1 level. We've already been to $1 today, 120, yes ma'am.
Announcing $190K in realized gains from their, quote, genius plan, which I guess is a crypto treasury strategy, also $95,000 share repurchase program.
Okay.
Sorry, 90,000?
There we go. All right.
Okay. I don't think I've ever heard share repurchase program with a number like that. 95,000. All right, yeah, that's obviously, well, you're a small capper for a reason, right? Like, you got to start somewhere. $90,000 would be, what, 15% of SMR's revenue? Well, not SMR, Rigetti? Which one has 600,000 revenue? Rigetti, probably.
Oh, I'd have to
No, I think it's Rigetti.
look that up.
I think it's Rigetti. It's not SMR. Not that it makes a difference, but it just, like, there's companies that it's a small company. Leave it at that. But 90,000 that's kind of jokes to me. But you got to start somewhere. Chip in a chair. Like, how many of those companies have turned into, like, you start from nothing and then hopefully you're something. So finally SMR did break through that 30. So we're in. Gonna throw our stop at the prior bars. That'll be like 12.36, and we're going up to the desk because I hear Adaira's getting excited.
Yeah, Neil, I'm excited because Fed's Goolsby just said, quote, "It would be wrong to think rate cuts are the only option ahead of the Fed," which could imply rate hold, or it also could imply a rate hike. So maybe I was getting too excited, but I do think that's worth noting. Also, guys, as mentioned, I'm going to be ducking out, unfortunately, but I did want to quickly talk here about an infographic you can check out. It'll be dropping over the weekend on X at TTV Research. We know next week President Trump is heading off to China, but some individuals could be heading off with him. According to a Semaphore report, you're going to have Tim Cook, Jensen Huang, Kelly Ortberg, and Darren Woods all coming with him. There's the CEOs of Apple, NVIDIA, Boeing, and ExxonMobil, respectively. Also, you've got unnamed executives from companies like BlackRock, Citigroup, Qualcomm, and Visa also set to attend. Those would not be the CEOs. Those would just be other executives. Now, the Ortberg attendance seems to be the most set in stone, given that this was also reported by CNBC before Semaphore even reported this. But either way, guys, this visual, not out yet. You're going to have to wait over the weekend on X at TTV Research. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And Fed's Goolsby is still talking. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard this from other members of the Fed, the whole notion that, hey, they have to listen to labor market versus what's going on with inflation, how long the war lasts, and that therefore you could see policy in either direction. The other thing you would want to consider too is, I think you're going to hear more neutral language because I think we have a very strong idea where the next Fed chair, right, is leaning. So I think you're going to hear more neutral language to sort of balance out any notion that it's obvious where leadership is going to want to lean, which is toward cuts, which we know that's going to be true. So we already know that dissent was the wrong word. I think what we had was not everybody in complete agreement on like some of the wording on the last decision. The Marine says Intel to hold 124. Intel's, we talk levels on Intel today. All right, let's go to a 15 because it's going to be ridiculous on Intel. Like this stock. Look at this. Look at the break to hold 124. Look at the gap on Intel. Like I don't think you can just with this one. If you have moving averages that work for you. Like deep trends, like that kind of a thing, like just simple support when it's flying like this. It's in kind of parabolic mode, so it's going to be built a little bit differently here. And it's out in the middle of nowhere, right? Like you just made an all-time high, and as it's pulling back, there's nothing to pull back into for it. Google's Isomorphic Labs to raise $2 billion in new funding. Alphabet just keeps on. They've gone to the corporate debt markets. They've been really all about. Raising some debt lately for Google. Maybe that's why I wasn't as strong as you would have liked. Still a great stock. I didn't like this morning the resistance at 400 off the open. It made me think that there's some other names that are going to get that baton passed to them. We just got David with a super chat. If we can, let's throw that up. Adaira, you've made me so much money, not with the news, but the way you distill it. The rest of you all at Trader TV Live, you all help everyone smart enough to learn. And Daniel, appreciate you. David, thanks for the super chat. Have a good one, Adaira.
I see you, Adaira. She's out of here now, so thank you for all of that. We didn't get our bid there on ARM yet, so we're still waiting at 215 flat. It might have just bounced off of us completely there, and it's. It could be a relatively slow one here today on a Friday. CoreWeave, whenever things are slow, you want to look for something that might be moving around a little bit. And, of course, CoreWeave taking the opportunity to not move around. So 113.20 to 114 in and around this range right now, something to go go on with here. So we'll see what's happening with CoreWeave in and around these areas. But 114 potentially. Goolsby's now done. So nothing going on there. IREN, we had that long, and now it's kind of just hovering around again. We got dropped out right there. IREN, the only red stock that I have today, IREN, and just right into there. I've only traded 3 names. Oh, I wanted to show you this, Nintendo. So remember this morning when Nintendo opened up and it was up here at 1170, and I said that they were running into some problems because they increased the price of the Switch due to component problems. And there it is, man. Nintendo down 11%. Just should have basically taken my own sort of advice on that one. There goes Nintendo to the downside. So you can watch out for Sony, things like that coming in. There's Sony, a name that we don't often talk about. I haven't even looked at Sony's chart as well. But I mean, just like Nintendo just released the Switch, I talked about component prices in the PS5 and whatnot as everything, man. Like no matter what you're making here, memory goes into smart everything, phones, computers, TVs, anything that these guys are making, costs have gone up. Meanwhile, us as the consumer, we always want to pay less. So being careful with that one there is Sony. So watch out as that continues to make
And not
lows.
everybody's Apple. Like you have to, not every single company is going to be able to just pass on costs and expect that it's not going to affect the bottom line. Right? Like not everything, and that's sort of the issue. I think that's part of the thing with the Switch is if you've got one and your kids love it, the 2 is cool, but it's something you can do without easily. And the last thing that people fail to upgrade probably is going to be their phones. But you are going to get into a cycle where if we keep input costs this high, you are going to see some demand issues for sure. It's almost inevitable, and we know, and you've seen CEOs talk about it. One of the most important line items that's going to come around, and we've already talked about this when we've been turning around and doing the aftermarket show, is let's have a look at margins. Mm-hmm. Right? And it's like, okay, if margins are getting compressed a little bit, we can live with it. If your margins are improving, then it's like free pass. You're good to go. But it's not if it's 1 point, 2 points, but look for that bigger margin compression to start working its way through earnings season. Although I get it, we're through a lot of the big earnings. We still have some big dogs left to come. Obviously, NVIDIA would be one of them. Marvell probably has to report too. Micron, they're usually toward the end of the cycle. Yes, we still have some decent earnings to get through, even if we had been through the most. So just in this SMR, which by the way, we had a discussion about this stock. So the next bid's going to be here in front of the teens and looking for the open range resistance to turn back into support at 12. Not thinking VWAP here, I'm just thinking the 12 level on SMR. We had a healthy discussion about we had a question about this in $10. And my simple answer was, I still think this is as good a dart throw as any. I'm in it if you're looking for the nuclear, the explosive growth. Just understand, this can be a hat size, it can be 0. Very real possibilities. We were talking about names that can go from being nothing to 10x. It falls in that type of a category. But you're very rarely going to get something in that category that doesn't run the risk of going to 0. That's just sort of how it is. Right? So I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up a hat size before it makes the next bounce. For now, it's holding. Great. We just reported if it can hang on to this 50-period moving average for a week after this report, good sign. And then the long might be here above 10. But until proven otherwise, the stock has been relatively weak, for sure. Let us know what else you guys are watching. The Marine says that Intel 124 is apparently a magnet. Maybe.
Here's ARM. So it's $1. So yeah, we're pretty happy with what's happening right here on ARM, needless to say. So there it goes, a quick little $1. So, congratulations to anybody that tailed this one right there. And yeah, and again, thanks to Dane and everybody out there, giving me confidence to make plays like that. So there goes ARM to the downside. Hopefully some of you have it as we make $1 on that one. And yeah, so far so good. Just looking around, got a bunch of hockey parents messaging me right here, so that should be fun. See what's going on there. But ARM, so I just sat there and took a fill. Like it was just at, what was the price there? 54s on ARM. So we get that 54 there. So yeah, giving us about $1.10 on that fill. We have half left right now. And I may just, even though this looks like it wants to potentially just hang out here for a minute, there we go. We punch out and run right into a dark pool there at 82 or so. And there it is. We take out another piece. Now less than half, about a third left of arms. So, it's always nice when you're playing with house money. Yeah, hey, I appreciate you too, man. I love the chill vibe. The only problem is sometimes when I'm too chill, we get a message from the boss and says, Sean, man, hype everybody up. So I'm just trying to be me, right? And you got to do what you got to do. And sometimes if you see me get excited, it's because I'm told to do that. And but a lot of it's emotions too, right? I mean, when you have real money on the line and you're making money, you do get excited. So I want to say shout out to everybody who's part of that Italian blood in me there. But yeah, I love the chilled out nature as well. But we all have our roles around here. Now, we talked about that the other day. So, all right, so silver, 72.50. I mean, hopefully that continues to go upside there. But we did empty out that clip. I just, when I get a little bored, you kind of look for, oh, well, there we go. We just got out of 88s right there. Just trying to, think about it. I could put the stop right here at 72.70 if we wanted to. That's the 200 period moving average. All right, 50, 13, 15, probably about 15% left or so right now at most. It was a really good clear out right there. I mean, we got some out when it came into this area, that's for sure. Out into that top and then out at VWAP and then again, 25 period, 50 period downside. So yeah, the only thing I think we could definitely improve our trading, that's for sure. Where we get out, just waiting for maybe a few more keyer levels. Instead of having 3 outs there, we could have 1. Instead of having 3 outs here, we could have 1. And then that way, I don't know if it worked out better because it's just an average price when we wind up getting out of it all. But yeah, so far so good there.
I think it works out to when there was somebody that they used to trade on the floor when you're sort of layering out of positions. And the way they looked at it is they broke it down into, if it was a $2 range, they broke it down into say quartile.
Right.
Exactly. So they broke it down into 50-cent ranges, right? So maybe you get, you're getting X.
That's why I was looking at Fibonacci's might be good.
Yeah, you had, but in between here and here, I'm getting this amount out. But you're taking it out in pieces, not all at once. And I'm that was a really interesting way of looking at things. And I actually applied that when I was trading buyouts. It's okay, fine. You're going to take different levels, but this is how much I want to that around. Yeah. The other, sometimes it'll also be as simple as, I like this whole 5-cent thing. That was one of the first things we learned when I was a trainee. You're trading a stock that's $10 to $20 or maybe $5 to $20 every 5 pennies. You're in it, not even look, in at 30, get some out, okay, 21, that's not 20. Well, that was the other thing. It's use the penny in front of the 5. And that's the other thing we learned too. At 15, and then try to get some out in front of the 12, right? It's in at 30, risking 5 pennies, takes them out when it goes to 21. Takes them out when it goes to 15, right? That's 2 to 1, that's 3 to 1, and then it makes it really simple. Now that's easy when it's a $12 stock and everything is at 5 cents, but it's just an easier way to look at things because then you can also understand that if I take each quarter out, starting 20, 15, and then get the last out at 15 there. It's easy to be able to say average out will be about the 15 level or maybe just around there, and then you're getting a 15-cent average risking 5. So if I get them all, then it's 3 to 1. If I don't, then it's about where you stop out. And by the way, break even trail now on that trend break in SMR. So all I'm looking for is another trend break trade because there's nothing at VWAP. DraftKings isn't doing anything. DraftKings has fallen asleep here. Fortunately, in the wrong direction. Not looking very good for DraftKings. The question I wanted to ask was, of the names that got dumped on earnings, so what were the bad ones today? Coinbase.
Yeah, CoreWeave.
Coinbase, Coin got green today. Okay, that doesn't really fit the bill if it's green. All right, so maybe that doesn't fit the bill. CoreWeave, Trade Desk, what else got dumped? I wanted it to be Coinbase, but that's actually up. Trade Desk, only 5% down. Almost everything bounced today. Toast was bad. I was trying to pick out what was disastrous today that anybody thinks is worth a pickup. I can't believe Trade Desk is up that much. That's an absolute rocket ship. This was down. What was this down? 20%? More than that. It was more than 20%. 24.
Yeah, I mean,
down to
I can't remember what it was exactly.
yeah, it was over 20% down, only down 5%.
Another name we had.
Maybe this could be a bottom here. Triple bottom at 20. Maybe Trade Desk is in for a little jaunt. Yeah, I like this.
Cloudflare in for a problem. That's
a good one.
Yeah, still down 20%. So shout out to you guys in the chat. So yeah, that was that one there. So yeah, net downside. And oh yeah, there it is again, man. See, like we just got filled down there at 80s. You could probably see, I don't even know what the price was. It's just little small fills everywhere here, just trying to pop through. There it is, 80s, yeah. So some 80 fill right there. And then, oh, there goes the pop right back up. So we're getting less and less into this position now, only 20% left now on ARM. We did get the fill that we waited for down there, 214.50s, right? I mean, when we showed you what we were thinking right here, that was sort of the levels. First of all, we wanted to get out 215 if we could, so we did a little bit of damage there. And we just talked about piecing stuff out. I think in a day like today, when you're looking at a Friday, nothing wrong with taking a little bit off the table now and not wait for like a superhero kind of a move. There was a name, was it NVIDIA? There was another one, there was Tesla that bounced. Tesla I thought was maybe gonna break lower, but this one, So again, we had a trade here on NVIDIA, and you guys pointed that out to me. I was like, this move right here, I was very close. And it's not even like, it's only in the money 50 cents, but this was going to be a short. And I was like, remember I was like, the NASDAQ's doing what it's doing. Do we really want to short like, you know, NVIDIA? That could definitely get going if there's any issues there. So yeah, that was a missed opportunity there for NVIDIA. And now I think right now you got to leave it alone. It's got to come back up there if you want to do it. There was another stock, there was Tesla that had, you talked about the epic run yesterday that we got messed up in as our order did not trigger at 407 and then it just ripped all the way to the upside yesterday. Yeah, 430 or so for Tesla, that could be a good high, but that was a great bounce. So if Tesla can get back to 426, which again, it's like these VWAPs aren't that far away. You know, you're only about $1 and change away from it. So there is a possibility for Tesla to come back and show its face one more time and see if it does want to do something like that. That would be great. A stock that's been really beat up, Shopify. I mean, down to okay, it's back to 110. So this was a level here, 110. Yeah, I know it's Canada, but
it's not.
No, it was right into there. So maybe, and again, day 3 today off earnings, or 4, and you know, maybe you are getting that bounce back. There was one you said the Trade Desk was so bad, maybe it's good. Maybe this is something similar for Shopify. Now,
Shop is way better than the Trade Desk.
Oh, it's a better business, but you know, you still have downside pressure on Shopify. Definitely made that huge move up there and right back in. So we're gonna have to watch out. Those levels are only $80, so you still have a ways to go.
I'll give you 2
before we get.
Well, I think you know, but I think I know where you'll go in this. I'll give you 3. Give you 3.
Sorry, like
Affirm.
PayPal.
Well, I was gonna say Shop or DraftKings, but I feel like I already know what you're gonna say. But if I throw Affirm in there, maybe it's a different.
I don't really like Affirm. I've always called it buy now, pay later. But Affirm's actually
third name that
makes a lot of money off.
I just don't want you to pick DraftKings automatically.
No, I pick PayPal over DraftKings.
Okay, so yeah, if I said PayPal, DraftKings, and
PayPal.
Shopify.
PayPal still.
Still PayPal.
Yeah, because I think PayPal. So the reason why is that, I mean, again, we're always talking about different. Well, now PayPal actually today.
Because
yeah, so
I'm asking because PayPal got smoked today.
Yeah, it's down 1.5, but it was higher. Yeah, PayPal getting. So I sold out of my block this morning. I don't no idea what block's at right now. It's probably because I sold it. It's probably up 20%. Yeah, so the reason why I like PayPal is there's the earnings. I wanted to see. Remember, yesterday they got upgraded and it went. Yesterday, they got downgraded and it went up. So I thought that was a good sign right there. But I'm only saying PayPal because of this. I don't want to hold it back into 38. I think that you have a good out there at 42. So I think PayPal on day 3, although now I'm going to change my vote because I did not think that I thought we were heading on the upside, not the downside. But this is a little bit of, because PayPal just having this move now, right? If it was still at 46, I'll still stick with PayPal, but not below 42.
I wanted it to be.
What about you? You like Shopify?
Well, I was out of those. I'd pick Shopify. Probably implicit in the way I was framing it. It was that I wanted to say Shopify after that hold. I do like the fact that it's been able to hold that 110 level.
Shopify, yeah, I'm still in it. I can check my price. I don't know.
Well, you know what? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I sold all my Shopify. I'd have to double check. I don't think I own Shopify anymore. And I probably sold that like a few years ago. I don't think I ever got back in. Just very quickly, that was a pretty decent Okay, that was a pretty decent bounce. But remember, SMR goes right into that $12 level. Look at the snap back up. So it took, this was at 46, took 20 minutes to get from 12.30 to 12. And on the same candle that it hits 12, it's right back and goes halfway, just like that. So you have to have resting orders in front. So every 5 cents, and then when it broke here, we put 10 cents down. I'm looking for another trend break. If I can find another clean trend break that we can work, or like Sean says, like a VWAP trade. I keep thinking DraftKings is going to move. I look up and it's not moving. Might have to find another stock to put on that level too. The trade rate is saying not much of anything. What is it? Oh, there's like a random on the top of my thing. Sometimes if I don't know. Yeah, whatever. There's like a random stock. It's nothing. SPY, AMD, Booking is in there. Tesla, Intel, Nvidia, Iran, NU. There's no way NU is actually moving. I doubt it. Sometimes something will show up on the trade rate that I'm like, it's probably not doing anything. Oh no, Nubank, low a day, down 2.5%. Ooh, that's not a good looking chart either on the daily chart. But it's not moving. It's showing up on the trade rate, but it's not much of a mover. So I will think along these lines. SMR was good before. If I can get a reload at the 12.30, that could be something. I want to be able to replace DraftKings. We were looking at Tesla before. That's starting to pull back in there. Maybe. What about Apple? Oh, Apple's under VWAP. Bump that. I thought Apple would be stronger than this. So Apple's under VWAP this afternoon with the market at highs. What time was the Intel news? 1 o'clock?
Intel?
Yeah, but it was about 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I'd have to relook at it.
Apple obviously didn't even do anything.
No, that's what I was looking at. I was like, wow, how come Apple didn't really move off of that? But Apple did have a move higher earlier. I thought I just heard something about Google, but maybe not there. So there goes Google a little bit. I mean, the market's making a move down. Google's trying to make a move up. Good bounce off that. I mean, it just looks too choppy for me right now to do anything. ARM, we talked about having 20% left. It does run our level there. We get out at 216. So ARM to the upside, obviously. We made money on that trade, so we lose 40 cents on 20%, and we have these are all outs underneath 215 right there, so that was a good one. Obviously, we don't make as much as we hoped to have if that market didn't do what it just did, and why did ARM just right there? And this is why it's dangerous to trade with higher shares right now, just because I feel like the market, there's not, especially on a stock like ARM, it just went from 214, that's the biggest move right there all afternoon. And it just said, okay, right back down in. And when the futures did nothing, I don't know what was going on, and there it is right there. ARM just went from 250, see, and right back in, right? So what are you gonna do? 214.80. This is hilarious, all the way to the back, but that's why you have a stop. So boom, boom. Okay, what are you gonna do? And sometimes your orders get run, and we actually had that question about are you worried about people watching what you're doing and possibly running you back and forth? But it has nothing to do with me. I'm not. I trade a decent amount of shares, but not enough that it would matter for anything like that. So Palantir. So Cerebus's price range, I don't know what the thing is, 125 to 135. It's over 20 times
higher
oversubscribed right there. I'm not here on Thursday, so you guys hopefully will have some fun there.
Yeah, Cerebus is $4 billion is the size of the IPO next week, and that was supposed to be 115 to 125. So they've just upped it another $10. That's so obviously subscribed. Cerebus Systems, if you're not familiar with them, they're AI infrastructure. An AI infrastructure play next week, and that'll be CBRS on the NASDAQ. There's another one, Fervo Energy. I don't know anything about them. That's $1.5 billion. What is Fervo Energy? Fervo Energy, geothermal energy.
Ooh.
I guess. It's big.
Well spotted.
Now we're more excited about Cerebus Systems. Cerebus Systems, that's an IPO, take the open print, I'm thinking. You're in the billions in terms of size, so liquidity is going to be a bit better. Because when it comes in, a lot of the reason why you like trading an IPO isn't just the hype. It's a liquidity event where you want there to actually be a bunch of shares transacting. The ones that are super thin, and I don't mind. We take. I was getting some reps on that. There was one today. It was really small, but I'm like, you know what? Every time there's a small one, I'll take some reps on it. And just I want to get a sense of it. Got in. All right, probably should have scalped it. It is what it is. Probably should have scalped it back through 20, but it was so illiquid. I'm like, oh, it's going. When it came back through 20 and beginning like 19.5, then see what kind of slippage comes through. It was about 40 pennies. I've found that it's absolutely standard. You never get better than 25 to 50 cents.
Oh, right now, yeah.
When one of these, one that was huge.
There was one that we got moped on.
No, the up one, the one that we made all the money. Well, because it was 6 or 8 months ago. I can't even remember, but
the point is,
it was just a hyped up one.
Yeah, but with the slippage when you're losing that even dollar, when you're getting in, you're looking at 25 to 50 cents almost routinely. Yeah. Like you're never getting a break of 19 and getting out at 18.90. It's never happening. So when SpaceX comes around, if it's in front of if it comes out at $100 and you're long at 100 and change, if that 100 breaks, I'm expecting bare minimum your losses to 99.50, if not a little more, and if not more when it comes.
I was going to say $5.
Well, that one, it depends on how. I don't know what they're pricing this thing at. I don't want to say $5 if they price it at 20 and it comes out at 60. But I think this one's going to be $100. I think it's going to be stupidity.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I just don't like how they're reacting. I'd like to see Cerebus work, and then, like I said, the most amount of money that we've ever made on any individual trade was that whatever that day was. I don't know. I don't know if it was Figma. I can't remember. It
wasn't Figma. It was something. I know what you're talking about.
Something crazy.
I don't think it was Figma.
There. Yeah, we.
Fig was.
I made that top 10 board there. It was amazing. But right now, what we're talking about is volatility, and that can happen with IPOs. And volatility creates movement. And for sophisticated traders, movement creates, of course, opportunity. And Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first, longest, and running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs, built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs, of course, are tied to the NASDAQ 100 and are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving the trader the tools to engage in both directions. These strategies are currency hedged, so it's great for us here in Canada, hedged against the US dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy objectives and risk profile. We always say this, but trade tactically and learn more at Beta Pro. Go find the prospectus on their website. We want to thank Beta Pro for their continued sponsorship of this program. Thank you, Beta Pro. We did have them on, Eric Sloan, last week. So I like that name, Sloan. There's a girl on Gia's hockey team and opposing baseball team named Sloan. Okay, AAPL. Okay, just got to note that was at View Up as well. But I don't know how much we want to dance here, man. Honestly, it's 304. I just showed you what ARM did there, and ARM is ARM right now is going a little hard right here. We just saw it fall all the way back in, and that's why I was like, oh man. And then it went whoosh, right back up. This is woe is me, all the way back up. So it bounced pretty sweetly there off of some of these levels. So ARM, I dare you to do that again. We'll sit here and we'll see if we can get a buy on that one. But yeah, that's what we're doing.
I think we're getting 200s on that, man.
No, I checked today. I'm still bidding 200. So would like to get it.
I'm considering moving the bid. Greed whatever.
It's not being greedy.
If I get 215, where is it right now?
Yeah, 215.
217. Yeah. If it's back at 230, I'm just going to feel like an idiot. But there's something happening on HIMS here. And I know Adair's not here, but I checked. I didn't see or hear anything. Obviously, HIMS is having a moment right now. 7 points to the upside. There's some chatter on social media. If I just go in, I see a bunch of people posting about it. Great. I'm not really seeing a specific news story that I'm aware of. This is a good stair step up on him. So just doing the higher time frame analysis here. Consolidation higher. Now it's trying to consolidate a little bit higher. So this could set up for a breakout next week. If we're looking for trades next week, again, keep the ear to the ground if there's an actual story here as to why it's up and breaking out. But 28.5, you break this consolidation just like this one was broken and that one was broken. You do it again, and we get one into 30 potentially next week. But there's something clearly going on in HIMS. I'm not chasing this because if there's no news and all of a sudden it's just getting this rando volume spike with 50 minutes to go in the day, it just seems like a bit of a trap. Super chat here from Christian Cavanzo. I'm probably butchering that, getting that wrong. Is it Copenhagen? What do they have? What would that be like? Colombian pesos.
Ooh, we rich.
Appreciate you. Thoughts on ASTS earnings?
Monday.
I like Rocket Labs, but they're not the same thing.
Only
But
up
Rocket Labs
13% today.
Rocket Labs only up 30. So I mean, it would be hard not to be bullish on ASTS here. The thing that I think about though is if you have to be the follower that's already ramped on sympathy. So like think about it. We've already gotten 13% here off the Rocket Lab earnings, so just like a sentiment up. So like that kind of counts. We saw this with like ARM was up 13% after AMD earnings. They're not the same company, but it was up 13% on sympathy, making it more difficult for ARM's quarter to make them go ham. And we ended up seeing that be true. So I think would be one concern. This looks like an all-world breakout. Look at the selling at the 200-period moving average. Someone's holding the 200-period moving average in the daily at about 75 on this stock. So that sets up a pretty decent over-under. If there's buyers above, it's Monday aftermarket, I'm assuming. Probably. Most things are not.
Probably.
Yeah, most things are in the morning. So probably aftermarket. So we're talking about Tuesday. So if on Tuesday there's consolidation buyers anywhere above 75, it's a grip and rip. And if you think that it's gone too far, look at the breakout in Rocket Lab. There's no this is the biggest fail was it didn't really pull in to these levels here. And if you think Rocket Labs couldn't have dipped $4 at the open, it could have. It didn't. And then the breakout, forget about it. This stock spread was complete insanity. When it broke 86.7, it was at 88. That is just nuts. And it was just a ridiculous shot to the upside. So ASTS is capable of that, but it's already done half that job in complete sympathy to Rocket Labs, which you've got to factor in. And that's part of the game. We saw it with ARM.
Yeah, I was going to say ASTS already up 13%. So yeah, I like it. They're still net negative. They don't make a profit. So last EPS minus 26 cents. We'll see.
Circle?
What? No, I was actually about?
No, the what we were thinking about the IPO it might have been Circle.
Was it? I can look back. I mean, it's pretty much. I almost made the whole year on whatever it was. So I can look back. It would be.
No, I'm trying not to have to. You know what? The trivia question.
I think it might have been. I think it might have been Figma, but it could have been Circle. Could have been bullish. I can just go look. I just have to call up the broker statement, and we'll be able to see.
I want to remember it without actually looking.
Yeah.
It was around that time. I knew they were all around.
I mean, Nvidia's at view up here, but yeah, it was a good one. And again, it just came. I think it was just the reason why we talked about that, not because of the money made or anything like that, just because it was a hyped up one, And like we said, I lost about 20% or maybe 25% of that on one of those other ones that came out that. I don't know. Again, one of those drone ones. I can't even remember because we really it was Voyager. I think it was there. We lost on that one. So that was the one that had that bigger slippage there. 215. Okay, so there it is. So I think this is a decent spot for Nvidia. It's been bouncing around here. I just normally don't really roll with the short on Nvidia, to be honest with you. But this is kind of setting up. I don't want to just make a trade because it's a little bit boring right now. We were able to get away with shorting. For sure, got away with shorting ARM. I mean, where this is right there, we were pretty lucky to still put a positive scratch on our net today with that one. But yeah, definitely something to be talked about there with Nvidia at that level. I wanted to see what USO is doing, so we are closed now on NYMEX crude. That's that move right here at 2:30. Oh, actually, no, that's the move at 1 o'clock. It closes at 2:30, so no real volume spike or anything there as we head into the weekend. Nice to hear. Oh, that might have been ceasefire. Dara, yeah, that's right. As soon as 2 o'clock came, there was that notice about ceasefire, but it was between Ukraine and Russia.
Ramin just asked, was it MDLN?
Maybe.
I don't think it was MDLN.
Maybe. MDLN? What Medline or whatever? I don't think I would have gone hard on that one.
No, because it was a hype one for sure. That's why I think it's for sure Circle, Figma, or possibly, what was the last one you said?
I'm just letting you know, I might bankrupt this company when SpaceX and when Anthropic comes through. I'm just letting you guys know that.
Anyone bankrupting it. But
No, but I mean,
but SpaceX is
you might not see me on the
is
floor
the
anymore.
biggest. Look, it's the biggest hype IPO that we've seen. Period. No, but like legitimate. Like I can't actually in 20 years I can't think of one that's like that.
F this. I'm going to look it up.
I can't think of one that's like that. Facebook was a big event when it happened, but it was so different then. Like Facebook was weak. Like Facebook came out and was just tanking.
Yeah.
Like, I think I want to say $45, and it was like 45, 44, 43. And if you were dip buying, you're just losing. And then it finally hit the issue price, and then Morgan Stanley just back when you used to be able to see the market makers, and it would just see it was like was it MSCO?
Yeah, or anybody, Lehman, well, not
So
Lehman,
you would,
but yeah.
you would
any of
literally
those
see
guys.
on your level two. So instead of, come to my chart, so instead of seeing like ARCA or MEMX or NYC, you literally see MSCO, Goldman Sachs, like whatever, I forget what Goldman's was. You would see the market makers in there for millions of shares at the IPO price, the issue price of 38, and they held it, and then it started to break, and it was about 15 million shares on Morgan Stanley. And then the second it got under 2 million shares, they re-upped it back to, I don't know, like 5 or 6. And at that moment, everybody and their mother hit the offer. So it was like everybody just hit 38.01 and 38.02. And the stock just insta-popped. And it doesn't seem like much, but it was from 38 to like 38.50. And this happened at the end of the day, and it did it in minutes. And you were just hitting it for whatever you could at 1s and 2s. And it was a great opportunity. But that's not the same as stock opens up, halts instantly 10% of the money. Like you had to wait all day long for one shot in.
Okay, it was between August and September. So that's for sure.
So that leans more to.
I see that.
Not Circle. Circle was in the summer.
I'm gonna find out. So now I'm gonna narrow it down to August and see. So it was in August. So it was a day. It was a day in August.
What's the third one you just said? It's not Figma. It's what's the other?
Bullish.
Bullish.
August what?
Hang on.
Bullish. Bang. We were very bullish that day, and
here's the best part.
It was a big
Look at
one.
this chart. So this is probably the best IPO open trade is on arguably one of the worst if you bought it and just held it moments.
Bad.
Right, but it doesn't matter because it would have opened at 90 and went to $117.
Yeah.
And
that day was the most money ever made on the show for everybody.
If you ever sell, if the thing about IPOs is they're a good trade, but the idea that buying an IPO as a rule and holding it is not.
Yeah.
It's not a good strategy.
You still be long Rivian at 105.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's a really bad thing. Like
Coinbase.
But it works both ways because remember before the ARM IPO, I was like running my mouth. I love ARM, this and that, but I was in that mold of you don't buy the IPO, you wait for it to make a bottom.
Yeah.
And then I should have gone to maybe a monthly chart here.
ARM was a good one because ARM came different because it was SoftBank. But it still went down.
But it still
went down.
Where is it? So it did this, and it started going down. And I remember as it was going down, I'm like, see, I didn't buy the IPO. I'm going to get this. And I thought I was going to get like 25, 30 or something. It bounced at 45. It just started never looking back. I ended up, every single share I've ever bought has been between $80 and $100. That's going to change probably next week. But sometimes you should just nibble in if you really like it, but because that rule can cut both ways. If it isn't a good one and you don't buy it early, then I ended up paying pretty much double what I could have if I had just gone in right away. But man, some of these are nasty. Like SpaceX, if you want to own SpaceX, I'm not going to own that thing. I'll trade the IPO, but I'm not going to own it at the open. That's for sure.
No, I mean, I think, like you said, if you want to nibble in just for fun, I think it's fine.
That's fine.
The other thing was, Palantir came out at $11.20, but that was a direct list. And but same was Spotify was a direct list as well. Palantir was, amazing. And I was just a wee one when that one was coming out, but we didn't. I don't even know how that acted at that time. All right, so NVIDIA trying to pull back just a little bit now. Just trying to watch out for USO, and we always go down memory lane a little bit, and I think that's fun to do that. All right, so out more at silver. I'm starting to, we already have our stop, don't we? Where do we put that out at? All right, let's cancel that. We actually did not put it out, my bad. 72, let's just do it right now. 72, 69er. We'll take it out on an offer, then we'll put that out and see if it comes through. So right now we have about, I'd say 15% left or so of this trade. If it breaks there, we're gone, even though that level is 75. So, yeah, that was Fabian back there. And we were mentioning going to Turkey over there. I just got to get this guy. I got to glue some of that over there. That'd be amazing, man. This guy's,
show off that flow.
This guy's hair is impressive, boy.
If we, honestly, the amount that you could donate that to.
Yeah, I think he was going to. We were going to do something with that. So we're just trying to set that all. What was that? You're postponing. He wants to get longer. Get longer.
Show everybody the flow.
Yeah, he'll come over here.
It doesn't matter.
He can come all the way up. There it is.
That's the flow.
Holy shit. Watch out, bro.
Damn, son.
Damn, son. Man, holy. Yeah. Okay, that's a great donation right into there. That is great.
I could
How you
use
been today?
anything.
Everything's all right?
Yeah, goodness.
Mask off or masking tape or mask on? Okay. All right, get out of here, man. Thank you for everything you're doing. Fabian is the man in charge of pretty much that backboard there and all these the new graphics.
Did you see the transition?
No.
There's a new, and we're going to get one too. There was a new transition
for happening now.
No, but also for the midday show. They have the
run it
intro.
Okay, I like that one. Yeah, that's great.
Now Sharif and Joe have one too.
Yeah, but the midday, Brandon and I have gone back and forth. Most people don't even see that, so it's good that you're showing it right now because of the, there's a commercial that runs, right? So, but anyways, yeah, that's great. It would just be amazing. As I keep telling you, the midday show is the flagship show right now. We don't have any intros for us. There's absolutely nothing involved.
What we can have was when we do the earnings days.
That'd be cool.
It's just a flip over, right? So at 4 o'clock, like market closes and we go into earnings mode, we are turned around, and then we get something different for that. I
didn't even realize how long your hair was. That was incredible. And then also you have the board in the back. He's been responsible for it. The voting games that we have, the polls, the news that goes up there, the visualizer, and all of that. So we want to thank that. We have
apparently
Andre will run the whole board over there. He's the guy. Yes, exactly. There we go. Qatar meeting. Yeah, so that's thanks.
It did just hit. So.
Yeah, thanks for all that there, Fabian. You're probably not going to go see Mortal Kombat 2, but I am. I'll let you know. You're going? No. Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I'm going. We're going to Screen X. Have you ever been to a Screen X theater, either one of you guys?
Oh, I've heard of it. No, I have not.
It's the one that goes all the way around, and there's like wind and everything that we went to see. I went to see some sort of an anime, Dragon Slayer, Demon Slayer. I went to see. Oh, good. You got the mic now. Yeah. So Screen X is supposed to be cool. So we're gonna watch that.
Is that like the Las Vegas Dome?
It just kind of goes. I looked it up. It just kind of goes all the way. I don't know if it doesn't go all the way around, but it's something like that.
It's extended. That's
cool.
I
don't know. Yeah, extended out, and I don't know. There's supposed to be some fun things there. But cool. What's the last movie you saw there, Fabian?
Send Help. That was.
Send Help. Yeah. Okay.
It was like a horror movie.
Yes.
Pretty fun. I really enjoyed it because I'm really into Survivor this year, and there's like a nod to it basically in the movie.
Survivor. What do you mean, Survivor?
Like the reality TV show.
You are Survivor. 50 years.
You still watch it?
Me and my friends are watching Survivor, the 50th season of Survivor and season 1, like back to back. We're doing it like a double feature, so we watch basically like the episode that comes out of the 50, and then we watch the season 1 afterwards, and it's so jarring. Because
I don't think I've watched it since season 1.
I remember Richard Hatch. That's about it.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh, no, I watched another season.
I feel like, the first couple seasons.
So Johnny Fairplay. I watched whatever that season was.
Johnny
People told
Cage?
me this guy was jokes, and so I started watching that like maybe halfway in, because this guy was hilarious, Johnny Fairplay. But he was like the biggest like schemer.
Yeah, right,
No,
okay.
but that's what you need in Survivor. You need like those wild cards and those manipulators.
So what's the biggest takeaway? Just the graphics or the cameras or
like
from
the
1 to
difference?
50?
It's audio.
Audio.
Huge difference I noticed in audio, but I think that might be like how it was recorded at the time. But maybe it sounded differently live on television. But
Is Survivor still a thing? I actually want to do a poll. Is it?
It's 2 seasons, like
Hold
imagine
on,
50 seasons in 25 years. So
Maybe-
Oh no! Look, I mean, I know it's.
I love you, but I'm
Jeff
willing to
Probst
bet
is-
If we put a poll up right now, who are you watching Survivor?
What do you think? Because it's one of those things where I haven't watched it in forever either.
Are you
me and my
watching?
friends just got into it. Like we watched like season 22, and then we just started rolling, and we all like watched different seasons. at a
We're
time.
finishing Beast Games too right now.
See, that's like a shitty reality TV show.
Yeah, I
versus
just-
like a good.
You know what I'm
reality
going to
TV
start?
show.
I want to start this weekend. Is they got American Gladiators back.
Ooh, that's
Oh,
On
is it?
Prime.
Okay,
You know, I'm
that's
rocking that. Because back in the day, Two Scoops was that. I'm dating myself. Two Scoops was like the all-time legendary competitor. The guy didn't even win, and he's still like the most famous competitor ever. So, are you watching Survivor?
people are voting. It's
Everybody,
pretty
get your
mixed.
votes in there. We got 1 if you're watching it, 2 if you're not. I got to be real. Like I haven't. It's not have you ever watched it. Are you currently watching
Right.
whatever the season? I don't know what it's 27.
No, it's season 50. We just said.
Yeah, we're on 50 right now.
So yes, you watching season 50 of Survivor? We got 33%.
Yeah, I think
yes.
there's some people watching it.
Now
Yeah.
ask them,
Okay.
are they watching Beast Games?
I would bet that we have more people watching Beast Games than Survivor, and our
Man, I
our
don't
crowd.
know.
You don't think
maybe,
so?
Maybe.
I would guess that.
Shout out to Jimmy over there.
No, I was going to ask.
Monsieur,
it was about the,
Monsieur Beast.
It was about the show this weekend. Is that
Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, Mortal Kombat.
And there's the Billie Eilish concert.
What else? No, but what else are they? Is that the only thing that you can see in that theater? Like surround.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they probably alternate. Like, I don't know. But Mortal Kombat's coming out this weekend, so we can look
I
at.
do want
I was gonna say
to
on
eventually want
AMC.
to watch it. That's something I know I cannot. I'd have to watch with like my pops or something. Like
I've never even watched Mortal Kombat 1. It's just my son downloaded Mortal Kombat a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
And yeah, so it's out, and then my wife and daughter were going to the Billy show. So,
Baron or something,
yeah, Baron, of course. Yeah. And so we'll watch that tomorrow night. That should be fun. But yeah, just looking at AMC, AMC's had a little bit of a rejuvenated bid underneath it. I mean, it came into $1 again, and this name, it's hard to look at it like this. Like it's been split and reversed and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, but $5, it did not have a great year. Michael Noss really hates this name, but you know, $1 up to $1.80 right there for AMC. It's been a good little move, but this kind of stuck in the middle. I don't know. Even though there's all these movies being released, like, I don't know if you're going to go see Grogu there or not, but like, you know, that's going to be something for next week. So I could see some bids coming in on AMC.
I'm a sucker. I am going to watch.
Yeah, well, I think some movies are made for the theater, right? And so I think that's what you got to.
Project Hail Mary.
The hell else are you going to spend your
There's
money
no
on?
chance I was not going to see Project Hail
Right.
Mary in the theater. Like it's an absolute guarantee. And you know what? Disney might be a piece of, you know, Disney is so bad. There's a rumor they are literally retconning the 7, 8, 9 movies. They're going to allegedly take them out of existence.
What?
To recreate the story. That's how bad they are. There was a top 10. They did a top 10 streaming on May the 4th. Be with you. They did a top 10 of these are the things in Nielsen. What was the most streamed? None of those 3 movies, because obviously people watch a lot of Star Wars on the 4th. None of those 3 movies made the top 10. Like the Clone Wars cartoon, like the new shows, every single new thing that they put out, except for those 3 movies, tells you everything you know to know how.
I mean, I'm on Instagram. I didn't even see anybody saying May the 4th anything. So yeah, I think that's
because Disney has completely screwed the pooch with one of the greatest franchises in history.
Yeah.
Well,
you can thank your boy that sold out. Whoever the guy that made it all.
Well,
sold out.
George Lucas, but that's
George Lucas sold out. I'd blame him if anybody. I wouldn't blame Disney.
Well, it didn't start that bad. It didn't start that.
I'm just saying he left. Right? If he was still there, maybe it would still be good, but he's not. He sold out. That's what it's called. But there it is, man. Right off VWAP there, 215 and change down. So there's 2 plays in a row, and it's just so silly because I sat here, and this is the thing, like this is why you got to take away emotions and all that kind of stuff. I was trying to use logic, you know, thinking that the NASDAQ was, you know, up 2%, and did I really want to short NVIDIA? But oh boy, those of you that followed, that at least when I mentioned it, if you took it, I don't have it, but there goes NVIDIA, like right to the downside, right there. So yeah, we'll see what winds up happening. Hopefully that Star Wars movie is
just
good.
So Tex Hex, I said I want to believe in Disney, not that I do. I sold my Disney shares to put it into Netflix because I gave up on the company and the stock. I want this to work. I believe they have a brand that they can make work. They've got They have the parks. You've still got the cruise lines. They have the ability. They have the ability to turn around streaming. I do think they can still make it work. I just have not seen any sign that that's going to be true. And you know what? Like you can be patient about something, and I think patience is fine. Whoops, we'll go even further out. I think patience is absolutely fine. Like it's holding. Like look, the monthly chart on Disney has tons of support. Just buying the 200 period moving average and slowly holding and basing out. It's a head and shoulders, so this breaks down. That could be an epic short. This cuts both ways, right? Like this head and shoulders in the monthly loses the bid, the stock could get absolutely crushed. But if they're able to figure it out, it's now back above the 50 period on that monthly chart. You're starting to base out a little bit here. They start getting one or two things right and continue to be strong when it comes to the parks. That's still good. Then this could work. But I have not put my money back into Disney yet. It's going to have to show me something. It's actually 3:30. I was going to show the early look because I'm not really sure why. It's a Friday, so sometimes on Fridays you will see some things. But NU is a 3.4 million sell. Pinterest is a 2.8 million buy. It's not even 3:30 yet. BlackBerry is a 2.2 million buy. Go BlackBerry. They're actually having a bit of a moment right now. BlackBerry. AAL, small, that's from the morning. UMC, it doesn't really matter. I don't know what is MISL on Amex?
MISL?
First Trust.
Something?
Oh, Aerospace and Defense ETF.
Right, I was going to say it has to be an ETF.
Okay, there you go. So yeah, so Aerospace ETF, MIS, missile.
Yep.
So that makes a ton of sense why it would be pretty strong. Trending up. And 4.2, we'll put that on, I'm going to put that on a side chart because that actually doesn't make sense. MISL has done 1 million shares of volume today, this ETF.
Those will pair off.
Yeah, it'll probably pair off. I want to have a look at it. And then Pinterest is worth a look. So I'll put Pinterest up here, 2.8 million. Pinterest was a surprise on earnings, right?
Pinterest? They were, well, we didn't like it. Yeah, I think it was up 20%, wasn't it?
Yeah, and see, this is the problem.
It was something crazy like that.
It was able to go up over 20%. Wasn't able to hold on to it, though. People rang the register right quick on this one. And I don't blame them whatsoever. Nobody believed it. Hey, still putting in some higher lows.
I like that, right quick.
Come on, man. It barely, oh, goodness. If you don't believe in the company and it does a move like that on earnings, and the first day there's a big drop, just wait for if it shows this. You see that move? Where yesterday it bounced, it tried to hold, and it's completely reversed, and then look at today. So this might turn into a short. I think this is probably, let's look for some short the pop situations on Pinterest. Because if they like the stock, they would continue to buy it after a big earnings run. And instead, every single pop has been sold since earnings. So next week, I would favor short on Pinterest. I didn't realize it had come back that far. That sucks. Rivian reported. I saw someone put that in the chat.
Yeah, it was starting to go.
Yeah, but you know what? Rivian has bounced off the lows to get back before. So great. It's back to where it was in the morning. That's step one. It's done this, like I said, we've had bounces off the lows to be able to get back to the highs, but you're not breaking the downtrend until you hold the low, break out, make some higher lows. That's the next step for Rivian. I think it can do it, and if it doesn't do it here on the trend line's working both ways.
I have a trade alert here.
Yeah, either it holds the trend or it doesn't. If it doesn't hold the trend, it's going to $10. If it holds the trend, it's going to 18, in my opinion.
Yeah, good look there on Rivian today for many of you. I know there's some talk with Randy about what Rivian's all about, but we're in a new trade right now, and I didn't want to interrupt there, so we'll let it go with Tesla. So there it is. Tesla does break right there, and boy, oh boy, did we make a little bit of cash on that one. Sorry, guys, I wanted to let Neil finish there, but I was like, we had a trade alert, and there it goes. There's the break of the low of the day there, of the afternoon there on Tesla. We didn't get the greatest price, but that is, what am I short at, 50s? 44s right there. We just covered some at 8s and something else. 3s and 8s, okay, real quick, down there on Tesla. So we'll see. It's a quick little break. I'm gonna put another bid here at 20 because it didn't really continue that follow down. We learned our lesson we will learn our lesson from yesterday and not really go too hard on Tesla right now because, yesterday all of a sudden out of nowhere it just went, see ya, just like what ARM was doing. Now ARM's all the way back down in again if you sort of absorbed whatever the hell just happened there on ARM. But little early break and, don't want to do anything too crazy. I'm going to give it to the 50 period moving average. So that's about $1 away. So we'll wait. We don't have enough shares for this. Well, we have enough shares to make money on it, but we won't be giving too much back. We had that 1% rule. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. Didn't do any sort of math like that on this one. I'm just gonna see if there is some sort of a downside play there. We did get, it's funny because on the break, the very next candle was a very big green candle. So people definitely playing that break and buying it right back up. So that's not a great sign. VWAP's there at 426. This is coming in pretty decently right now. Let's put our stop at 426.50 because, yesterday, basically, it wasn't this time exactly, but Tesla started doing Tesla-like things, which I don't like. And they ripped up against me. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Tesla there. Got out of a piece down there at 03s, and then now we'll wait to see what happens up here on the top side and put our stop in because, yesterday I had a problem refreshing the blotter and everything. So my stops, they just kept on running into each other. So that was not good. 26.51, we'll get stopped out of everything if that does happen. But yeah, we're good. We'll take that just for something to do. And then ARM, but I also like to trade there. Remember, the problem with going short here, and you saw ARM and all the way back in, is it like, how does that even happen when we're looking at it? Like a weird move there for ARM, considering that the futures didn't really have, well, I guess the futures spiked up there, but that's back in. So, okay, here we go. Let's watch out for Tesla right now. I'm not going to average into it. We're short right here, right now. If you like that break, it looks like it's decent for me. This out right there, what's that? Okay, that's 23s. So there is some downside push here. The market's going to have to join or this is not going to work out. We did put a bid there at 20 against for about 5%. I'm going to try to do what I was saying, and that is get out at a little different spots, not just always like just panicking and getting out everywhere. So that out was a clean one at 425 flat. We have another bid down at the 20s and then a bid breaking that level into the 70s. And if we're lucky enough to get it, fine. But right now we're in that and we'll see what winds up happening there. I don't know why NVIDIA is dropping, but the market's...
Yeah, well, I don't think there's nothing crazy or specific to NVIDIA why it's dropping. For sure, no news is hit. USO's not doing anything. So if it's moving down, it's on its own. I went back into the lower high off SMR. I thought maybe it would come back into 1230, but it put in the lower high here, did a bit of a topping tail to show the reversal. So getting short, looking for VWAP again. So just basically here to the volume weighted average price. That AAPL Antelope, it is called Antelope Enterprise Holdings. It's halted again.
Antelope Holdings?
Yeah, for like the, I don't know,
nice.
20
I like
times.
that name.
And it's a great name. And it's back above $1. This will be worth a watch at around that dollar level potentially on Monday. But with a 5-minute, presumably 5-minute halt here, what I want to say to anybody that is actually trading this from halt to halt, just try to remember the rules at the end of the day. If it halts, and then we're in the last 10 minutes, it doesn't open up till 4 o'clock, right? So you get a volatility halt. If the volatility halt extends into 350, it opens at 4. That's the rule. Doesn't matter what time, because if it's like 347, it's supposed to open at 52, it's gonna open at 4. That's just how it goes. And I suspect this is not done halting over and over again, because I'm not even bothering to count how many times that's already halted today. Easy peasy, first negative day in 3 weeks. Oh, you know what? Hey, man, that was my line. So look, I have a negative day. It's my negative day this week, so it happens, man. I don't think I said yesternight. Is that what I said? Was it yester? Was it yester night or yester aft?
Well, whatever you said. Yeah, no, it definitely was not yester aft.
Yester night.
Yeah.
2-day, 2x in gains, best day. Don't call it a comeback. Guy been around for years. Notice how I said guy, because I'm an R&B fan. Dare we appreciate her, you give her the day off. Yeah, Dare, she had an appointment, so she had to take off. She'll be back on Monday, doing what we do. I think.
Oh man,
what's the big earnings next week? It's not huge. I have to double check. I'll find her infographic at some point.
Now you're getting me feeling some kind of ways over here. TLPYO.
That'll play.
If anybody's around, man, there is this great sandwich shop in Etobicoke. They just opened one in Vaughan. It's called Crudo. It is, look at, here, I'm going to find it for you. Crudo right now. I'm going to, I'll do this right here. I don't think
Vaughan, actually the first.
Yeah, but that's not the thing. Crudo Vaughan is a new one.
Oh my.
They sold out at 20 briskets. I don't even know how to search anything on Instagram, but you have, someone just liked something. Oh, that was nice. There it is. Okay, search. All right, so let's go Crudo.
Look at this sandwich.
Yeah. Okay, Crudo. I don't want to do Vaughan, but it's T-O.
There's a pair, because Woodbridge, Etobicoke, North York.
Yeah, there's just Etobicoke. That's the one. But, okay, I'll just search it like this and see what happens. So they make these crazy, here we go. It's these crazy sandwiches. I'm going to show you. I had this mortadella one. Look at this. So they make the fresh, that's a little bit burnt. They make the fresh bread there. It is to die for. It's a bunch of Italians. This is a pistachio cream. There's nothing, this is $21 for this sandwich. There's nothing better. Stracciatella. There's mortadella. I got this sandwich. It is, and I split it. So me and my son had one each, half of this each. Look at this sandwich. Look at this, cutting this up. Wait till he shows you. Look at that. That's just one sandwich there. This is crudo, my guy. This is the best. And this is Joe Rogan did a podcast. He had these guys on one of their podcasts as well. I mean, it's just the caprese sandwich. Come on, man. Get some olive oil on there. This is them making the bread fresh right there in the oven. By the way, I'm passionate about
That's your whole day right there.
I am passionate about a lot of things. Look at this. Arugula getting thrown on there. Anyways, fresh. I guess they don't make that there, but there's the mozzarella, the caprese, the mozzarella coming through there, the buffalo mozzarella. And then anyways, as you go, it's so good. And they had, here, I'll show you something else. They had the lineup out the door. They did 21 briskets. I don't know what day that was. Crudo. It's in Etobicoke, Eglinton and Royal York. And then there's one now in Vaughan. But it is just, it is to die for right here.
There's one in Woodbridge too, but.
Yeah, that's Vaughan Woodbridge, yeah.
North York's coming soon.
Now you definitely have to go there. This is the most legit. Yeah, this guy, this guy telling you. He's telling you what's going on right here. This is the place right there. So yeah, this is amazing. But anyways, Crudo, check it out if you haven't. We went there last week, and it's a big thing with all my dad group right now. We all send each other, all these it's like food porn, and it's just like, oh my God, look what Crudo just put out there. And they have amazing fresh pizzas. Obviously, you saw the oven there, and my kids are. Dun, 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 they loving it. So yeah, that's Crudo right there. But yeah, there he goes. Yeah, send me some sandwiches, guys, for that. That was a pretty good ad right there that we just did for them. But anyways, they did 22 briskets. And because they don't have brisket, they did it with some brisket place in Toronto, came up and did 22 of them in an hour and a half. I missed it. We went there that night. I've only been once. I'm not even going to try to lie to you guys. And it was amazing. And now I feel like I got to go tonight. Now I can't stop watching.
Now I'm really hungry.
Yeah.
Warning, do not watch it.
Right.
That's the problem now.
Yeah, see, now there's
I am hungry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. I don't know. I'm not sure why I did that.
Because that's good. Wow. Well, I didn't know that place. Whoa.
Oh yeah. And by the way, I forgot to tell everybody I'm a shareholder in that business. No, I'm not. But yeah. Anyway, shout out to Crudo, right there, man. Oh. That's why you work hard. Work
next
hard.
Week. Well,
hard.
still next week we're gonna. I don't know when C is back. We still, like I said, we're gonna do the burgers at some point. Got to figure out when C is going to be back, and that's what we'll do. I can't imagine it'll be any better than that.
It will not be.
I know it will not be. I'm pretty sure, and I haven't had Crudo, but I'm pretty sure that we're not going to find a burger that looks better than those sandwiches. I'm a sandwich guy as well, so
sandwiches are my favorite food group. Sandwich.
You know what I miss? Not the caterers here, but remember the old caterers, and sometimes you'd get like a Reuben.
Yeah, we don't have sandwiches very often here. I feel like they've done Montreal smoked meat and stuff like that here, but
we used to get like Montreal smoked meat. They do Reuben sandwiches.
Yeah.
And that's a good level, because it's hard to.
Because it doesn't have to be the size of the sandwich. It's like about the ingredients, right? These guys there at Crudo, they have the shaver there. Like they shave their own meat there and everything right in front of you, and it's not Subway. Let's leave it at that.
First of all, Subway is not.
Eat fresh.
Their food, like their bread, is not even classified as bread.
Yeah, it has too many chemicals.
There's so much crap in it. They can't actually call it bread. Don't get me wrong. Like my daughter likes it, so we'll get it. It's fast food, right? It's fast food, but that's not a good sandwich. It's fast food, so you can get some calories in you. Subway, and I'll eat it, but
Subway's fast. Subway's actually, you know what? I don't mind Subway. Yeah,
food, I don't mind it, but if I want
between games or something,
I'll get Subway because I want a sandwich and calories, not because I want a sandwich.
Right, something to do.
If I want a sandwich, you got to go somewhere for real. But we have 10 minutes to go till the imbalances come in there. So
sandwich.
I don't know. This is first one better. This is not even a trend break. I'm playing it off a level. If we take out this top, I'll just jump out and then look for maybe an imbalanced trade. You still have Pinterest and New and BlackBerry, which I might throw BlackBerry up. It's up another 5%. Shout out to BlackBerry.
Yeah, shout out.
BlackBerry is a double from April 1st. Of course, right on April 1st. Hey, April Fool's joke. BlackBerry is breaking out. So really great look for them. And obviously, a former meme stock. I don't think it gets to qualify as a meme stock anymore, but I don't think, does that even exist? Like what's an actual meme stock now? Like we had, like I guess Avis was for a little bit, and I don't know what else would be considered that now. But GameStop had its moments, BlackBerry had its moments, but this is an actually legitimate move here happening in BlackBerry. I don't know how far it's going to be able to go fundamentally, but that double up is absolutely fantastic. Apparently AEHL is open back up for everybody out there. Antelope, and back at 122. I guess it survived the dip into VWAP and holding the $1 level. That's always a key price. Can you hold on to the dollar? Because remember, the game for these penny stocks is to either hold on your own, right? Get above $1 and hold on your own, or reverse split to get above $1. You got two paths to success. So ideally, you want to do the latter, which is not reverse split. So that's what they're trying to do here today. And then they can reset that clock. You get one close over $1, and then you got like 9 more to go or something. My guess is they don't get it, but because usually they don't get it. You try, you fail, then you eventually reverse split. But congrats to anyone that has this one. Sid with a super chat. What we got going on, Sid? Thank you for everything you do.
He's buying you a sandwich.
Oh, appreciate you.
We got a lot of super chats today.
We got a ton of super chats today. Like we made a lot of burgers off those super chats, but no, it goes into all of the things that you see here. It just all goes back into the show, and we appreciate it. Thanks, Sid. I definitely that crudo sandwich. I'm still.
You don't.
To be honest, like when you see there's certain food,
the thing is, it's
like
even
your mouth
way better
actually
than,
waters when you look at it.
No, but the thing is, it's. You know, I don't say this too often, but it's like it's way better than what even you think. It's not.
Well, now you're just killing me.
It's that pistachio cream. It's not fair what they do, but you know it is what it is right there. You don't want to have too many of those,
yeah, but every once in a while you've just got to treat yourself, man. Like
yeah. Oh, well, that's always.
Food is meant to be enjoyed.
Don't tell that to Sharif though, please.
What?
Don't tell that to Sharif.
Oh, you know
he says he does not eat for enjoyment. He eats for fuel. Right there. So I mean, you wonder why sometimes he's a bit grumpy.
No, but I've done that. Look, I've done that too. Like when I was in school and all that stuff.
Yeah, he's 45 years old. Hey, to each their own.
Dude, but like he trains for something.
Oh,
like,
Sharif's a beast. I mean,
yeah, like when I was in university, I was training for track, and so like I ate for fuel, and you know when the season was over.
Yeah, then you went hard. Yeah, and I'm sure Sharif does too.
I'm telling you,
he's so disciplined.
There is nothing better than when you have like I don't touch alcohol the whole time, and I'm eating healthy, and then the season's over, and you get to eat and have fun. Yeah, and like that last meet of the year, it's always the same nonsense because everybody is just going complete insanity.
There's nothing more disciplined than a diet, like you know, because you can always eat anything at any time, and you gotta. So yeah, shout out to Sharif, man. That guy's an absolute monster around here. That is for sure.
I don't have that level.
Yeah, no. All right, so SLV. Well, especially again, Sharif doesn't have kids. You know, it's a completely different story when you got that. I mean, the schedule. He's on his own schedule, which is great for eating. That's for sure. All right, we'll take advantage of that. Let's spin it one more time. We did it. Yeah, she's doing leg day right now, probably. There it is. Nice move right there on silver. So hi-ho, man. Right back up to the upside again. I mean, another trade that we've put on here that seems to be working out. So far, so good here on SLV. Let's see what winds up happening into the close now with that one. And then, by the way... Tesla. Let's see how low can we go right now. This is not limbo here. This is Tesla. How low can Tesla go? I don't know. Right there says the cat in the hat. But we'll. I do have a bid at 424.50s right now. So we are getting excited right now as it continues to go lower. Let's just make sure that we do have. There it is. Again. pardon for the passion, but there's a little bang there as it goes to the downside. So yeah, here we go again, man. That's another one. That's back-to-back dollar clubs here this afternoon. So yeah, finally get a little bit of a revenge from yesterday here on Tesla. So let's just wait to see where it goes now. That was a decent break. Again, we highlighted that trade there. Glad we were able to put it on, and hope some of you have that or had that with me as well, as we just did a nice little cover there. Whenever we can get that, look, we learned our lesson with ARM. You know, ARM does go up and down and back down again. So we were into that one. We got stopped out there, and then it ripped, and now it's right back into these levels. So, you know, remember, it's an up market right now when Tesla just broke. So, like, this is what was happening to the NASDAQ. Tesla was going oppo right there, as if it was Ichiro Suzuki. And there it is, nice downside play there for Tesla. So, oh, wow, okay. So what happens if the market actually turns itself around? You can turn your frown upside down if you're short Tesla, if this market winds up tanking, because I think Tesla up 3%. Look, I love the stock. I initially had said that, you know, I thought Tesla on the next mega cap name to get back to all-time highs.
I think
this is just a day trade.
It's 100% going to be the next one that gets there. But it's unfair. It's only 15% from the highs. Microsoft and Meta, that'll be a good battle. I'd lean toward Meta over Microsoft. But I don't think I'm overwhelming one way or the other. 3 minutes to go to the imbalances, so it's either pins or maybe NU, probably BlackBerry. One of these two stocks. You got 3 million to buy and 3 million to buy on both of them. NU's a 3 million sell, but my gut is every time we've seen Nubank on the imbalance locator, it's ended up being nothing, with the exception of when it was an index change.
It's always on.
When it was an index change, it was huge. Every other time, it's been nothing. I've never seen BlackBerry. I can't remember the last time I saw BlackBerry on the locator, and Pinterest at 2.9 after that earnings move. I think that could definitely be something for sure. Taylor Batty's like, oh, he was talking about like track there. The injury that I had in high school that ended my hurdling career was entirely my fault. I was playing baseball and track during track season, which was my main sport, my senior year. I decided to also play baseball that year, and we had like our most important game of the year. And I already was feeling tight and did not feel 100%. My groin was not feeling good. We were in a tie game with the best team basically in the entire province. They had won the provincial, which is like state, and they're our rival. And it was tied 1-1 in the last inning. I led off with a single. I needed to steal second base with nobody out. So I stole second, injured my groin, didn't come out of the game, and it was my trail leg for hurdles, and that basically ended my senior season. I tried to run through it 'cause it's my senior year and never got it back. But it's stupidity, right? Like I was always a dumb athlete that I would not stop if I was hurt, and I would just make things worse, which, you know, you shouldn't do that. And I was always that guy. So self-imposed. It's the same thing with the Achilles too. Like I would do it to myself. So we have about 1 minute to go till the imbalances come out here. As I said, it's going to be Pinterest or BlackBerry, one of the two. I'm a little bit more interested in BlackBerry because it hasn't broken out this high. So it's a buy imbalance, hasn't broken the high. So therefore, if it tries to go and then flips at 55, it would be like a reverse.
Oh my God, it's market unbalances again.
Yeah, less than 1 minute.
Okay, I better
45 seconds.
double check all my stocks.
Because remember, like yesterday, there was a bunch of stocks that actually just broke out when the imbalances hit. So like a buy imbalance comes out, and they just run some stops to the upside, and all of a sudden you're going ham. And buying at the close is cooler because it's close money, and the big cap companies can't do their buybacks in the last 10 minutes. It's an actual market rule.
That's cool.
That does exist. It's always better late money over early money. How you end the day matters more in terms of stock market than how you started. It's an old adage.
So we're lucky to get it, Phil, they're at 13, right now on this Tesla trade. So I'm stopping out if it breaks. We had to get light on it because I didn't even realize the time. There it is, look at that. So there it goes upside again right now as the imbalances are now out. I don't even have them up because I was trying to watch out for this.
TLT 4.4, NVIDIA's 1.5, I don't see Tesla.
It has to be a bid. Nice move up there for Tesla. Let's just see, we're lighting it. There it goes, it's gonna break, hands are off. We saw this happen yesterday. That's back-to-back days where we had a pretty good short on Tesla, but this time we realized how close we were getting to the sun there and back away from it. But it's pulling back just a little bit now. I'll put another bid in the 20s. Oh, there it is. Okay, did we get that? Yes, we did. Okay, so nice move. Now we'll wait to see if it's going a little bit lower. And I have to apologize because I don't have those imbalances up right now.
It's just TLT, NVIDIA. That's it. TLT
okay.
4.4. We already told you guys BlackBerry was going to be $3 million. It was. NVIDIA 1.5 million to buy. Nothing else of significance over $1 million.
Right.
Yeah. iBits 800,000. I don't know. That's probably nothing. Burger. Ion. That's nothing. Yeah. There's no other big cap names in here. Walmart was 500,000 to buy. That's the next big cap name. Is 500,000 on Walmart.
Yikes.
So pretty much nothing burgers abound. We got a super chat from Boba. Boba plays. Thoughts on Lulu?
Yeah, Boba plays.
I don't mean to sound like a broken record. I've probably said the same thing about Lulu. Why is there even an AD in the dropdown? When I type Lulu, why is the first thing in the dropdown
Anthony Davis?
.AD? Abu Dhabi is the first thing in the dropdown menu because it goes alphabetically. No, I'll probably say the same thing about Lululemon as I always have. That is, this stock stinks. You can like the company all you want. You can love their product all you want. The stock is a fail. It's been continuing to drop. It just lost a monster support on the monthly chart. You just broke down a couple of months ago, the 200 period on this monthly, and you're still falling. There's theoretical support at 115 from back here in 2019. So I guess there'd be that bottom that it could bounce off of. Otherwise, maybe like a 75 level. It tried. I was in this for a swing when it held that 200 period on the monthly. It went from like 175 to 275, and that's it. That's all you got. And if you wanted to get more than that, sorry, but that was it. And all you could grab was maybe 20 to 30% on a bounce play. And now it's just, again, it's dead for me until it finds another level. And just because you have a product that people want to buy doesn't necessarily mean that you have enough growth to sustain increased stock prices when there's a million things that you can buy in the market that are doing better than this. And that's the problem. It's a problem for Nike as well. So nothing really that great to say about Lululemon, but one of my favorite quotes of all time is, if you care about somebody, then you tell them what you think. And if you care about yourself, then you tell them what they want to hear. I don't like Lulu.
Yeah, no, good one. I like that saying there. All right, so we, again, just in not trying to, relive yesterday, that just came into 425, so we got it a couple times right there on Tesla, so that's a good one. We'll wait to see if there's any lower takes, but if this takes out 426, then we're gone. Look at the market, man. What a great day, again, for the longs. I mean, we do sound like a broken record the more and more we say this, but every single day it seems like we're making new all-time highs. And, yesterday was a down day, but that's laughable because when you see, I think we were down, 0.4 yesterday or something like that. All of a sudden, there it goes, man, up to 29,000 right now on the NASDAQ. Unbelievable to say numbers like that, but hey, when they're there, and it's there right now. So great day there for the NASDAQ and everybody else.
Without looking?
Yeah.
SanDisk price, just guess.
Oh, we saw it was 1509 or something.
Oh, you did look?
No, I didn't look recently. I thought I looked at it lunchtime. It was 15 change. That's why I said 09 there. I don't know. What is it at?
50.
Oh, 1550.
Oh, 1560 is the actual high.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's another example right there of what you just mentioned. Like, stocks kind of going parabolic out of nowhere.
See, this is the thing. Why would anybody, and I don't mean to harp on Lulu, but this is going to end up harping on stock. Why would you even need Lululemon? Why do you need to pick up Nike on the lows? Why do you need to buy Trade Desk? There's a million things doing this. There's SanDisk, there's Micron, there's AMD, there's Intel, there's Vernova, there's Marvell, it's NVIDIA. I don't think a bunch of chip names. It's just, you have so many options out there where you can wait for a dip. Micron had earnings in March and went down and lost $150 from the high. It went down 30% after earnings, after a strong earnings. And now it's more than double since then. Trust me, there is something dipping on an uptrend all the time. All the time there's something dipping on an uptrend. Maybe ARM is dipping on an uptrend, right? Look at this is now just breaking out. ARM is breaking out a historic level. It hasn't been around long enough for this not to be true, but it's still true. Look at the monthly chart on ARM. It's just freshly breaking this 180 resistance. So this holding around here, look at the channel up. 40, 180 is the next low, or 100 is the next low, then 180. What's the next bottom going to be? 240, 250? I don't know. but I want to be on that ride. So we're going to continue that ride. There's always something that's in an uptrend, and you can buy the dip on that instead of trying to catch bottoms. There's nothing sexier than if you get the low on some crap stock and it goes 10x. Not everything can pull a Carvana. That's just the reality. Not everything can pull an Intel. Intel would be an example of what everyone's trying to accomplish. You get something which has been basing out forever, and it finally goes. But you know what? It's a lot easier to buy an uptrend than it is to find an Intel.
I mean, AMD would be an example of an Intel as well. Look at this base right here. Look what AMD is doing right now, 455. Talk about selling off some of my Intel today. I think I'm going to sell off some of my AMD at some point right here. We talked about selling some the other day. That would have been wrong and was wrong, and there it goes right now. AMD, I got some out at 418 and thought I was doing pretty good, but there it goes. Yeah, what's up, Adam James LeBron? Who was that? Was that
Adam
you?
just sends this as a joke.
No, but was it him that called that, or was it somebody else? Because somebody was talking about AMD 180.
I think that's when we get the super chats.
AMD 180 was only 45 days ago.
Yep.
So you want to talk about parabolic? I mean, this one's going parabolic, and I would say that AMD definitely a candidate for coming back down in right there. The thing about Marvell is it keeps on trying to get beat up, and then it just says, I'm going to just wind up punching you back in the face, because there it is, another 6% trying to get back up to all-time highs. This has been one that, honestly, man, and this is not a pipe dream. You guys know that I've been talking about Marvell since this move right here in August, and we were able to get pretty fortunate with it, buying down there and then buying again, and it just ripped up. I mean, there's a lot of stories like that. I mean, you can check ARM. I mean, look, I don't have SanDisk, so who really cares?
SanDisk is a different level.
SanDisk is 5,000% in a year. This thing was $30. It's now, you just said it was $15.50.
No, sorry, check that, $15.60.
And that's not even that huge. Ramin put a thing out the other day where I was calling Micron somewhere, I don't know, it was $100 or something, and it was just like boom, and now Micron $750, as there goes Micron. Like a year ago today, Micron $90, and there it is, $750. So yeah, man, components be ripping right now. And what else is ripping? We got out of silver right there, so that was a good one. It gave us view up again. And then to still be green on Tesla is pretty good, because look what Tesla's doing again at the end of the day. So that's back-to-back days that Tesla be doing stuff like this. So yeah, congratulations to Tesla supporters, because today, if you took those longs, then boom, shakalaka, nice move higher right there. So.
You know what's even easier than buying the dip? I want to remind everybody, we have 2 minutes to go, but I want to remind everybody what Alphabet was doing from April and the tariff lows. I've never deleted this channel. So remember the tariff bottom, look at the channel up, and look at when it broke. That break was in September. It's about 220 if you're buying at the top there. That's a double up. But it's also a very clean break the high, break the channel up. It's revisited, but never really even tested it. You can maybe have the 280 there if you wanted to buy in front of that, which is now theoretical support, but an unbelievable rally. And that's in Alphabet. At the time it was doing this, at the time you were buying this, you were getting a breakout on the cheapest by PE of all of the Mag 7. So it's literally a technical breakout of an uptrend with the cheapest name in the Mag 7. It was a gold. It was perfect. Absolutely perfect. Now, other stocks have done better, but I think it's not as easy to pick up, say, SanDisk, as it is to be like, it's Google. That's an easy one to buy. Google's an easy stock to buy. Apple's an easy stock to buy when they give you setups. With less than 30 seconds to go, everybody, we're going to close at all-time highs, because that's what the market does. We had one off day, and it was down point, whatever we were yesterday. I don't know, 2?
I don't know, I couldn't remember.
Less than 0.5%.
So I bought some Constellation. They'll be reporting on Monday, so we'll see what happens with Constellation today, down 2.5%, closing near the lows. So the price I got was during, for this 1 o'clock malaise when we were just kind of hanging out, not doing too much. There it is, brought to you by Orogenics. We want to thank them for the closing bell. Go make sure you do. Check out Orogenics, OGen, and thank them for the closing bell. There it is. Oh, that's Beta Pro, but We get OGen up there in a second. So thank you. There it is right there. So go check them out. NYSE listed OGEN right there. So thank you, OGen, for their sponsorship as well into the close. So we'll see what happens with them. IREN today, a red name for me. And it's funny because we were talking about buying 61s is what's written on the sticky note, and we closed at 61. So, okay, that's a little weird, but that's what that was. Good day for IREN up there and bad day for CoreWeave. And, this is what happens on earnings. And CoreWeave, we actually mentioned this 13 a couple times throughout the closing show there, up to 114. So that's something, 12%. It wasn't a great day although the trade desk battled back.
Really well, actually.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good for trade desk. But yeah, a lot of good stuff.
Coinbase got green.
Coinbase got green. Bitcoin holding 80,000, so it should be good.
I mean, the market all-time highs or Intel 13% are probably the big takeaways. I don't know that there was too much disappointment in any good names. Maybe that Apple wasn't quite strong enough, I guess. You could maybe nitpick there.
Marvell up 6. I mean, Tesla. I was trying to see what's down today.
You can't really nitpick anything.
Oh, Affirm down, Roblox down, PayPal down, Uber down 2%, not great there. JP Morgan down, Microsoft down 1.36% as well.
Eli Lilly's down 3.
No, it's not.
Is that wrong?
Is it down 3%? Maybe it is. Oh, I don't have it on my scanner. Maybe it is.
2.8, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So there's a big name. Downside there. Not much else that I follow.
JP Morgan down.
Yeah, JP Morgan was so much. XOM down again. The oil space is down again. So
But whatever. Look at it the other way. If you're whining and complaining about the things that are down today, then your portfolio has to be doing well on a day like today. It's got to be. It's got to be. Unless you are
portfolio doing well.
Net short person. In which case, you're probably feeling a bunch of pain. I know you got a busy one, but I want to remind everybody, you shouldn't need reminding. It's Mother's Day on Sunday, so make sure you make the day special.
I'll be at Rinks in 2 hours if you guys want to come see me. Orifice Road, Rinks, near Yorkdale. We'll be there.
And, of course, you can see that movie, man.
Tomorrow. All right, have a good one, man. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. I'm sure I'll be telling you about our fun day. I think we're both doing some sort of brunches, so that should be fun. I love brunch is my favorite.
It's the best meal.
That's my favorite meal to do with family because it's like so casual and it's like fun to see what people order and all that stuff. I don't know. I like brunch, but I'm not a big pancake. Like I will order egg. Like I'll order the toasted Western. I love a Western for brunch.
I absolutely love French toast.
Well, French toast is a good one too. Yes, I love French toast is great because it's so easy to make pancakes, but French toast is a little different, so that's easier. But we'll talk about what you guys had for brunch on Monday. So thanks for me and Fabian, everybody that's working in the back there. Andre, thanks for the 1s and 2s on that one. Brendan as well, Adara, and Sharif and Joe. So. Yeah, that's it. We did it. All right, wrap it up. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get out of here, everybody. We'll see you back at Monday morning at 8 o'clock. We're Trade TV Live. Have a great weekend. Happy Mother's Day, everybody.